have a question for you. When it
Sure.
comes to the Global Marijuana March, which is happening on May the 4th, why would you march? If I said to you, I march for, what would you say? I march for blank.
I always, my thing is I march for rights. I march for people to have the right to use the therapies that they want to use. And we read stories pretty well weekly. I read stories basically about freedoms that are coming but are not quite there. I know we have a lot more freedoms in Canada than a lot of other places, but there's stuff we just read today, you know, Mi'kmaq rights, things like that. It's about giving people what they need and letting them have their own decisions. You know,
all right, that's a question. It's a question that the Global Marijuana March out of Toronto is asking.
And what's the response? What's the most responses they get?
Well, we've just started discussing this, and actually last night I brought it up during the Pace Radio show, and Tamara had a pretty long answer on why she marches, and it was good. So I thought, hey, I'm just going to ask you. I march for. You know, some people might say I march for change. Some people might say I march for cannabis law reform. So
I think change and law reform are the same thing. I think patient access is a huge thing to access it at a reasonable price. You know, you are dealing with the government like a liquor store. That's what they treat it like, right? And it's not the same thing.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, and welcome to our VAC Roundtable number 67. Today, we are honored to share space with one of my respected friends and elders who has been doing this for decades and decades. A true cannabis professional, the hempiest of hempies. I'm even wearing my Ecolution hemp shirt today in honor because he is the author, of course, Hemp Lion Fly into the Future, which was one of the earlier books on cannabis. Of course, Jack Herrera's book was a great periodical, had great pictures, but the story wasn't fully told. And Chris was the one to finally fully vent it and get it out there for people. So it's an honor to share this time with you, Chris. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome Chris Conrad to our VAC Roundtable number 67. We're kind of gonna hit it right out the gate. So this is a multi-tiered question, Chris. So let me explain it. How did you originally come to cannabis? When were you originally turned on? What made you make it your life's work? So, you know, take us through the journey of, oh, this is pretty good, to, well, here we are.
Love to. Well, thanks a lot for bringing me on the program. I've worked with most of you guys on various projects over the years, so I feel like I'm in good company here. You know, I guess, you know, what originally got me started, of course, was I did a research paper in junior high about whether cannabis should be illegal. And I came to the conclusion I didn't really think it should be. And then in the summer of '69, which almost sounds like a cliche, but it's actually true. In the summer of '69, my older brother was in college, and he came home and he started talking to me about marijuana. Well, what do you think about marijuana? I said, I figure it should probably be legal. You know, I don't understand why it's illegal. And so then he says, well, if somebody offered you something, you try it. And I said, I probably, I mean, I don't know. I didn't really. He said, well, do you want to try some? I've got some. And I'm like, and suddenly I was frozen. It's like, what? And so, so I said, sure, I'd like to give it a shot. And so a lot of people, the first time they try cannabis, they don't really get high. But for me, my brother, he had 3 joints, and we just kept smoking. And we were listening to a Beatles album, Abbey Road, and side 1, the last song there, we got to the 3rd joint, we're smoking it, and I just said to him, this is the longest song I've ever heard. Is this still the same song? And it turned out it was the same song. And so actually, a little bit more background on me, though. I went to a seminary. I thought I was going to be a Catholic priest. I never expected to get married or to have children. And so the reason I ended up in the seminary, because I felt like as a Catholic that I was missing something, you know. I knew how important being in church was and God and all this stuff, but when I was in church, I felt like I'm not feeling it the way I should be feeling it. And so I went, you know, from being in the parish to being an altar boy to being one of the top altar boys, then going to the seminary, thinking if I just get close enough, I'm going to really feel something. And then when I smoked that first joint, it's like I felt something, you know. I mean, I felt like I had moved to a different plane, and that I was observing myself, so to speak, you know. Like I was walking along and there were some gnats in the air, and I was like, can I really do that? And I'm like reaching towards the gnats, and I'm thinking, wow, you know, my hand, I'm moving, you know, air around me. You know, it was just this whole different experience. And so in a certain way, I felt like I never completely came down from that, because once I had seen the difference between straight and THC activated or have my endocannabinoid system going, I just felt like this is something I was definitely interested in. And so it became kind of a regular thing. And one of my great concerns, ATM, was that I was afraid that if well, first off, I was notoriously had a bad memory. Like, classic story, I lost my shoes on the way to school. You know, I didn't know where I lost my shoes. You know, it's like, well, you know, I knew when I took them off. So, I mean, I should have known where I lost them. But my mom would always say, you know, you're going to lose your head if you didn't, it's not attached to you. And so my biggest concern was that I wanted to, I thought if marijuana makes my memory worse, then I cannot smoke it. And so what instead I did was I enjoyed cannabis so much, I said, well, I got to get my memory in better shape. And so I instead worked on improving my memory. And so anybody who says marijuana is, and maybe some people have memory problems from it, but I know perfectly well my memory is much better now than it was before I ever smoked marijuana, because I made a very significant point of that. And so as I went along, eventually in college, you know, I was writing papers and doing stuff, and it was pretty well known, hanging out with the hippies and so forth, going to anti-war protests, of course. And then I decided that I wanted to do a play. So I wrote a play called Marijuana Comedy of Sorts and produced it at my college. And then when I came out, then after that, I left Maryland and I came to California, where I got involved with other stuff. And things like I was involved with a lot of political issues, but marijuana didn't seem like that important of one to me. First off, mainly because, you know, we were growing in our backyard and most of the people we knew smoked. You know, under President Carter, you know, the war on marijuana had really slowed down significantly, and we felt pretty good about the situation. And I know I wasn't really that worried about it. And then in the 80s, we got Reagan's drug war came along, and again, I wasn't that worried about it because I just didn't think it was going to work, you know. And it really didn't work that well until they got to employment job testing, and then a lot of my friends suddenly had to give up weed in order to keep their jobs. And at that point, I thought they might get somewhere with this, you know. That was about 86. And so 87, all of a sudden, the price of weed where I was getting it went from $25 an ounce to $50 an ounce to $100 an ounce. And I said, well, that ain't right. You know, $100 an ounce for weed, impossible. And so I was getting more and more interested in doing something more rather than just passing. I mean, there were petition drives and I would sign them and pass out petitions and so forth, but I didn't really focus on this issue until 1988, when George Bush Sr. got elected president. And at that point, what happened for me was that we had a party, and most of the best political activists I knew smoked cannabis. But upstairs in the celebration for our election victories, there people were drinking, but we had to go outside to smoke weed. And so I was out there with the most weed smokingest political activists that I knew. And so I said to them, look, why are we outside smoking pot? We should be inside smoking weed, if like they're drinking alcohol and so forth. So I said, this is not fair. Why don't we do something? I think it's time we really, do something about legalizing cannabis. And basically, I was ridiculed. I spent the next, 10 or 15 minutes of people telling me this is impossible. It's never going to happen. You're going to destroy your reputation. I was a well-known activist at the time, quite successful in what I was doing. They said, what's going to happen? You're going to destroy your reputation. Marijuana is going to be illegal for your whole lifetime. There's a lot of more important things to work on. And so, but I said, so there must be some way we could do this, though, don't you think? And everybody said no. And so I just kind of threw out a bet. I said, well, I bet I can figure out a way to legalize marijuana. And again, scoffing, ridicule, etc. And from there, I don't know how much I would have done on it at that point, actually, because it was just one of those conversations. But that Thanksgiving dinner, when I was smoked my joint after dinner with my brother-in-law, his daughter came into the house after we had smoked in the garage, but we still smelled like weed. And so when she walked in, she's like, what's that smell? You guys been smoking marijuana? I was in there today and they told me about how bad marijuana is. And I said, look, they're trying to get my own family. This is getting personal now. They're coming after my family. And so so I talked to her about it, and she said, well, yeah, I guess if after our conversation, she said, so I guess it's not that bad. So why did they ever make it illegal in the first place? And that was a question that really got me going, because I just started reading everything. And the first thing I read were these congressional hearings. And the first thing I noticed was that everybody was talking about hemp. Almost nobody was talking about marijuana except for the feds. The businesses were all hemp businesses, and then the American Medical Association comes up and says, well, you're using the wrong word. The real word is cannabis, and the farmers call it hemp, and marijuana is just a made-up word. And the farmers saying, we didn't even know you're talking about hemp until 2 days ago, I think one of them said, in fact. I don't know how I got into a congressional hearing that fast, but that's what he said. But in any case, at that moment, it occurred to me that was the first answer, was there was a reason they were hiding hemp, and there's a reason they were using the word marijuana instead of hemp and cannabis. So I thought the first thing I'm going to do is bring back the word hemp. And so I started researching everything I could on it. And that led me to several books. The Marijuana Farmers by Jack Frazier wrote.
Frazier, yeah, Frazier.
And then Adams wrote The Marijuana, the First 12,000 Years. And then I stumbled on Jack Here's book. By the time I read Jack's book, I had already formed, I decided I'm going to have a legalization business group. It should be focused on the economy. So I'm going to decide a business group. So I came with Big Business Alliance for Commerce and Hemp, because I wanted to make sure that every time they mentioned the group, they had to say the word hemp to constantly reinforce it. And so I put out all these brochures, the many uses of hemp, 10 things every parent, teacher, and teenager should know about hemp. I formed a corollary group called the Family Council on Drug Awareness. And then we put together the American Hemp Council, which is really kind of a consultational group. We formed groups all over the country. And then it was a feedback loop, all conducted, of course, pre-internet. It was all conducted by telephone and letters and faxes. And so at that point, when I really, then I ran to Jack Here's book. And by that point, I was thinking, I'm doing good with the brochures. I had formed like 49 groups around the country by that point, the first year out. And I had, by a really interesting coincidence, had found the first hemp and the last hemp products that were left, which were some string and some bird seed. And I contacted the companies, the distributors, and I said, I'm interested in your products. And they said, please buy it all. Nobody wants this stuff anymore. And I said, I'm just going to buy some. And I used it, and I encouraged people. I told them where to buy it. And then that became one of the things I did. I focused on letting people know where to get hemp and how to use hemp and what you can make with hemp and how to sell hemp. And I helped market it. And anybody who started a hemp company, I would help them market it. And we were pressing forward. And I felt like the literature was good and the organization was really coming along very well. But I thought we needed a book. And so at that point, I went to a normal fundraiser, and they had copies of the white copy of Jack Here's book, The Emperor Wears No Clothes, which is also called Everything You Want to Know About Marijuana But Are Afraid to Ask. And it was more or less like almost like a trivia book with a few polemics thrown in. Very hard to follow, but I thought he had the right, he agreed with my approach, and he had the right information to work with. And so I had it, took me a long time to finally get hold of him. And I said to him, I'd like to redo your book. And he says, no, I don't want to redo my book. I'm just going to print it again the way it was because it's perfect. And I'm going to do a book about, I want you to help me with a book on mushrooms. I said, mushrooms are interesting, but they're not what I'm working on right now. I'm working on cannabis. And so, so then he says, oh no, this book is perfect the way it is. And I felt like, it was an okay book, but it wasn't the kind of book that was going to have the impact I was looking for. And so I said to him, okay, Jack, I just write my own book. Forget it. And he's like, whoa, 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 no, my book. And so that's how we started on this project of working with him. And I redesigned the book completely. It was designed as a bathroom book, meaning that you could, in the amount of time it takes to have a good crap, you could come up with some information and get worked up about something and know something that you could do about the cannabis reform movement. And it was also designed so that each page can be photocopied and would have a complete stories and pictures and everything all tied together. And so that's how I ended up doing The Emperor Wears No Clothes. And then when I went to Europe, then we went to the Hash Marijuana and Hemp Museum, and what they had on the walls was blown up pages out of The Emperor. So I said to him, oh, I designed all that, And when I walked into the museum, it was like basically there was a grow box, there was some pipes, there were these posters on the wall, there was pictures of hash and a sign that said that the government took all of our hash. And so they said, well, how do you like our museum? And, I thought, well, I could just say the usual thing, which is, oh, it's a great museum, but I didn't feel that way. I said, it's a good start, but if it was my museum, I would do something different. And so that's how I ended up working over with the Dronkers over in Holland. And meantime, I thought we needed a different book than The Emperor because I was getting all this feedback. The Emperor is an okay book, but my teachers don't take it seriously. The footnotes, it doesn't look like an academic book. And so I decided I needed to put together my own book after all. So I wrote Hemp Lifeline to the Future and published it. And by that time, I made an agreement to go to Europe to do the Hash Marijuana and Hemp Museum. And so we went to Europe in 90. Actually, we went over in 91. I wrote the book at that point in 92. I went in Holland, agreed to the museum. In 93, I came home, published the book, went back to Europe. And at that point, it occurred to me that it's not a good idea to be in Europe when my book is in America. But the Dronkers, meantime, were translating all this stuff into other languages and so forth. And so it really became a very important part. And then we redesigned the whole museum. And then we came back to the U.S. Mickey and I met Virginia Resner, and we decided we want to do something else with it. And so we decided to do a human rights project about marijuana prisoners of conscience or consciousness. And but when we met Virginia Resner, her boyfriend was in prison for toke. And so, she didn't just want to do a marijuana project. And so at that point, we said to ourselves, well, human rights are for everybody. They're not just for marijuana smokers. And so we wanted to defend the human rights of all victims of the drug war. And so that's how I ended up going there. But and so, as I say, so I had the hemp movement going. I also started, my original tactic was 3 issues simultaneously: industrial hemp, medical marijuana, and adult use marijuana. And to push on all 3 of them simultaneously, I said, give the government no quarter. We fought on everything. And so we wrote stuff dedicated to bringing on board Christians, dedicated to bringing on Republicans, the most conservative people, etc. We wrote the literature to cover every group and bring everybody on board, and no quarter left for the government to hide in. And we just went after bringing out the truth from there on. And so, and it escalated from there.
Yeah, I mean, I have to credit you greatly. Your pamphlets were quintessential to us on the Cannabis Action Network back in 93, 94, going on the rock and roll tours and having something to pass out to people. Your graphics and the infographics that you had created, I mean, we passed out tens of thousands of those all over the country in hopes that the kids would forget about them in their pockets and they'd pull them out and their parents would have that discussion with them. So it was we were using every way of grassroots organizing. And of all the things we did copies of, I'd have to say probably yours were some, if not the top copies we passed out. So that would have been literally hundreds of thousands we passed out, you know.
Right, and I'm really glad you brought up Cannabis Action Network, because that was one of the things. I was organizing local groups around the whole country. You know, I had 90 in the second year, and so it started escalating out from there. But Cannabis Action Network was doing these tours, and so I connected with, I think it was Jody and Debbie Goldsberry,
Yep.
And then one of the funny things is, so like I was making this medical marijuana stuff, hemp for health, including hemp seed and so forth and so on. And somehow or other, and I was organizing with cancer patients around the country. And somehow or other, LV Musika got hold of something. And so she called me up and she says, Chris, I want to do something. I'm in the federal IND program, and I think my voice should really be heard. And how do I do that? And I said, LV, I got just the group for you, Cannabis Action Network. They're going all over the country. They have, I think you had a group in Florida at that point too. I said they even have somebody near you.
Louisiana, Florida, yeah. And she joined us. And
Louisiana, once she got in there with you guys, there was no stopping her.
And it was no stopping us, because to go around and talk to people about cannabis, there was no better example than, a mother of two who was going blind whips out her tin of 300 joints and then shows them to people. This is what your government is giving me, right? And when they realized 12 years of legal fight, etc., I mean, she was unassailable as a person out there educating in the dark days. I mean, again, blessings. We couldn't have done what we did without her, for sure. Michael Krawitz has a follow-up question.
Thanks, Etienne. Thank you so much for coming on. This is a rather unique roundtable for me personally. It strikes me, there's two things that strike me. One is there's a couple of times in my activism where I felt like, when you're in a car and you go in a car wash and the thing grabs your front wheel of your car and then pulls you through the rest of the car wash. And there's been a couple of times in my activism where I felt like I worked really hard, and then all of a sudden I felt like I fell in that kind of groove, and it just pulled me in to something much bigger than I had ever imagined, and just pulled me right through it, really, on a singular track. And that seems to be now, as you're laying this out, that seems to be you and your work in a very big way. I went, I guess it was 91, the first time I went to Holland, and then I'd seen, I guess, Ben's initial thing. I didn't even stop in. I just saw it. I got over there mostly out of curiosity because Morley Schaefer did a special on people smoking pot at the coffee shops, and just had to see it for myself on spring break. But I actually went back in 93. I didn't realize it was such a small window to really catch you. I mean, I caught you at the counter of the museum, like it was just a normal thing to find, Chris Conrad at the counter of the museum, but it wasn't. It was a rather special thing. And ask you for information, and you handed me a pile of books, the Lifeline and everything to take home. So fantastic. And the second thing I'll say, from Veterans Action Council perspective, especially, we're all military vets here, and we honor you, we respect you, we thank you for your help and your work and your service to our cause and to our future. Our collective future for all of us, even the people we don't like, and have done tireless work to oppose us. And on that, I noticed at one point we were hanging out together at some event, and I'm military. I mean, I worked on bombers, and I'm hanging out with a pacifist, and cannabis is our common ground, and we couldn't be more happy in our work, in our relationship. And I just have to note that.
Well, if you don't mind me throwing something back towards you, Michael, it's kind of amazing that Lennis Worth, of course, was our Bach representative in Virginia. And so, we met her in 91, but somehow we missed you. So I'm just curious, at what point did you actually hook up with her? Because I met you in 93 in Holland, even though I was in Virginia in 91 at the State Fair with Lennis.
Ironically, I met her in the 80s. before I even got really started because of her connection with Virginia Tech and the auctions and stuff, and we got together on collectibles and antique musical machinery, the radio stuff that her husband was working on. So it's
Oh yeah, that's great. Well,
fascinating timing. But one last little, couple of quick questions really about your names of organizations. One, it came up in our discussions. It just seemed like the Hemp Research Council might have been in some way a reaction at that moment to Family Research Council, and if that was a thing. And then the second one was just occurs to me now. I mean, Bach. Was there any attempt to, in let's call it in respect to David Borden, our friend from DRCNet Foundation, which I'm not sure when we did our roundtable with him that it came up, but he's a composer, a classical music composer. So in his honor, I asked the question: was there any connection to Bach in the name of Bach?
as a matter of fact, there was. I'll start with that question because when I learned about how much Harry Anslinger hated jazz and felt that classical music was the only legitimate music, the more I felt like I needed to do something to just kind of poke him back and have a force for legalization that was drawn off of that. So it was actually 100%. In fact, at one point it was one of my concepts was the Business Alliance for Manual Manufacturing, or Business Alliance for Hemp Manufacturing, or something like that, BOM. But then I decided no. I wanted to turn it into Bach. I was so close to Bach. So I took that in. And in regard to the first thing you said about the service issue, because, I mean, the drug war is a real war. It's not the same as what veterans go through. But for a lot of people, they're getting the same consequences of being pursued with guns, of having post-traumatic stress from what's happened, of losing close friends and family members. Which does happen in war too. And so there is a little bit of that. And in a way, that's one of the things that made the, let me say something else first, which is that, as I said, I was involved with the anti-war movement, but I understand that a lot of people, veterans, felt like when they came back to the U.S., they were being harassed by the peace movement. And I just want to assure you that, and apologize for anybody who did that. That was the people I knew. We did not do that. We were welcoming veterans back and encouraging them to oppose the war. We were not, harassing veterans. So I hope none of you had those experiences. But if you did, I would like to say, on behalf of the peace movement, most of us were not like that, and we don't like that. But let me get back to the other thing, which is that one of the things that made the medical marijuana issue more personal to me was that my dad was a vet in World War II, fighting Hitler and the Nazis and all that over in Europe. And so he came back with PTSD. There's no question about it. Everyone says he was changed, and he certainly was a pretty weird guy when I knew him and so forth, without going into that any further. But he was kind of like afraid of cannabis because of the government, and so he tried to self-medicate with alcohol and was not very successful with that. And so when I found out about its importance for PTSD, my original thought was cancer patients were the demographic that would have the most power when it came to medical marijuana legalization. AIDS patients, there still was a stigma. Cancer, almost everybody knew somebody with cancer. So I thought that was going to be one of the major focuses, which it has turned out to be, of course. But the impact of AIDS and the impact of PTSD were things that I only learned about later. And I said part of that was inspired by the fact that my dad, at the end of his life, when he was being treated for cancer at the Veterans Administration, he was afraid to smoke marijuana. He said he wanted to try it, and I smuggled some into him, and he was afraid to try it because he said they'll take my veterans benefits if they find out I smoked marijuana. And so, I just feel like it's such a big tragedy on my own personal life that my dad, who became an alcohol abuser, never had the opportunity to try to use cannabis because of the way the government treated him.
Thank you for sharing that with us. That's a powerful truth, and one, unfortunately, many of us have come to realize and has also driven our work at the federal and international level, and will continue to. And you'll be flexing on that when we're at the CND there in March for sure. Speaking of, next up will be Council Member Nate Landau with our next question. Council Member.
So, Chris, I want to thank you for being here. Most of our guests I don't know, but I had the pleasure to meet. You were very welcoming when I just started my advocacy in Contra Costa. We serve the same county, and even after decades of all your hard work, you're still very involved in your community, doing cleanup days, and you're also very talented, a singer and a guitar player, and I got the pleasure to hear you perform in March. My question is, what type of research did you do while you were in Europe on cannabis? Thank you.
Thank you, Nate. And yeah, it's great to have somebody else from Contra Costa County here on the call too. I mean, this is we work in the same county here in California, and I really appreciate that the extra energy that you're able to put into it, because I tell you, we need new blood in this movement. It's like the first 30 years or so, you're thinking, I'm going to keep this up, but after 30 some years, I'm starting to think, it's kind of nice to do other stuff. And so I'm really happy to see new blood coming in. Actually, a lot of the research I was doing over in Europe was in three different directions. The first was wandering around looking for cannabis or hemp references in different things like architecture, finding where they have pictures depicting hemp production or hemp leaves or something like that. And finding those kind of things, and looking at museums all over there and identifying the hemp. I noticed that one of the things was that a lot of the things that should have been labeled made of hemp, or at least I believe should have been labeled that, were always labeled with unidentified fiber. And it's like, they would identify all these different fibers, and then all of a sudden there's a fiber they couldn't identify. And it was something that would be like a piece of rope or a piece of cord. So it seemed pretty clear to me that they had basically moved cannabis out of a lot of European stuff too, because you have to remember, this is the global war that we're dealing with. This Mike and as I've talked about a million times, this is not just an American thing, and they've tried to eradicate cannabis culture around the world. So it was really exciting when we go to the museums and find these different things, sometimes labeled, sometimes not, etc. And then when we did research for the museum in Amsterdam, of course, they had a huge library, and so we were able to go through tons of information to the point where I don't even remember what all we looked at, because when you're like, unless you're writing it, keeping it track somehow or other, it's easy to lose track of how many different books and things like that you wind up going through. And I have to give a big shout out to Alan Dronkers, because he would come in all the time. I was so excited. Yeah. We've got this, here's this book we found, and it's an old reference to hennep or something, and the enthusiasm that the people there had, and everybody coming in sharing their stuff. And by being at the museum, like people like Michael Krauss coming in was not that unusual a thing. We have people from all over Europe coming in and saying, oh yeah, there's this museum in Italy which is all about hemp, and there's this exhibit over here, and my region is named after cannabis and from the derivation or whatever. And so to be just so exposed to that, and then to have our literature translated to these different languages meant that people could come and they'd be talking to us about what their research was, and sometimes we didn't even understand each other because they were there because of a translated into Italian or something, and my Italian is just not good enough for conversation. So and then the last thing that's really significant was let me say that last part I was saying, also putting together the collection for the museum. That involved a lot of research and going to Turkey and so forth in order to pick up pieces and stuff like that. That was really exciting, collecting things with Ben Rockers, because he's so serious about it. And then the last thing was that I grew cannabis with CC Bank. And so as far as like having an opportunity to have hands-on cannabis growing experience, I was able to do that, which became extremely important when I was an expert witness, because there was anybody else who grew marijuana would know and know better than what the DEA was saying about cannabis and what law enforcement was saying. But the difference is that the reason they would know would because they had grown illegally and they would be confessing to a crime. Whereas where my experience was completely legal. And so I was able to come in and just shred all of these prosecutors, experts, by saying, well, I've actually physically grown cannabis. I've observed, I've worked with the world's best experts on familiar with the different strains. And that's, of course, things were more simple than they are now to be a top expert on those subjects. But nonetheless, it was critical for my legal work.
And thank you for that legal work, because it is crucial, as well as yeah, it's helped saving people, needless to say. Next up will be Council Member Wade Laughter. Council Member Laughter.
Thank you, Chen. And thank you, Chris, for joining us this afternoon or this evening. As an activist who does a lot of visioning myself about how things should be, this next question really jumped out to me. How much of your cannabis activism is reacting to current events, as versus how much of it was designed or intended really based on how you think things should be or could be? Would you talk about that difference, Chris? Thank you.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. And that's kind of a philosophical look at how this all works. Because my approach was always to maintain the framework of, I had my 3 goals that I wanted to, and the 3 goals, as I said, industrial hemp being legal here in the United States and being fully developed, medical marijuana being available with doctor's recommendations, but also I think it's a medicine of first resort, not a medicine of last resort, and should just be available to adults anyway. And the other one, that we needed to have some kind of a regulated business, and based upon age of consent. I was very big on that, the phrase age of consent, and regulated marketplace. But that would have to include homegrown. That's, I've always said, it's got to include homegrown and personal possession and sharing among friends. That's, that to me, that would be a deal breaker in a certain way. I mean, I don't know what the deal is, so I can't be 1,000% on that. But anyway, the way that I found, though, is something I kind of compared it to, you go the first time that someone made it a pineapple cake, and then as they went to put it onto the plate, it flipped over upside down. And so they came out with pineapple upside down cake. It's like, it's not exactly what you thought it was going to be like, but it's kind of close enough that you can still continue to build on it. And philosophically, there's a huge difference between me and Jack Hare on this one specific point, though. He was an all or nothing at all kind of a guy. He said that he was against everything that wasn't everything. And so I've never felt that way. I felt that what we were doing is we were up against this monolithic wall which is the drug war. And we were just chipping away at the base, waiting for it to fall down when it would be pulled down by its own weight. And so the whole idea that I would then say, well, this chip I don't want to have, and this chip I don't want to have, seemed unlikely to me. In other words, we need to work on all these different levels at once. And that I know that there's other people, like I would say Michael Krowitz, what he's done with the international stuff. I mean, I was an earlier person into that, but nonetheless, he's the one who's really achieved, the great benefits of it all, and so forth. And so I've always tried to pass off the work to other people because I want them to feel invested in it. And so that in itself, you're giving up control constantly, because and this is where Jack, he would get mad at people because you disagree with one subject. I felt like I wanted to hear why people disagree with me and how do we work together to keep our common agenda moving forward. And so it became very much a matter of looking for the opportunity and seizing it when it came along. Like, if I give a few examples, it's like, with the medical marijuana issue, I really thought we were going to get, because of the Judge decision in 1988, I thought at that time that was an issue that was going to like start to take care of itself. You know, we introduced LV to the world. We had this court ruling, cancer patients all over the country using it and so forth. I thought that probably doesn't need as much help from me, although I was just organizing patients and putting them in touch with each other. Then Dennis Perone was like, he was going forward with that more than I was. And, you know, working with Dennis Perone was a tough gig, but I would just say one thing that I really want to give him credit for is that he kept down the homeless population on the streets of San Francisco with his approach to his 5-story dispensary, which was the bottom floor was a place where he provided fruit and tables and chairs for people to sit down and talk. And if they smoked cannabis, far be it. But if you wanted to get into the building and do anything else, you had to have your doctor's recommendation and approval. And so, you know, that's kind of like an unseen part of what he was doing, was helping these people out who had, giving them dignity and a place to hang out that nobody else has done before since the same level, I don't think. But in any case, you know, I felt like Prop 215 was, I'll say this, Jack Herer thought it was terrible because it wasn't everything. I argued, no, it's a third of what we want. And it does have some problems. Like, it doesn't say anything about how you can, it doesn't say you have a right to obtain marijuana from somebody, which would then imply a right from some other people to give it to you or something. It's too restrictive in terms of the patient and caregiver thing, you know, anyway, those are the two main things that I felt, you know, I was big problems with it. But nonetheless, when the momentum came up, that became where we saw having our first big victory, I jumped straight into that, you know. In fact, the whole thing was foundering because of personality conflicts within the medical marijuana community there. But because I came in from a different position of hemp, medical marijuana, and adult use and legalization forces all adding into this effort, which Dennis thought was supposed to be the pure patient-only driven thing, we were able to push it over the top. And again, Cannabis Action Network, bless your hearts on that. We brought people in from all over the place. But then when we got into the actual initiative itself, those restrictions that I said really came up fast, and the prosecutors really pounded away on them. And so as an expert, I was constantly having to make arguments about these, what is a reasonable amount for a patient to have? And some of the patients had some, I would say, unreasonable amounts, because in the fact of the matter, they were providing to other patients, you know. And so we had to kind of pretend like everyone just using this off of themselves, even though we knew perfectly well that they weren't. We had to just present the evidence that there was no evidence otherwise, you know. And so so they would often say, well, it's the amount of marijuana shows that it's criminal. And so we got into said, well, the federal government gives people 6 pounds at a time, so the first 6 pounds should be just considered a medical basis, you know. After that, then we have to talk about other ways of consuming it and so forth, and pushing it into all these different other areas, and creating this idea of how much it really requires and coming up with a formula. And so I took the federal government's own information, made it into a formula, which we called the Safe Access Now formula. We said, look, federal patients get 6 pounds a year. It's reasonable to say that that's probably, those guys are sicker than most people, but it's also reasonable to say that half of that amount is fair assessment of what another person might need. And so we were arguing at the 3 pounds being adopted as a standard around the state. That we ran into some problems because the state legislature started making changes. And one of those changes eventually became Senate Bill 420. And again, when Senate Bill 420 came along, we were working with Americans for Safe Access, and various, you know, NORML's always involved in all this stuff too. I mean, I don't want to name all the groups because there's just too many. But there's Senate Bill 420. Again, Jack Herer was against it because it said a safe harbor amount instead of saying people could have any amount And so I had the problem that they made the safe harbor amount 6 plants or 12 starts and 3 and 8 ounces. And so they really dropped that number so much that people like Steve Covey then came out against it, and so we were trying to like get it passed, but it also included the collectives. And so, to me, I was willing to accept almost anything to get those collectives that said patients can provide to each other, because that opens up a whole new massive amount of legal arguments that we'll be able to use in court. And so, so at the last minute, when I saw that change, it's funny because we went in the morning, they said it's going to be 6 pounds and 200 square feet. And then when we arrived, it said 12 plants and 8 ounces. And so we started off the day telling people, look, vote to hold this and fix that, put that number back where we wanted it and so forth. And then at lunch, we met with the assembly member who produced the bill and said to him, look, we're telling people to hold off on and vote against this and to hold it until we can get those numbers back. And he says, well, if they do that, I'll pull the bill. He said, and I'm done, because he said, I've been, my whole career, I've been working on this, getting this thing in here. And this is like, the way it is that's going to the vote today. And so we're like, oh, well. And so then in the afternoon, we spent lobbying to pass it again. So yeah, if you can change within the course of a day, you might have to change what you're doing in terms of tactics.
You brought up, of course, Jack Herrera's all or nothing approach, which of course was, he was the early darling of many of us in the sense of going around motivating, really pushing the issues. And I think it was that his all or nothing that showed us there were other ways to find cracks in the wall of the system, right? Because many of us had done unsuccessful the initiatives, and his initiatives were tens of pages. And then you have 53 different counties in California. That becomes quite a wieldy discussion to carry around with people, needless to say, that, people just couldn't get past page 1. And it was the simplicity of, it's kind of that double-edged sword that was Prop 215, because its simplicity was a one-pager, and the confusion then was no longer there. And that once that crack in the ceiling happened, it shattered everything. And we saw also Dennis be elevated because of that, because he really got that national, international success that, of course, then spread throughout the world. So it's a fascinating time, and the people, and as you speak towards the egos, I have great respect for you, because you were one to deftly navigate those waters, because they were they could be very challenging to deal with, right? You stated earlier how Dennis is challenging, and Jack even, I think, was more challenging to deal with. But it was a factioning of, you had Dennis in Northern California and Jack in Southern California. And California was viewed as the mega place for cannabis. And to have these two titans of cannabis ego, how was it navigating those waters?
It was tricky, but Mickey made it a lot easier, because she brought some feminine energy into it, whereas it was kind of like if I dare say, a pissing contest where guys are like out there they want it to be the most, how many, we call it the cannabis Rex syndrome, that people consider themselves the king of cannabis in some. And often you use that expression describing themselves and things like that. And could you rephrase what exactly it is you wanted?
Just how was it navigating those waters? Because those were two very strong egos. With Jack had inspired you via the Emperor, and of course Dennis had his own intellect, as well as both were veterans. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, we both hold them in high regard. But you had to work closely with both of them to achieve. And that I've watched many an activist fall to the wayside, give up just in frustration in dealing with them. So there, I get that, your partner Mickey, she helped soften and bring in that feminine energy, but
But
you
thank you.
also intellectually navigated those waters to help work with Dennis on 215 and various, other ways. So you were really right there in the midst of it all, always kind of either inside or just on the outside of the perimeter.
And all over the country on other projects too at the same time. And basically, you have to put up with them being mad at you and for a long time, maybe even because like Dennis, he became the anti-legalization person in California. He was the main anti-legalizer on. He's like, oh well, medical is good enough, but it wasn't good enough. And the cops could always bust you and say it wasn't medical, no matter how medical it was. So, that whole notion became a problem. And where we really saw this, and it goes back to what I was saying to Nate about bringing in new blood, was Richard Lee in Amsterdam. Because what you're talking about, ATN, really came to its culmination in 2010 when he decided he was going to put legalization on the ballot in California. And he had the money to pay for a petition drive, and he asked other people to put in matching money if they could, but put in some money and have a say in how it would be written. Otherwise, he would just write what he thought it should be. And so that kind of led to people like Dennis then saying, no, we don't need anything. I'm against it because we don't need anything. And Jack saying, well, it's not everything, so therefore I have to be against it because it's not everything. And Normal and other groups saying, well, it's just the wrong year, and so nobody would put in any money. And Richard wound up having to finance the whole thing himself, and then was brutally attacked by people organized by Dennis Perone to harass the Proposition 19 campaign in Northern California and Southern California. And then Jack attacking us. The difference between Jack and Dennis, though, in this regard, was that with Jack, it's like he was against Prop 215. Then when he could get paid to get signatures for it, he became for it. And then when it got passed, he took credit for it. But he was against SB 420. But then once he saw the collectives, he liked the collectives, so he was for it. And against Steve Covey is the other way. So he's for these things now, but he was against. But now that he sees that what they're for, and then that's why they're thinking that they're the ones who came up with the ideas and so forth. And so when Richard Lee came in, he had his own vision. His vision was to bring Amsterdam to Oakland. The name Amsterdam came out. He and I put together a newspaper with Jaime called the Amsterdam News. We became the main source of news about cannabis, really, a free newspaper. We were around the state, but also around other parts of the country, too. This is where people were, again, pre-internet and so forth, or at least the internet was in its youth or infancy even, compared to what it is now. And so we were then, and in between those two things, of his forming Amsterdam and putting Prop 19 on the ballot, we had the Amsterdam University, which said, well, it was playing on the economics that I had originally projected, and why we got the Hemp Industries Association started in '94, and why Aaron Smith put together the National Cannabis Industries Association, because of the idea that we needed to have really or get the financial side of it straightened out in order to get the criminal gangs out of it. Now you got to remember, people have this like romantic idea about, oh, when it's illegal, what happened is we had these growers up in the hills and they were all courageous and they were selling it, and they were, rescuing sick and dying people. And yeah, there was some of that, but there was also Mexican gangs that were involved with, mass killings and so forth, getting marijuana around over the border and things like that. And the street gangs who were heavily involved with it and so forth. And people getting long-term prison sentences, and people getting killed or disappearing up in the mountains out making marijuana deals. And it's like, a lot of people, if you didn't personally get busted, you thought nobody got busted. But in the fact of the matter, I was working in the courts. I worked on more than about 3,000 cases by now. And most of those were, when marijuana was supposedly legal in some way or form, that these people were involved with it. And so, I think this is and the problem is that the media likes to glom onto this and say, oh, like there was a killing in Oakland, a cop trying to stop a robbery at a cannabis business. Is it more dangerous now than it used to be? It's like, what the heck kind of a stupid question is that? Cops get killed stopping robberies all over the place. You know what I mean? It's not unique. This is likely to happen at a restaurant as it is at a cannabis store. Statistically, more likely at a restaurant. And so, I can't really afford to fall into this romanticization of the outlaw period, even though, frankly, I have also a very romantic experience of it. Traveling around the world, smoking marijuana illegally, people getting trying to get me the best marijuana they can and things like that. And the outlaw culture that we had, the sense of camaraderie, a lot of the Grateful Dead scene, I think, kind of sprung out of that kind of a thing. 420 coming around as a spontaneous creation. So, there's always another group that's going to come in after us. And we've seen, I thought this was, my original idea was I had a 5-year plan that was going to trigger this legalization. And then all these other people would get involved, and I would not be particularly needed. If it took more than 5 years, I didn't necessarily need to do it. I was going to be in Europe living a European life. But what I've found instead is this is a multi-generational thing. And we're really fortunate that within our lifetime, we've seen as much change on this issue as we have. Historically, movements like ours don't succeed as well as we have. But it is a slow process. And the first thing that happened for me was I thought, well, I can go to Europe, and we had all these businesses starting. We had groups all over the country. We had the unified message. We had groups making tours. We had legislation. We got bills passed in New York and Colorado. We had, the whole medical marijuana thing getting out in the media with sympathy. I thought, well, I can go to Europe and disappear, and that'd be fine. Of course, as it worked out, when I came back to work on to get the book going, I found out there was so much fractionalization going on, and it was unbelievable. And so, in a sense, that was one of the things that I think that Mickey and I as a team were able to achieve. Is first off, we were a couple, so we could cover both of the sides of misogyny or whatever, but also we travel around the country. We did the speeches and the rallies, but we also did little meetings with small groups of people, talking to them about what it is that brought them into the movement and how they thought we needed to move forward and what they were willing to do to make that happen. And so, it wasn't reliant upon a few big personalities. They thought it was, but it wasn't. It was designed from the beginning to be spread around the whole country with hundreds or thousands of groups, locally organized on a local issue that's connected to 1 of 3 issues, so that we constantly build upon itself. And so I think that was really part of it, was that we didn't really as a movement, I think we were one of the first ones to bring women forward, the first political movements that wasn't a women's type of a movement, to really have women showing up. And I think that Mickey and I were able to actually help that happen. You had Debbie Goldsberry, and she was, for a long time, she didn't like to speak and so forth. And so she would be there doing the background work. But meanwhile, it would be Jack and Keith and on and on, name the names of all the guys, including Ed Rosenthal, who would be like, out there, like, arguing about all these different things. But it was the women who were manning the table, the women who were helping hand out the literature, the women who were organizing it and publicizing it and things like that. And so because Mickey was hanging back too, and I didn't want her to do that. So I would constantly bring her in. And when we were with groups of people that were trying to talk over her or other women, I always made a point of saying, well, wait a minute, I want to hear what she has to say. And giving women credit for what they were doing. And I mean, I'm not trying to say any of the things I said I did, I'm not trying to take whole credit for, obviously. A lot of people, it was like in the air. It was, the times were such that a lot of people, you just find people who the right person would suddenly show up at the right time and things like that. And so by always having new people coming in to balance out that old energy, I think that's the key to navigating. It's like make the waves so that there's eventually enough of a wave that it kind of made a flat surface.
And great respect to you, because yes, you have led by humble example. And I definitely would give you credit for definitely pushing against the toxic masculinity that had definitely existed for rampantly throughout the a lot of the movement. But great credit to Debbie and Mickey, because it took a lot of the women to work behind the scenes to make us be ready for whatever we had to speak on and touch. And that's what forced me into speaking, is because Debbie didn't like to speak. So she's like, you go speak.
But she still doesn't really speak that much. Yeah.
No. And that's,
but it's interesting to see her now doing the business side of it, considering that my concept of her has always been so grassroots.
correct. And that was a shift for myself to go from the grassroots to going, but mine came via hemp and ecolution, and then into the medical cannabis. So I was able to get a broad spectrum of understanding of the various intricacies of the levels of each, right? Because a memory for me is back in like 94 at the Mateel Center, and we were doing some event, and you were there, and we were talking, and some person came up and was like, oh kid, it'll never happen in your lifetime, give it up. And you piped up and said something like, no, it's quite possible, and you started talking, and it was like, and I always credit and remember that moment, because especially now in these moments when what they said never would happen in our lifetime now exists in 40 plus states and 24 legal states, and how many now countries, etc. It's times like those that warm my heart, because those are pivotal times when it was, as you stated, it's still one-on-one, it's still done person to person, it's still done human to human, and we've been able to get out there and have those connections. And mad respect for all of what you have been able to achieve, but also how you have built yourself on them, and continue to not only educate yourself, but you push that education out, which would of course affected us in various ways and levels, which helped us spread the word internationally. So the ripples that you have helped set in motion are why we are here today, and also why some of our younger members are learning and absorbing, and why we have these roundtable discussions, is because a lot of the history was not written, wasn't documented, because it wasn't history. There was no Wikipedia. And there was handfuls of us that are still around that actually were fortunate to live through these moments in time and to see the tectonic shifts. And there was no grand plan, which some people, I hear rumors of people talking like, you have no idea how we piecemeal this shit together, but we did. And that's because of determined leaders and educators like yourself that never rested on your laurels. You never felt comfortable about it. You still don't. You're still educating and finding your own level, if it's now in spirituality and various other avenues. As you have become enlightened, you constantly turn it over into enlightening others, and that's a special gift that not many people have, and that's a credit to your good communication and great communication skills. So
can I just toss in another quick thing, though?
Yeah.
Is that first off, for me, there definitely was a grand plan. I wrote down in 1988, Business Lines for Commerce, and have 3 issues, and here's how we're doing it. In fact, I had a map of the country and a list of different demographic groups that we had to convince to do it, and invitations for people to do it. And if I sent them how to organize a meeting, I sent them a sign that they could just fill in the details, to make it all so unified in terms of the vision. So I understand what you're saying. Actually, is that we were bouncing off the walls to try to get the ball down to the hoop or whatever, but it was a combination of that. What I really wanted to get to, though, is that somebody else who I think really deserves a lot of credit is Don Duncan. In terms of counterbalancing some of the other energy that was out there in our area, and the work with the BPG did and so forth is just like, that whole cluster of people out here, that to be in an area like that where there's so much support, it's hard to let other people's bad attitudes get you down when you've got so many great people that you like to work with, and I'm including a lot of people on this program.
It's been an honor to witness it. As I said, I kind of always feel like the Forrest Gump in the cannabis movement. I'm kind of in the right place at the right time with the right people, and it's been a joy, needless to say. So
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Well, let's carry on with our discussion. Peggy Jones, our next council member, has our next question.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. My question is, what industries do you see that could benefit greatly from hemp that still need to be utilized?
Well, most of the basic fiber crops really needs to be utilized. That's been my greatest disappointment, frankly. We started. We under our campaign, we got legislation in Canada. Not that, again, I'm not taking credit for all this, that we're like working with groups and doing all these things, of course. But by '94, we already had a bill passed in Canada and one in Colorado, allowing for research into hemp. And I always felt like I have so much confidence in hemp. Once you get the door open, it's going to go all the way and so forth. But we knew right from that, even before that what we need to do is get the infrastructure in place for the textiles and fibers and fabrication. I think fabrication is probably a better word, because you can include hempcrete into that, which doesn't require nearly as much infrastructure. But unfortunately, what we saw happen was that the cannabinoids market, starting with the CBD market, became so much more profitable than fiber hemp that it kind of choked off the development of the infrastructure, because people had an easy way to make money, which is CBD, or they could put in the hard work and for a long-term fabrication industry that would be beneficial to all society, from the farmer to the manufacturer, to the transportation, to the consumer, to the investor, to the retailer, to the employees throughout this whole thing. Having that kind of a thing, it takes a lot of work. You got to give credit to somebody like Larry from you guys know what I'm talking about. Somebody want to throw in there. I'm embarrassed. But anyway, so Larry Serban, there we go. That he's actually like getting farmers to grow hemp and looking for domestic sourcing and so forth through the fiber. The seeds came along and they were they have a big market that can continue to expand. But it's the fiber market that's going to make a big difference in terms of improving the environment. And that's really what we need to get going the most, I think, if you have to single out one area. And like hempcrete being an important one. And it just drives me crazy that here we are in California. We've had droughts, we've had floods, we have extreme temperatures and so forth. And hempcrete is like a solution to so much of that stuff. It's fireproof. It's lightweight, relatively earthquake proof, insulative, all these different things. And, we have this big homeless crisis and so forth. And yet we haven't managed to put those things together in a way that it's almost like what we need as a country or in different states is like somebody who's like a oversight to guide the development of hemp, because the way it's going now, people pursuing what's the fastest way to make money is not the way we're going to build this kind of sustainability that we need. And so, yeah, that's unfortunately that's where I see the most need.
And I completely agree with you. As an old hempie myself, and seeing how the commercialization and the commodification of these hemp extracts has been a waste of time and energy that we didn't and we cannot afford, needless to say. Next question will be from Council Member Al Byrne. Council Member.
Chris, nice to see you again. Nice to talk. Before we go any further, please remember me fondly to Mickey.
Oh, thank you. I'll make sure I do that.
Yeah, no, she's a wonderful woman. Look, I'm gonna because I'm as old as you are, maybe older. I'm gonna take the time to just make a few comments, if I may, about your testimony here tonight. First off, you started saying not everybody gets high the first time they use cannabis. Thank you. I put that in my book because I think that's something people don't realize. A lot of people that don't understand the issue just think, oh boy, you take a hit of this stuff and you're in another planet. Not the case. So thank you for bringing that up. Well, veterans, Jack Herr was an Army vet, and Dennis was Air Force. And Dennis was a particular cohort of mine because we both served in Vietnam. He was there a little before me, but nevertheless, we were there together in our own sense of the word. And I found them, I worked with both of them for years. And I found them easy to get along with. Both of them, me, and I think the connection might have been the veteran connection. We do have veterans that are listening to this program understand we have our own sense of connection. And once we make it, the trust level is pretty friggin' high. And both of these guys, at the time, I was also working as a counselor for the Agent Orange program. And these guys gave me some rather personal, stories that was for me to die with, and I will. But I don't want the audience to think these guys were irascible men and hard to get along with. Anything but. They were personable, loving guys, and both of them only wanted the best for everybody. I mean, that was their thing. But let me stay on the vet thing. You brought it up. Thank you. And thank you for not harassing our vets. But again, I worked for the Agent Orange Commission for 5 years as a counselor, and our focus was entirely in Vietnam veterans. The guys I worked with were all either in North Carolina, Virginia, a little bit of West Virginia. And they were all harassed, including myself, in some fashion or other, whether it was in an airport or passing through on a bus somewhere, or when you got home, you couldn't have a job, or people in your town started calling you names behind your back. It was a vicious, horrible time for veterans in the United States of this country. And as I understand it, 85 and 90% of you living here in this country right now have no recollection of what I'm talking about at all. That's why I want, if somebody's listening, to recall it. It was a terrible time. And I want to pat the back on the bomb vets. They took it, just like they took now. Most of us didn't want to go there. Wasn't our fucking idea. We're just soldiers. And we do what we told the best way we could do it. Same like everybody on this show that's a vet. Just do what you do. And so we did what we did, but when we came back and weren't rewarded, probably the first soldiers that ever came home since the time of Julius Caesar, we said something. We said, never again. I don't want to carry this out too long. But the reason that veterans are welcomed home now, and they should be, is because Vietnam says never again. You're never going to treat a warrior of this country like that again. And this country listened this time. So I thank the country and I thank the vets that stood up. That's enough of that. Women.
Well, one thing though, I want to thank you for bringing that up, because these guys, they were great guys. I mean, we had fantastic times. I have a million wonderful stories about working with them. The tactical thing is where we were rubbing against each other over tactics. And that's
and we've talked about this on the show. I mean, these guys were all talking about that. A lot of the leaders of this whole cannabis issue were all veterans. ETN, Mike, me, Jack, I mean, go on and on and on. So the veteran community and the cannabis legalization, hemp and medical, is enormous. It is really has been the overall leadership. And women, you brought up women, good point. They've always been a weak point in our overall issue to get women involved in the health benefits of cannabis, especially. And I would add, Chris, to your list of hemp, the nutritional value of the hemp seed and how much that nutritional value can help women, men, everybody else. But again, I want to call out a few women. We've already talked about Elvie Masika. I mean, my word, Corinne Millette, a woman nobody remembers, but she was one of the first federal patients that spoke out, lost part of her eyesight. The government withdrew cannabis from her. She lost part of her eyesight for speaking out. The hero. Of course, my ex-wife, Mary Lynn. We have doctors like Melanie Dreyer, PhD, risking her career, her reputation, which did not fail at all. But these were women that really stood out. So I just want to say, women have been there. Dosage. Yeah, you were pretty much right on, Chris, in looking at those high dosage. I think you're absolutely right. Again, we mentioned Irv, the last remaining federal patient that gets his cannabis from the federal government. Irv's dose, folks, pay attention, from the federal government is 11 cured ounces every 3 weeks. Add that up. So when these lawyers in Kansas or Louisiana or Oregon are trying to decide what the dose is for a patient, I would recommend the minimum would be whatever the federal patients have gotten. And even the women, like I mentioned, like Corinne, Elvie, they were up at 8, 9 ounces a month. But Irv's 11 ounces every 3 weeks. So the dose thing is to be considered. And I just want to tell you, Chris, if you two things, that our dads were both vets. They both died of cancer. My father had the opportunity to try cannabis before he died, and it helped him. It was a short-term thing, but it did. And I'm sorry your father didn't have the opportunity or didn't take the chance that my father did, but it helped him. And I also want you to know, and the folks here listening, that you're in my book. You're mentioned very favorably a couple of different times. So if you really want some insight on Chris Conrad, you got to read For Country and Cannabis. I have a question, and here it is. You know it, and I don't understand the question. I didn't write it. I drew it. What makes cannabis legally considered medical? I got to go back to your friend and mine, Dennis Perron. Dennis just said right out, every use of cannabis is medical. And I'll ask you your opinion. What do you think, dude?
I think it's a nice catchphrase, but I don't agree with it. And it always seemed weird to me that Dennis Perron, who's credited as the author of Prop 215, which defines medical marijuana as marijuana used with the doctor's recommendation or approval, would then say that all use is medical, because he actually wrote the law that said you have to follow it's a legal issue of what is medical and what is not. And so that led to the Conant decision and all these different major steps forward from there. But I mean, to me, I think that's an oversimplification, because a lot of it is medical, especially heavy use is oftentimes medical. But for me, I use it for fun, and I use it for spiritual reasons, and I use it because I feel like it enhances my abilities and and in terms of assessing things. Like anything I write, I like to look at straight and also look at it when I'm high, because both of those gives me a perspective on how the message is being shaped and so forth. And and to that point, I would like to get back to the Alliance for Cannabis Therapeutics and the work that was done with Patients Out of Time, because the reframing, I shouldn't say that, the using the medical community to define cannabis instead of letting law enforcement define it, your organization and those conferences was instrumental in that, in expanding it. And the problem with the way that it's set up now is oftentimes a matter of semantics. Like the DEA say that, it's always a mistake to have police in charge of medicine. I think it should be doctors in charge of medicine and not police, or at least something vaguely related to health. You might say doctors you have their issues too, but nonetheless, not the same as law enforcement has. And so the way the federal and the state laws have set it up, it becomes a law enforcement issue because of the drug schedules. And cannabis is, even in all the states with medical marijuana, none of them has taken marijuana out of the controlled substances list. And it's a very simple thing to do. You say, change line, whatever it is in California, it's line 13 of the code, from saying marijuana to saying this space deliberately left blank. And that's all you have to do to get it out of there. You don't have to renumber everything and go through. You just kind of the space holder in that place and get rid of it. And yet, for some reason, no state legislatures have done that. We considered doing it with the part of the ballot initiative on Prop 64. But what we ran into was that it was going to add something like 10 more pages to the initiative, and that people were already, like, it was only 60 pages. So another 10 pages would be a lot there. So what we were really afraid, though, is the voters approved. In order to put it on the ballot, we have to include the entire list of controlled substances, and again, with the word marijuana crossed out, and then renumbering of all these other things. So it's the way that they've said they had to do it, although I disagreed. So just to leave the space blank. If the voters passed it and they adopted everything except for marijuana, then it would be much harder to get the other substances out of the Controlled Substances Act. And so we would be inadvertently locking in all these other substances by the will of the voters. And we didn't really want to take a chance on that either. Al?
You got a follow up?
Yeah, Chris. Are you being too complicated? The state of Massachusetts, let me just background, folks. In the United States of America, there are approximately, give or take a few thousand, 550,000 drugs available to you and everybody on this show. 550,000 of them. That's a lot of friggin' drugs. And then, you know what? There's cannabis. Excuse me? Cannabis is here and everything else is there. This has always astounded me. So the state of Massachusetts a few years back legalized medical cannabis, and I'm going to paraphrase their law, Chris, but this is what they wrote. They said, if the patient and the primary caregiver decide that cannabis should be used as a medicine, that decision shall be theirs and based on the education, the experience, and the judgment of the physician. Jesus. Wow. Woo. They put cannabis in the same situation as the other 550,000 elements. So my question is, Chris, maybe you're being too complicated?
Well, I think that cannabis has gotten so complicated at this point, between the extracts and the different ingestion methods, the different edibles, the way that different cannabinoids are mixed up, phytocannabinoids are mixed into different products and so forth. You're probably right, but at the same time, I just think that the life has a tendency to get more complicated as you go along. Believe me, when we were first talking about legalizing cannabis, and you see what we had with the Jack Herer initiative, was actually, from my point of view, designed to train petitioners and educate the public about cannabis, more so than to get on the ballot. We were just preparing a grassroots network to pass some initiative, and then when Prop 215 came along, that network coalesced around that with the veterans and patients and other groups, and made it happen. So yeah, I probably am.
Thank you for that and your honesty in that. Next up will be Councilmember Mike Davis. Councilmember Davis.
Hey man, thanks for being here with us. This is awesome. So you've been an expert witness in the courts for decades. So what kind of progress have you seen over the years, if any, inside of the system?
Well, boy, that when I first was involved with this, actually, let me say federally, very little, except that President Biden has been giving blanket pardons and so forth is the main thing, and then the Health and Human Services doing what they did, and what the but in terms of on the state level, I can give you just my direct observations, which was primarily here in California. Although I testified in like 11 states and a dozen federal districts and 35 counties in California and 58 different courthouses. I mean, it's like I've got I'm not just limited to California. But what we saw in California, for example, is that when we passed Proposition 215, it's very restrictive. It said a patient and a caregiver were entitled to have some amount, undescribed, of marijuana for medical purposes if they had a doctor's note. We were able to take that and the federal dosages and the federal the DEA cultivation and yields report that they did there. And as I said, a lot of people may be caught with 6 pounds of marijuana. I think there's a pretty good chance that they were sharing it with other patients, and maybe they were making a little money on the side. I don't know. It wasn't my job to do that. My job was to explain that 6 pounds is a reasonable amount, and this guy had 5. Or something along that lines, you know what I mean? And so we were able to, everybody who had more than an ounce or so of cannabis, they would just charge them with sales because Prop 215 only covered cultivation and possession. But anything else that you did was not covered, and there was very nebulous as to what it meant. And the prosecutors thought it meant don't allow it and bust everybody and let the court sort it out. And so this is where, relative to what we were talking about with Al, because of the way that the legal definition put forth by Prop 215 gave us this paradigm that we're then able to leverage this to where people who were providing for other patients could argue that the amount was reasonable for them to have. Not necessarily without being able to prove completely whether or not they were doing something unlawful. The burden of proof of that was for the prosecution. And in general, they failed miserably because they just made presumptions. As soon as they saw a certain amount of marijuana, they say, okay, well, this is for sales. And then, so we were winning case after case on that. But we didn't have a law saying sales. And so that was how we were able to pressure the legislature to come up with SB 420, which is Vasconcelos's bill. In 2003, it was passed. 2004, it went into effect. And then once that was there, then it allowed patients to sell marijuana to other patients, or it didn't really allow, it gave them a legal offense. And so instead of exactly saying things were legal, it put everything into the courts. And so then we would come in and we would use that same thing. But at that point, you could have it for more than one person. So if you had 5 people that you were providing to, and each of them was reasonable to have 6 pounds for each of them, that justifies you having 30 pounds. And so the state didn't like that formula. And so they came up with the the SB 420 formula, which was 8 ounces per patient. And so under that, if you had 20 patients, that would protect 10 pounds. But nonetheless, we had created a way of analyzing yields, product, and then compounding that. If a patient would say that they had been eating it or something, then it make those things compound from there, because the state law allowed for a reasonable amount. And so ultimately, that's what pushed the state legislature to start coming up with licensed medical marijuana stores, is because the law, we were as we were getting interpreted in by the courts, particularly by juries, we were winning a lot at the jury, but we were also doing pretty good at the appeals court. And so that got the state to kind of want to get out in front of it, which is how we ended up with what really became the big problem of California was MRSA. When 2015, when the legislature came up with the medical rules, because they decided they had law enforcement help them write it and weren't too concerned about what the people who were actually in the thing were doing. The idea was to give the police a clear line where they could be busting people and the people who no longer have a defense. And it took a certain amount of time for it to come into effect, which ended up happening in 2019 when SB 420 went away. And a lot of people blame that. They said, well, Prop 64 got rid of SB 420. That is not correct at all. It was MRSA was in the bill that they passed that said that we were going to lose the collectives. And it was really very unfortunate that the patients, I shouldn't say the patients, a lot of patients like supported, these changes along the way. But it's like that when the Senate bill, Proposition 64 was being written, the authors invited input from the activist community. And so, we didn't get a lot of things we wanted, but at least there were about 8 or so that different people, Dale Garinger and so forth, Mickey and I and other people who put in Drug Policy Alliance and so forth. They got the protection of parental rights for marijuana patients, which had been under attack here in California. They added it to the law and so forth. We got a bunch of different little amendments put in that were pretty good. But what the patient community as a single voice kind of said, do not change Prop 215. Don't change the medical marijuana laws. And so the authors of the bill presumed that meant they did not want to touch SB. In fact, they would always say, don't do anything about SB 420. Well, we needed them to authorize and extend SB 420. That's what we needed. But people would say, oh, there's a billionaire behind it. And, it's not what we want. And, oh, I've got this other initiative I like more, for valid reasons, even perhaps, when they could have had more of an impact on getting changes made into the initiative. I think it was a serious strategic mistake. And so, to the extent that a lot of people, but the next thing that happened, of course, was after we got Prop 64 passed, then Governor Brown immediately had put together a package that became collectively known as Senate Bill 94. And that basically eviscerated the protections of the collectives and the California heritage industry. And that's the key to the whole collapse of what we've seen out here in California since then, because the initiative was written so that there'd be this 5-year window to not exactly grandfather in, but to keep out big out-of-state interests out of the cannabis industry in California for the first 5 years. By limiting the size of the businesses and things like that, by giving special protections to California groups that were already in existence. What happened, though, was that there was some question about whether or not there was a way to get around it in the initiative. And so when they put together SB 94, they went with the idea, well, bigger is better. The fewer the companies there are, the easier it is for us to regulate it. So therefore, one of the things that it did, it was eviscerated the protection that was envisioned. And then, of course, then people come back to us and they say, well, you guys promised it was going to be different, or Gavin Newsom promised it was going to be different. It's like, it wasn't supposed to be the way it turned out. That was a deliberate thing done by then Governor Brown, by closing off, by allowing the consolidation of large businesses to come in. And that's, the source of the problem. Also, there's a clause in there that was supposed to require local municipalities to show that they were reducing the amount of illegal marijuana activity in their communities through their policy. And of course, we all know this, there's no legal way to buy marijuana. People are going to buy it illegally. And so therefore, the idea was it would force these communities to, to legalize sales and regulate sales. But instead, they just opted out around the state, about 75% of them. And so you have the combination of this consolidation and the blocking out of the businesses that happened at the same time. And that was really, it set us back a bit. And then that's how we end up where we are now, I think.
That's a succinct history there. A lot of people are not aware of. Mike, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, it's a pretty important topic actually, and that's something that is kind of annoying. Is with the farmers that these are discussions that we have sometimes, and what do you think it would take to? Do you think it's lobbying and contacting legislatures to kind of maybe get these farmers to farm? Is it like the system that's broken? I mean, what do you think that could be done to have the farmers, be legal and sell to dispensaries? Because I know that the paperwork process is so stringent and there's all these rules, and a lot of them, I mean, do you think that there's something that could be done, or is it, I guess that's kind of my question.
It's pretty tricky because if like you look at the situation up in Oregon where they basically made it really easy for people to get licenses, businesses, you've got the farmers starving because they're selling it for $25 an ounce from some of the stores, and then you've got somewhere like California where it's so complicated and expensive to get anything going that you need to have deep pockets even to be in the game. And obviously what we need to do is find some sweet spot in between those two. And I'm not exactly sure how we're going to settle on it, because until we have interstate commerce, we're not going to be able to let the market settle out like the markets normally do. And I'm afraid that means that what we're going to see is there will be some big national companies. But I think that when you have some big national companies, that you have room for local businesses to carve out their own niche. When you've got big companies dominating the local market, it's harder for the heritage markets to continue to produce the kind of quality and personally connected cannabis, that was so important to us that we were fighting for all these years, and replacing it with something more commercially produced in most cases. But the thing is that cannabis being a plant, we have so much that we can learn from it. It comes back year after year, and even when the situations are harsh, some of them survive, and oftentimes, when you read the histories of hemp, how it was used in some cases, because when there was a drought, it was a plant that could still reliably give them fiber, and in floods, because it was a plant that would drink up a lot of water out of the soil and help bring the water content down. And and the way that it's like every aspect of the plant is so giving. It's like the bark is good for giving us this fiber that is the longest, softest natural fiber. You got the seed, the flower, every part of it, even the roots, giving us all benefits and so forth. And so I'm convinced that it's just a longer process than we thought it was going to be, when we look at alcohol prohibition, that was like, almost 90 years ago or whatever now that was all going on. And we're not even completely done with legalization here, especially when you see things like what Cory Booker did, which I think was a huge mistake of blocking the banking bill because he felt it didn't, he needed it to be part of the bigger package and so forth. That was kind of like, as I said, I believe in incremental change, and I think that the more that you make it easier for people to use their human rights to use cannabis, because I think it's a fundamental human right to use this plant for all the different things that people want to use it for. And so, like I say, it's such a surviving plant that I think it's humanity is once again at some point going to realize how important it is, and there's no greater way to build wealth than to grow it from the soil and to use the labor of the people to turn that into essentially the gold of what the modern economy is, the products and the commerce. And so, and to take care of the basic fundamental needs of the people in ways that it stimulates them to make money and to spend money. And I think that's where the hemp and agriculture economy is really going to show its value at some point soon, is when people realize that, we can't keep spending our money on bringing oil from all around the world and paying whatever price they decide to charge us at the pump this week. And I think that's the way that we're going to have steady growth and to take care of our needs. And I believe that, maybe it's going to be after more at the last minute, you might say, of human endurance for some things that are going on. But I believe that that's going to happen.
Actually, I have good news for you, Chris, because the U.S. Government is going around and telling farmers that they're going to have to produce everything back again. And it's going to be in 60-mile taxation ratios, that anything that's not produced within the 60 miles, outside that 60 miles, is going to be taxed. And it's going all the way to China. And so it's going to see a very soon future proliferation, because I know people right now who are working on diverse, water resistant hemp right now in North Carolina. So there are some, to do with the challenges of the salinization of the East Coast as the waters come inward. So they're working on that type of reality. So there are now incentives and incentive for farmers, and now there's actual incentive for manufacturing. Now we just have to get them out of this cottonization discussion and into using the long fiber like what I'm wearing here, so that we can actually have that infrastructure. So it would also drive farmers to actually produce and visualize what we saw with our hemp jeans shirts and the Adidas hemp sneakers, and to see it, proliferate across our entire clothing options, because it's sadly lacking. And thank you for your education on that, because it was very helpful for me. And your book was one that we also promoted greatly, because it gave everybody an understanding of the entire picture and possibilities of hemp. So again, another nod to you. And we'll go to our final question to our good friend, Michael Krawitz. Councilmember Krawitz.
Thank you, Etienne. So this question, I guess it might seem sort of academic. It might seem sort of a vision question, but for us, it's actually a little bit more practical. Back in 1998, when I went to the UN, I was bringing the voice of the cannabis movement, which was fairly consolidated. If you think about it, we had a very, sort of well-connected, extended movement. And at this point, when we go to the United Nations, it's hard to put a finger on exactly where our movement's at. It's become very, very diversified, both in its scope, but also, with the emergence of cannabis industry that is, more financial driven than human rights driven, etc. So anyway, the question becomes, our cannabis movement is again at a crossroads with the emergence of new cannabis industry, coinciding with an existential moment of both mainstream media and charitable grass tops reform organizations. Unfortunately, the industry's lobbyists have not completely replaced the grassroots / grass tops team of days gone by. How would you see our movement moving forward?
The first off, I do agree with the premise that the cannabis movement, as we have known it for so many years, was this whole camaraderie and seeing each other at events, and a lot of it sponsored by just a few groups. Like Normal had its events, and DPA, or variations of the Derek Poli Foundation, up through Linda's the PA Today, having their events, and then the Patients Out of Time and so forth. And so it seemed like for the longest time, it was just like the core, the same people that we knew. We saw it at Hemp Fest, we see each other at Harvest Fest, we see each other in the Midwest, all these different places. And so initially, when we started seeing the business interest coming into it, I thought of that as being a pretty positive thing. Because again, it was just extending another group of interest into it. But the problem really came in, as you said, is that businesses don't really support social justice movements, and the people who are able to support it have two things. First, they have limits on how much they can put in, and the second thing they have is that how important you are as an issue to them when they think you've already won. And I really think that what we need to do is to start developing more like, and I'm not sure if this is something that can spawn at some point, but like the Cannabis Consumers Union sort of thing, of really getting the interest of the people who use it. Because right now we're being overwhelmed by the voices of the people who want to regulate it. And oftentimes, as you said, having a lobbyist that's trying to support the business side of it, I think that in the long term, that's going to make a big difference, because business interests are oftentimes they want to expand, so therefore that means we're going to see expansion. But on the other hand, oftentimes they like to interfere with other people, other businesses, and slow things down. So we've certainly seen that throughout history. But as far as whether it's veterans who are using it because of common problems such as PTSD, or whether it's people who are using it for spiritual use, or whether it's people who are going to the dispensaries and buying it and would like to see the whole thing simplified at some point, and more consumption areas and so forth. I think that's still like one of the biggest hangups we have here. In addition to the infrastructure for hemp, is that there's not places for people to hang out. Cannabis was like really the reason our movement, I think, was so successful was because the cannabis has this inherent way of bringing people together to smoke a joint and talking while they're smoking a joint. And so, I think that when we don't have that opportunity anymore, when everyone buys it and goes home and smokes in front of the TV while they're streaming something, it doesn't build the kind of community that needs to be represented in terms of our interests. And another thing is that we need to somehow see where all of these interests come together, because with people using different things how they like to use it, I don't want to see us limiting our options too much, and say specifically that, there's a lot of edibles, so that I don't like to see the pressure to try to keep people from vaping or smoking, or even if that's pressure against smoking, I like to see that go against people who are vaping and so forth. And so we do have these common interests of things that we would like to see. And that's something that I think should be a rallying point. It should be able to build a community. The problem, as my ability to do anything about it, though, is that I don't understand the digital culture experience of social media and how that works, the point of being able to express it out there. You know, it's like when it was faxes, when it was just basic websites, when it was videos, was all these different things up to a certain point. You know, we had ways of getting together. We had Hempfest, we had, you know, film showings, we had educational events, we had rallies, we had all these things where we get together to do things. But it seems like somehow having that happen on a social media platform, I really give you guys credit for pursuing that direction, you know, because even if people don't, you know, go into it as much depth as they might otherwise initially, just by virtue of the permanence of the internet, you're creating a story.
Uh-oh, we had a freeze. We had an unfortunate freeze. Let's see if Chris will come back here.
Zoom had too much ice cream.
Right? You eat it too much, you're gonna freeze. All right. Well, with the little lull here, we will hope Chris will pop back. He is answering the final question. It seems we lost him. Let's see if he will pop back in. Unfortunately, we deal with the realities of the interwebs, and I also live in Cocoa County, and it can be iffy depending on where you are and what you're dealing with. So we'll give it here a minute.
That's too bad too. He was the second sexiest guy on the screen, and we lost him.
Right, and we lost you. I guess you're the sexiest guy on the screen, you know. So,
oh,
you know.
hey,
there he is. There he is. Okay. He's got the well-trimmed mustache, the whole 9 yards. Yeah. Our poster child, Al Byrne.
Gotta have a mustache to be cool.
No,
I don't have a tattoo though. I am clear-skinned Irish boy. We don't do tattoos. You want to make something of it? Come on over.
You're some of the few Navy folk that I know that do not have tattoos.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, that was when I got on my first ship as a midshipman. I was asked after I was on board by 3 or 4 weeks by a couple of the crew members, just, you know, shooting the shit. How come you haven't had a tattoo yet, sir? I'm a chicken shit little bastard. You know, that's why. Leave me alone. No, it's actually for an officer to get a tattoo. I think it was true for enlisted men in those years. It was in Article 15. I mean, you're up before the captain. They're gonna do something to you. It's the same thing if you got a sunburn in the Navy. I think it was the same way in the Army. They get you up in front of and they say you took a U.S. soldier out of commission or something, and they'd fuck with you somehow. You know, it's crazy shit. But anyway, I know. You're tattooed. You got tattoos. You got them on places we don't want to know about. I know.
No. This particular one I did get while I was in the military, and they did threaten me with destruction of government property.
There you go.
Fortunately, I did it the day before I left for combat, so you know they couldn't necessarily gig me too hard, but you know it was definitely a sting to say the least. But I kept it healthy, and it survived, and it survived with me. So.
Well, look at what you set the pace, though, Etienne, because now enlisted women, officers, can wear earrings, huh? And they can have little ones, but they can have their little diamonds and shit, and then they can have hair down to their friggin' ass as long as they tie it up in a ball. Well, if you're a male, try and have hair longer than about a quarter of a friggin' inch, you know. So this inequality is, I couldn't stand for it. I'd be I'd looking like this. I'd be on active duty. I'd be doing this shit.
Well, some of our guys who were on active duty and got to actually grow their beards and hair out. I know when my cousin was a SEAL, he had a big fluffy one and lots of long hair.
Well, that's wisdom.
Yes.
Right? No, I mean, over there, they consider that's maturity. It's wisdom if you have a beard.
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
That's why they were encouraged. Right. Yeah, that's for sure. Well, it looks like, unfortunately, Chris Conrad has fallen off and has not been able to get back up. But that was our last question. So I want to thank Chris Conrad for joining us this evening. It was an honor. And of course, we definitely got some conversation out of him. We were not lacking in discussion or questions or quality. So thank you all for joining us tonight. I'd like to thank Michael Crowitz, Peggy Jones, Wade Lefter, Al Byrne, Nate Landau, Mike Davis. Myself, I'm Etienne Fontan, and of course, our guest was the venerable Chris Conrad. So thank you very much, everybody, for joining us for BAC Roundtable number 67. Chris Conrad. We'll see you in a couple weeks. Thank you, everybody.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Pace Radio Network, created by patients, for patients, and for those who need to know.
do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network. Here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's April the 22nd, 2024, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live from the Legacy420.com news desk at paceradio.net. Cindy's off today. She's still out west. She's in British Columbia, but she'll be back next week. She's getting back, I believe, in a couple of days. She'll be home, and she'll be rip-roaring to go to get the news out next Monday for sure, and I look forward to hearing about her trip as well. Well, other than that, I'm just going to get right on to the news. Got things to do today, just like everybody else. And we're going to get started here with a story from StratCan, where the headline says, Manitoba NDP could lift homegrown ban. Welcome to the real world, Manitoba. Let's hope you get to grow some cannabis instead of being not allowed to grow it. Story starts off with the Manitoba government is expected to table legislation as early as the week of April the 22nd, so that's this week, that could lift the province's ban on residents growing cannabis at home. That's right, people. People in Manitoba cannot grow cannabis like most of us here in the country can. The province has originally banned growing cannabis at home back in 2018, while Canada's federal regulations allow people to grow up to 4 plants per household. Courts in Canada have upheld the right of provinces to limit to 0 the number of plants someone grows at home, which works as an effective ban on the activity. The ban does not include those who are authorized to grow cannabis for medical purposes, so patients have been able to grow their cannabis during all of this. Now, Bill 34, the Liquor Gaming and Cannabis Control Amendment Act, has been expected to be tabled in the House for the last several weeks, but it was delayed due to the release of the provincial budget and other priorities. Rumors have swirled for weeks that the legislation would include language lifting the home grow ban, and City News Manitoba first broke the embargo on this detail on April the 19th. The contents of Bill 34 are still not known. The Manitoba NDP, by the leader and now Premier Rob Canoe, formed a majority government in an election back on October in 2023, defeated the progressive conservative government that had been in power since 2016. Then Premier Brian Palliser said at that time that banning home cultivation of cannabis would protect children and undermine the illicit market. Quebec and Manitoba were the only 2 provinces challenged the federal authority, banning home growing entirely, as did the territory of Nunavut. While Quebec's rules implement fines for those found growing cannabis, Manitoba ban creates criminal penalties and a $2,500 fine for growing non-medical cannabis in a residence. Now, here we are in Canada where you're legally allowed to grow cannabis, but yet for growing, 4 plants that everybody else can grow, in Manitoba, you're still getting jail time, criminal penalties. Quebec's ban on growing cannabis at home was challenged in the courts, making its way to the Supreme Court, which upheld the province's right to do so. Now, in 2023, a Manitoba court also ruled that the province's ban on growing cannabis at home could stay in place after facing a similar challenge. The organization that challenged the law recently filed another appeal in March of this year. That group, Toba Grown, has noted that the Manitoba NDP
including Wab Canoe, had expressed support for lifting the ban previous to forming government, a commitment the group's leader, Jesse Lavoie, has been pressuring the party to uphold. He said earlier this year that since the NDP was elected in October 2023, we have consistently communicated that our preference would be to see the law changed by the government and not the courts. So there you go. Good to see you in Manitoba. And of course, as always, I get started into a show and the dog wants out. I'll just keep going as long as I can here and see what transpires. Maybe I'll get to the break. So our next story of the day. This one comes to us from the Green Market Report. Headline says, "Could marijuana help Biden keep the White House? Blumauer thinks so." Story says the retiring congressman said he was still going to push Democratic candidates to get federal reform accomplished this year. In an exit interview of sorts, longtime Oregon Congressman and cannabis champion Earl Blumauer strongly implied that the Biden re-election campaign were smart. It would wrap both arms around the marijuana legalization ballot measured in Florida. Blumauer, who founded the Congressional Cannabis Caucus in 2017, has reliably been a cannabis reform champion in Washington, D.C., announced last year that he wouldn't be seeking re-election this coming November, but he told reporters on Friday that he's still going to push Democratic candidates and the party at large to get federal reform accomplished this year, including the proposed rescheduling of cannabis to Schedule 3. I'd rather just see it removed completely out of the CSA. That includes, he said, urging any and all who will listen that marijuana legalization is a winning political issue. He says, if I were Joe Biden trying to get right with young voters, particularly with young voters of color, and to atone for being on the wrong side of the failed war on drugs, this is the issue to champion. In almost every state where cannabis legalization has been on the ballot, it passes overwhelmingly, often outperforming the same politicians who were reluctant to embrace it, Blumauer said at the outset of his prepared remarks. Goes on to say that there is no longer any risk for anyone embracing full cannabis legalization. To the contrary, Joe Biden himself owes his 2020 victory in Arizona to young voters who turned out en masse for a ballot measure to legal cannabis, where it passed 60 to 40. That resulted in a 30,000 vote margin of victory for Biden in Arizona, according to Blumauer. The reason that the Democrats control the Senate can be attributed to the U.S. To John Fetterman's, who's from Pennsylvania, a longtime advocacy for legalization. There's no doubt in my mind that that was the source of the very narrow margin that resulted in him being elected to the Senate and making Chuck Schumer the majority leader. Blumauer went even further and said he believes that the elections of Senators John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock in Georgia, which gave Democrats a slim majority in the U.S. Senate, was due to the fact that neither candidate scorned cannabis. Blumauer finished off saying, I will use every opportunity to make the point that cannabis can help Democrats win in 2024. What Blumauer didn't mention is Florida, which will consider a question of adult use in cannabis on November's ballot. Reading between the lines, however, it wouldn't be much of a stretch to suggest that Biden can wrap up the presidential race if he and other Democrats decide to champion the recreational cannabis legalization ballot measure in the Sunshine State for several reasons. First, it's low-hanging fruit, politically speaking. The ballot measure already has plenty of high-profile Republican opposition, including the governor, Ron DeSantis, and some political analysis are suggesting the measure will defeat Democrats. Secondly, Florida is one of the key prototypical swing states, a bellwether that has turned plenty of presidential elections on its own. Florida went for Trump in 2020 and 2026 after being with the Democrat Barack Obama carried the state 2012 and 2008. If, as Blumauer suggested, cannabis was the push
Biden needed in Arizona 4 years ago. It could play a similar role in Florida. Third, there's basically no risk, politically speaking, for Biden or the Democrats in general to stake out a position in favor of the ballot initiative, even for wider cannabis reform. Doing so could also help Democrats in other states, such as Virginia, where Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin, who's up for re-election, he just vetoed a bill to authorize recreational cannabis sales. And it could have down-ballot ripple effects playing a role in the Senate and the House races. Blumauer says that we've had Republican pollsters join Democratic pollsters, giving briefings to congressional members and their staff about how there's no problem embracing legal cannabis. On the contrary, failure to do that makes their candidacies less active. All of which adds up to a similar political lesson. Blumauer replied, if Biden doesn't start taking cannabis reform a bit more seriously, it could become a straw that breaks his campaign's back. I think, personally, I think both parties should just jump right in there and say that, hey, let's legalize it. Let's just turn my light on here. There we go. And legalize it. Like, this doesn't make any sense. I've been saying this over and over and over again, that have it legal, medically in 40 some odd states, and then recreational legal in 25 some odd states. It just doesn't make it sense to have it federally illegal. It just doesn't. So hopefully something can be done about that. Make change. It's a failed program, prohibition of cannabis. It just all does is put people in jail. We know that. We've seen it. We've done it. So. All right, on to the next story. This one comes to me from Indy 100. Headline says, workplaces to start offering psychedelics to help employees. According to the report, a growing number of companies are exploring the possibility of offering psychedelic drug therapy to the employees as a method of mental health treatment. Research has shown drugs such as MDMA, psilocybin, and ketamine can be useful as an alternative mental health treatment for conditions such as depression, anxiety, and PTSD. Founder of Alexis Healthcare Systems, Jorg Gant, told the Wall Street Journal he was offering psychedelic assisted therapy coverage to his employees through benefits. He says that I've experimented with psychedelics myself, and I could see how it could be helpful to people. What explained he first considered covering psychedelic therapies after an anonymous summary report of prescription drug use at the company revealed how many of his employees were prescribed medications for their mental health. He says that the use of antidepressants among many employees and their families was off the charts. Yant believes that prescription drugs are overemphasized within the U.S. healthcare system, and that alternative therapy could be beneficial for his workers. He added that it would save money over time compared to expensive traditional therapy sessions, and will make his employees both happier and more productive. Inthia offers ketamine-assisted therapy coverage and will soon offer psilocybin if clients are based out of or willing to go to Oregon, where it is now legal for medical use. The company added, if MDMA is approved by the FDA, they will add that to the list. Sherry Reyes, she's their CEO, said just this past year, more than a dozen companies signed up for the therapy coverage. Psychedelic therapy has been increasingly praised for its mental health benefits, especially for those in the Silicon Valley and Wall Street. Elon Musk said he used ketamine to help him manage a negative chemical state, and Google co-founder Sergey Brin has said he used psilocybin. Despite employer interest in psychedelic therapy, there still remains concerns about the risk of using these in a non-clinical setting. Many doctors who aren't trained as psychiatrists are now adding ketamine to their arsenal for patients to use at home. David FIFO, a psychiatrist and medical doctor of Academia Neuropsychology Psychiatry Institute in California, told the Wall Street Journal. Deb Smolinski, the head of well-being and engagement with the NFP, said in a wider movement towards psychedelic assisted therapy is emerging. She says it's going to come. We see the writing on the wall. So there you go. Companies that are now, offering psychedelic therapy as a benefit in their health plan. Like, who would have ever thought that a couple of years ago? Even last year, to tell you the truth, because like people were still trying, at least here in Canada, still trying to fight to get coverage for the medical cannabis. Yes, there is some, but just as I say, there's never enough. So, all right, on to the next story. This one comes to me from StratCan, and the headline there says that 2 out of every $5 spent on legal cannabis in Canada went to government coffers. Wow, that's not good. That's not good. All right, it says here 2 of every $5 spent on legal cannabis in Canada from 2022-23 went to the government budgets. The federal and provincial governments received $1.9 billion from cannabis sales to the most recent fiscal year, nearly 25% increase from the previous year. The figures were shared as part of an April 19th post on cannabis in Canada with figures from a recently released annual update from the federal agency. In addition to the $1 per gram excise tax applied to any cannabis sold into a provincial market, with 75% of this given to the provinces in which those products are sold, there are different provincial taxes and fees added to the cannabis. In addition, many provinces manage cannabis distribution and or sales, bringing in additional revenue. And that's why Ontario has got the largest profitable business in cannabis industry with the OCS. Sorry. The majority of sales of cannabis continue to be dried cannabis flower, accounting for over 65% of the $4.7 billion in sales in 2022-23. Cannabis extracts, however, represented most of the nearly 16% growth in cannabis sales from the year prior, with a 60% increase in sales within the extracts category. The Canadians under 45 were more likely to consume cannabis than those younger. Oh, really? About 1/3 of adults 18 to 24, that was 38%, and 25 to 44-year-olds at 34%, reported using cannabis over the course of the previous 12 months, compared with just those 15.5% of adults aged 45 years and older reported cannabis use in the past 12 months. Well, I'm over 45. I can report my use. These figures were even lower for those consumers who use cannabis on a more regular basis. Only about 10% of adults aged 18 to 44 reported using cannabis daily or almost daily, about twice as much as those 45 and older. In comparison, about 75% of Canadians 15 years of age or older reported consuming alcohol between 2018 and 2017. This number was even higher for those 20 to 24 years of age. Interesting. Of those who said they had purchased legal cannabis in the past year, 71.7% said they bought it exclusively from legal sources. Product safety was the most commonly provided reason for choosing legal cannabis at 38%, while convenience and desire to follow the law were at 17% and 13% respectively. The 2022-23 fiscal year represented the first year cannabis producers in Canada sold less cannabis than the year before, a 2.9% decrease. But the taxes are up. Cannabis sales and supply may have reached a potential saturation point following 7 years of consecutive growth. Let's see. In addition to surveying cannabis consumers, Canada has also used samples of wastewater in major cities to measure things like cannabis use since 2019. Based on these samples, in Toronto, Rates of users showing the most significant increase in cannabis, up 85% in 2023 compared to 2020, followed by the Metro Vancouver region increasing 56% from those 3 years prior, while Halifax was consistently had the highest average cannabis levels in wastewater nationally since data collection began. They had the smallest increase at 27% among participating municipalities from 2020 to 2023. And surprisingly, cannabis-related arrests have continued to decline since legalization in 2018. There were 10,824 total cannabis-related offenses in 2022, with 67% of them related to the illegal import or export of cannabis, while just 12% were for possession. It is legal in Canada to possess up to 30 grams in public, and it can be in the vehicle, but not accessible to the driver. I noticed it didn't say in the trunk, because, like, for example, pickup trucks don't have a trunk. Where do you put it in a pickup truck? You just got to put it where it's out of reach of the driver, according to the way that the law is written. So, all right, one more story before I go to break. This one, it caught my eye because I don't think I ever really had heard of this going on, and I'm going to read it right along for the first time, other than I had read the headline. So it's going to be very interesting. As you can see, this one comes from Inverse, and it says, "Can dogs benefit from psychedelics?" Here's what the latest science says. Wow. Psychedelics for dogs. Catnip, also known as kitty pot or even marijuana, in moderation, is a fun and harmless substance for our feline companions. We give our cats some of this kitty pot too. But if you're ever tried to give your pup some of the relaxing herb, not much will happen. Dogs, just like humans, don't really gain a benefit from the plant. Well, what do you mean? Just like humans. Lots of benefits to the humans. But does that mean dogs are totally left out of the experience? Recently, scientists have been researching the effects of other psychoactive drugs, not just on humans, but on puppy pals, to see if there is a catnip equivalent to our canine friends. Psychedelic research on dogs is even more in the infancy than it is for humans, according to Carlo Siracusa, a veterinarian and professor of clinical behavior medicine in the University of Pennsylvania School of Veterinary Medicine. Siracusa works on a collaborative team at UPenn called the Penn Psychedelic Collaborative, which investigates how psychedelic drugs work across disciplines. He's focused on how these psychoactive drugs affect dogs. Giving psychedelics to dogs isn't new. Siracusa says the substances have been used to enhance the performance of hunting dogs, as they are believed to improve their sensory perception, he tells Inverse. Shura and Quitra, people in Ecuador, have been known to feed their dogs psychedelic plants for this reason. A 2015 study on the Journal of Ethnopharmacology studied 43 plant species, the Shuar and the Quechua people in Ecuador, giving their hunting dogs to better understand the drug's effects on the animals and why they might provide a hunting advantage. The author suggests that the drugs might be working on the dog's serotonin receptors, which are involved in mood and perception, and might be leading to enhanced smell, hearing, and visual senses. He agrees on serotonin's importance, confirming that we know psychedelics act on these receptors. But there's still a lot we don't know, and many mechanisms that must be figured out to know all the ins and outs of how these drugs work in dogs. And many of these substances can be dangerous to dogs. For example, dogs that have ingested psilocybin delays a lack of coordination, barking, aggression, and an increased body temperature. He says that dogs that have eaten psilocybin have also been observed to run in circles, shake their head, run, bark, and ignore humans. Well, I think a lot of dogs do that without doing psychedelics. There's a potential risk of serotonin syndrome, a toxic buildup of the neurotransmitter in dogs who take psychedelic substances, as one 2023 review in the Journal of Veterinary and Animals describes. So while it might be tempting to give your dog an herb they can enjoy just like you do with your cat, there doesn't seem to be a catnip equivalent for dogs, at least that we know about, according to what the article says. So, dogs do benefit from the benefits of cannabis. Seen it, done it. People have shared the stories. All right, it's time for me to take a break. Medication time. I'll be right back after I do that. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. And before I hit that button, don't forget the Global Marijuana March comes up May 4th. Toronto, hopefully, if you're not in Toronto, there's one close to you somewhere else that you can attend, because just because cannabis is legal in your country doesn't mean that there's no improvements that can be done to it. And there's lots that can be done to the one here in Canada. So we have to get out there and make that known. So back to the street, people. Here we go. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. I'm back from my medication break, and you're live with psychedelics and cannabis educational news. And we'll get right at it. First story of the after the break comes to us from StratCan, and the headline there says the cannabis producers take shipping company to court over products seized at U.S. borders. Two cannabis producers are taking a shipping company to court, alleging the company attempted to take the cannabis over the U.S. border, resulting in the seizure of 151 51 kilograms. U.S.-based We Grow BC Limited and Alberta-based West Leaf Labs, now known as Disciple Cannabis, filed a notice of civil claim in the U.S. Supreme Court this month for $834,000, arguing the BC-based Seven Elk Shipping's actions resulted in the seizure of the product by U.S. border officials. The notice of claim contends that We Grow BC and West Leaf Labs contracted the shipping company in January 2023 to deliver their cannabis within Canada with specific instructions not to enter the U.S. Then in May, according to the notice of claim, Seven Elks took possession of several pallets of cannabis in Port Coquitlam, BC, for transport to We Grow in Creston, BC, and from Delta, BC, to Westleaf's facility in Calgary. So how did it end up in the U.S.? The claim contends that on May the 17th, the day the Seven Elk took possession of the product, the company attempted to cross the border at the Peace Arch Crossing in BC, where the cannabis was seized by U.S. authorities. U.S. Customs then destroyed the products, or at least refused to return them to any of the companies. We Grow BC and West Leaf Labs argue that the value of the product was $901,000, which Seven Elk charged $11,900 to deliver. The two cannabis companies allege Seven Elk's actions constitute a breach of contract, which has damaged their reputations. The lawsuit contends that Seven Elks acknowledged in written communications to We Grow and Westleaf its fault in respect of the seizure, but has refused to otherwise fail to compensate We Grow Westleaf for the losses arising from the seizure. We Grow BC and West Leaf Labs formally announced their collaboration in 2019, combining the BC cultivator operations and Quest brand. They say Seven Elk's website is no longer active, and these allegations have not been proven in court. Very interesting. Why, if you're going to Calgary, why do you go to the U? Unless is it just maybe a better road? I don't know. Some people go down across the top part of the U.S. instead of going through Quebec and dropping down. They're trying to go to the East Coast of Canada. I don't know of anything similar out there, but yeah, I'm not sure why they would take that cannabis down there, especially when they're been told not to, and they know they're shipping company. They're gonna know the rules, right? So, well, I'll keep an eye on that story for everybody. On to the next one, and this one comes to us from SitePost. Cannabis use linked to enhanced ability to understand other emotions is what the headline says. The article starts off with a recent study published by the Journal of Neuroscience Research offers an intriguing perspective on the effects of regular cannabis use, contrary to the commonly held view that cannabis has primarily negative impacts on mental health and behavior. The study suggests that regular cannabis users may have a heightened ability to understand the emotions of others. This enhanced empathetic ability is linked to increased cognitivity within certain brain regions, particularly the anterior cingulate cortex, a key area involving in processing empathy. Cannabis is one of the most widely used psychoactive substances worldwide, yet its impact on mental health and cognitive functions remain a subject of contentious debate. Traditional research predominantly highlights the negative consequences associated with cannabis use, particularly its potential to impair cognitive functions and contribute to mental health issues. These studies have often focused on how cannabis interacts with brain regions like the anterior cingulate cortex, which is known to have high density of cannabinoid receptors and plays a significant role in cognitive processes such as decision making and emotional regulation. However, emerging evidence suggests that the influence of cannabis might not be entirely detrimental. Some studies have hinted at possible and positive effects, particularly in terms of mood regulation and anxiety reduction. This contradiction presents a gap in the current understanding of cannabis' comprehensive impact on brain function and behavior, particularly in how it may affect social cognitive processes such as empathy. Empathy is a critical social skill that involves understanding and reaching to the emotions or reacting to the emotions of others, relies on the network of brain regions, including the interior, there's that word again, anterior cingulate cortex. The known effects of cannabis on it and its role in emotional and cognitive functions led researchers to speculate that cannabis might be influence empathy. To investigate the effects of regular cannabis use on it, a team of researchers from the University Nacional, it's in New Mexico, conducted a study with 85 regular cannabis users and 51 non-users, which included both psychometric and neuroimaging approaches. This story's going to be pretty long. In terms of psychometric assessment, the participants underwent a series of empathy tests using the cognitive affirmative empathy test. This test is designed to measure different dimensions of empathy, including the ability to understand and share the emotions of others through cognitive and affirmative pathways. The TECA includes subscales for perspective taking, emotional comprehensive empathy tests, and empathy happiness, providing a comprehensive profile of each participant's capabilities. Yeah, they got into neuroimaging there. I'm just sort of scanning through here. Cannabis users scored significantly higher on measures of emotional comprehensive compared to non-users. Emotional comprehensive involves the ability to accurately perceive and understand the emotions of others. The findings suggest that regular cannabis use may enhance an individual's ability to discern or interrupt the emotional states of others. They say that neuroimaging results provide a biological basis that supports these psychometric findings. They say the data show that cannabis users exhibit increased functional cognitivity in that cortex area. Increasingly, the researchers also found that the enhanced cognitivity was not just limited to areas traditionally associated with emotional processing. There was a greater cognitivity between there's that cortex and somatosensory areas in cannabis users. Big words. But yeah, I'm going to say that there's some good news there, and the story goes along for a bit more. You can check it out on our on the Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News Facebook page, and go from there. You'll be able to read the whole story completely and see what's going on with that. All right, on to the next one. This one's coming to me from, actually the next two are coming to me from the Marijuana Moment. So I expect this to be a little bit on the jumpy side, as they have a lot of pop-ups in their stuff. But here we go. 6 in 10 Americans are surprised marijuana hasn't been legalized across the U.S. yet. Yeah. I'm right there with them. All right. And that earlier story, one of these political parties down there has got to embrace the cannabis and say they're going to legalize it. So a new survey of Americans' habits, opinions, and expectations around cannabis finds that nearly 6 in 10 adults are surprised marijuana hasn't been legalized across the United States yet. The new Harris poll report released on Thursday found that 4 in 10 U.S. adults are current cannabis consumers, with about a quarter of those using the substance at least weekly. Meanwhile, nearly 2/3, at 64%, said that cannabis is no longer carries the stigma it used to have. Well, it's still some there. The numbers speak volumes. Libby Rodney, Chief Strategy Officer and Resident Futurist at the Harris Poll, a market research and consulting company, said in a statement about the group findings, with 4 in 10 Americans using cannabis, it's not a trend, it's a cultural shift. What was once taboo is now mainstream, reflecting changing attitudes and norms. I have to agree with him there. It's not just about usage, it's about acceptance, Rodney says, signaling a new era and how we perceive and interact with those once controversial substances. 59% of those surveyed said they were surprised cannabis hasn't been legalized across the United States yet. The results come in on the heels of a separate Gallup poll. Come on, don't jump on me. Separate Gallup poll. Okay, next line. There we go. Indicating that rates of cannabis use are nearly the same in states that have legalized cannabis versus those that still prohibit it, which Gallup says suggests criminalization has little to curtail its use. The survey found that 1 in 10 adults reported using cannabis 10 or more times in the past month, while 1 in 5 used cannabis at least once in the past month. These findings were done from a March 22nd, the 24th survey of 2,000 Americans. They say 4 in 10 Americans use cannabis, including a quarter of those who use it on a weekly basis. You can see the chart right there. After the poll's other findings, among the poll's other findings, the survey showed that more than 7 in 10 people use cannabis reported preferring it over both cigarettes and alcohol. Yay. People were also asked about what they would give up to make or keep cannabis illegal for adult use. Among millennials, nearly half, that's 45%, said that they give up alcohol. Really? For example, while 34% that they give up coffee, or 32% they give up social media. Younger Gen Z respondents, by comparison, were less likely to give up any of these indulgences in favor of cannabis. More than a quarter of respondents, 27%, reported living in a jurisdiction where cannabis is legal for medical and adult use, while 13% said cannabis was completely illegal, and 13% only said only medical was legal, although about 9% said medical was legal and adult use was decriminalized. 24% of the respondents said they weren't sure of the legal status of cannabis in their location because they're probably not involved in it. You see the chart there. Pollsters also said that their findings show that zero tolerance workplace cannabis policies are losing the grip on the workplace, with 38% of respondents reporting that their workplace has a zero tolerance policy. By contrast, 15% said use for medical reasons was permitted outside work hours, while 23% said either medical adult use was allowed. Nearly a quarter said that they were unsure of the workplace policies. Employees, meanwhile, are looking for jobs that follow suit, according to the poll, with 1 in 5 saying they'd left an employer due to their cannabis use. 2/3 of Americans reported thinking cannabis products are overpriced, a number that jumped to 79% among cannabis users and 82% among the heavy users. Despite the poll itself, we got jumped again. Come on. Down. Despite the poll itself showing that perceptions are changing, Americans are still hesitant to share the cannabis habits. Nearly 2/3 of the cannabis users said that they were selective about revealing use, with more than half saying that they wouldn't disclose any cannabis uses on the first few dates. They say, looking forward, most Americans think cannabis reform will continue in the country, with 64% saying that it won't be long before cannabis is fully legalized. The same proportion said 2024 would be a good year for the cannabis industry, while 56% of the industry will fuel the American economy. As for whether to structure legalization in a way that benefits those most harmed by the drug war, a majority, that's 56%, said that social equity programs should be implemented to address historical injustices related to cannabis criminalization. This includes 68% of Democrats served and 46% of the Republicans. What else has it got down here? Well, a majority of Americans report regular cannabis use. Polls have consistently found that there's increasing bipartisan majority support. For example, 9 in 10 Americans say cannabis should be legal for recreational medical purposes. A Pew Research poll, which we did in an earlier report here, that was released last month, found that, and most agree that legalization bolsters local economies and makes the criminal justice more fair. So let's hopefully they can go ahead and do that. There's an election this year. They've got to do it. This is just, it's ridiculous not having cannabis legal in the U.S. When so many other places are doing it. It's just ridiculous. All right, on to my last story of the day, and this one, as I mentioned, comes from the Marijuana Moment, and it says, as a headline, CBD is a powerful and promising treatment for crack use disorder with fewer side effects than conventional therapy, a study finds. That is good news. A new study aiming to explore the efficacy of CBD as a treatment for crack use disorder found that people who took the cannabinoid had better health outcomes and fewer adverse health effects compared to those who took more conventional pharmaceutical treatments. The report says the main implications of this study point to CBD as a powerful and promising therapeutic tool for people with CUD. It was published this month in the International Journal of Mental Health and Addiction. CBD seems to mitigate the primary symptoms reported by the participants, such as a lack of appetite, difficulty in reducing crack use, and the feeling of poor health. In addition, CBD stands out primarily for presenting mild adverse events, the main complaints associated with the use of usual psychotropic drugs. The study, a double-blind, randomized controlled trial, compares CBD to 3 drugs commonly used in crack use disorder treatment: fluoxetine, valproic acid, and clonazepam. CBD is a safe, tolerable product that presented significant fewer adverse events compared to the control group, the authors concluded. The CBD group outperformed better in more parameters than the control group, reducing crack use, not reducing food intake due to crack use, and greater improvements in self-related health. Participants were aged 18 to 65 in Brazil who had used crack regularly for the past year, used at least 20 times within the past month, and had a desire or intention to treat their use disorders. While many participants were polydrug users, crack was their primary drug, according to both participants themselves and the study team. All told, 25 people completed the study, 15 in the CBD group and 10 in the control group, which was given the more conventional treatment. Most of the 90 people who initially met eligible criteria did not return to complete the fall protocol. Among those who did complete the fall study, no significant differences in the reduction of crack use were seen between the control and CBD groups, indicating that the 2 treatments may be similarly effective. Likewise, no significant differences were observed between the between the two groups in terms of self-reported cravings of crack. It's too bad. Only 90%. 90%. How was it? Yeah, 15 of the people. Most of the 90 people who initially met eligible criteria did not return. So that part is disappointing. CBD side effects, however, were far gentler than conventional treatment. There were significant differences between the CBD group in comparison to the control group, with fewer episodes in the CBD group regarding diarrhea, constipation, nausea, dizziness, memory impairment, low concentration, tremor, and ataxia, and nasal congestion. Fewer adverse effects from CBD could mean participants are more likely to remain in treatment, researchers noted. Side effects from pharmaceutical treatments can be so uncomfortable, the team wrote, that they end up contributing to low adherence to treatment of people with CUD in health services, which would favor broad access to CBD. The 22 authors behind the new study represent academic and official institutions in Brazil, including various departments at the University of Brasilia, the Brazilian Federal District Secretary of Health and Forensic Institute, and Federal University in São Paulo. They explain that it's difficult to outline the mechanism of action behind the CBD because the cannabinoid has a broad spectrum of pharmacological properties that affect multiple targets. On the other hand, the multiple target action seems important for performing a large range of therapeutic properties. CBD decreases endocannabinoid receptor signaling and inhibits fatty acid amide hydrolase, which could reduce cravings and decrease relapse rates in people. Further research, the team said, will focus on increasing the sample size of similar trials and instituting more rigorous screening and monitoring participants. Well, it's good to see that they're finding benefits there when it comes to people with crack use disorder. It's just wild when you look back on the way that cannabis was stigmatized all the years and how it led to hard drug use, and more and more and more and more research comes out showing that cannabis is the gateway out for a lot of these people, improves their lives, so on and so forth. So it'd be nice that, especially in the U.S., if they could legalize this stuff down there, and then that will help open the floodgates, because as we know, it was the U.S. that pushed a lot of the countries to go with the prohibition route. And once they open that door, hopefully more countries will open it, and people can get access to the benefits of cannabis, whether it's medicinal for a health reason or whether it's for substance use reason in order to help that, or just for recreational purposes. So time will tell, as they say. Well, other than that, I am done for the day. And that's, as I say, that's the Pace News Report for April the 22nd. It's Earth Day here in Canada. I believe it's Earth Day around the world. We're live here, Legacy420.com news desk. And thanks to our buds at Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Legacy420.com, and Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. And in closing, I'd like to thank you for watching and tuning in. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Yay, I made it. Hello, everybody. Happy Monday. It is this little afternoon in Cranbrook, British Columbia. I'd like to acknowledge that I am sitting on the unceded territory of the Tanaha and Akam Nations. And I hope you all had a good 420. Yeah, I'm a little bit rushed today, but that's the usual. Anyway, so I hope you all had a great 420. I was been kind of scrolling through and seeing that everybody was, out and about, and they had the 420 live out in Vancouver, and we stayed home as usual. But my husband had hernia surgery, so we didn't go too far. But again, I got a phone call, I don't know, just before noon, I guess, on Saturday, and I had won. Like, I didn't even realize my name had been put into a draw, but the girls at the store that I go to put my name in the draw, because if you buy, I guess, a certain amount of cannabis, they put your name into a draw for 420. So I won. I never win anything. I thought it was absolutely terrific that I actually won, because, like I said, I never win anything. Ever. So I'm going to show you some of the stuff that I got and kind of review it and go through that and see if anybody wants to pop in or say hello, and we'll go from there. But it's sunny outside. I was out this morning for a bit. I popped some seeds. We'll talk about that too. First, I'm going to show you some of the gifts I got. Well, I guess the first one. So, this is what everything came in. It was this bag, right? And inside it was stuffed pretty dang full. Like, I'm not kidding you. Like a lanyard and Oh, it's empty already. I'm assuming these are bag clips. Craft Cannabis, it says gold. So I'm assuming that because they're just like little, that they're, you know, to help you close the bag. I'd use them for chips. Maybe that's what they're for. Your munchies. You tell I've been taking my medication today, and now it's too late to take it, so yeah. A little pin. I imagine this is the brand Empire. I've, to be fair, never heard of you before, but thank you. And then another Read Me magazine, which I've got a couple of these already, with the sponsors of, like, you know, Wink, Blist, Karma Cup, Thumbs Up, Blist, Easy Peasy, Burp, Queens of Bud. These are the sponsors on the back. And then inside it's a coloring book. So yeah, this was the beginning of it, right? Stupid background, but I'm not sure if Alvin's going to pop back in. He's been lying down, kind of up and down, so we didn't want to deter him from actually coming in if he needed to lie down. So I just put the background up. But yeah, so these are kind of cool. Like I said, this is the second one of these I've got, which is kind of cool. Like I said, I'm not much of a colorer. I don't. My attention deficit. I'm not one of those, you know, people that can sit down and doodle, like, you know, for stress release. Like everybody says, oh, just grab like I can't do that. It's not a thing. And I know a lot of people that can. I'm not one of them. All right. So inside also this bag, like I said, was a bunch of stickers. And this is the company that I go to. It's Green Gear Cannabis in Cranbrook. And they're located over in the strip mall across from Burger King, and 7-Eleven carries pizza. Every Time Fitness is and M&M Meats and the Petrocan. So they're in that area there. Great bunch of people. I really like the staff, and they're pretty informative too. Like if you ask them what's good, they'll tell you. Oh my gosh, I forgot to get the dogs in before I started the show because I was rushing out of the shower. Because I'm a moron and decided to put a toner in my hair this morning and then remembered, oh God, I gotta, yeah, because, you know, I'm a moron. We all know that. Anyways, yeah, some more stickers. I'm actually going to text Haven and see if he'll come down and put those dogs in. And these are fun pack. So super spray, more is more. I haven't opened it, but yeah, that's like I said, this is just the beginning because there's quite a bit more that I got. In fact, I was quite shocked at how much was in this bag. Like I would imagine it was probably like just under the 30 grams. If it wasn't the 30 grams, but I didn't bother to add it all up. And I just wanted to, you know, go through it with you because we smoked some of it, and I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna give you a very fair review of it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna make things up and say it was all terrific. If it wasn't, I'm gonna just bluntly tell you what I thought of it. I'm just actually asking Taven to grab some, like, get the dogs in. Or I probably can. If they quit barking, I'll just go get them on the break. Okay, so that was the bag. I'm gonna put all this stuff back in it because I don't like, this is stuff that I'll probably honestly never use. Like, I'm not even sure what this lanyard is for because it's got a round connector. And unless that's, I guess, lighter, maybe your vape. But again, maybe it would fit this. I guess it'll fit my Yokan. But it's still too big. It would still fall out. Anyway, so like I said, I'm not sure what you'd use this for. Maybe somebody can enlighten me. Somebody get in the comments, tell me what's that for. I mean, I'm just older, and I mean, I haven't been into a store or really been shopping into any of the stores looking for any paraphernalia for, because I've got piles of it from. I don't need any emails, and I don't need any bongs, and I don't need any of that stuff. So I haven't gone shopping. So enlighten me, folks. Anyway. So I guess one of the first things we'll look at is this. So this was one of the in the bag. It's called Joker Juice. Now we have smoked a little bit of this. It's a BC weed company. It says grown by Lotus Cannabis. It comes in a tuna can. I can't get it open. I have to get open to open it. So it's definitely childproof. Even if a 50-year-old adult can't figure out how to get into it, because it's just like, oh, I guess you have to line stuff up. I don't know how to do this. Anyway, yeah, you have to line it up, and I'm not sure how to do that. I think it's got a... Anyways, it's childproof. Oh my god, grief. Like, seriously, I could break a nail on this. I'm not going to try opening it. Anyway, it smells okay when we open it. It's quite a dark bud. Kind of a brownie, like not even really like green anymore. It was all right. I'll give it a... This is a 7 gram. I'll give it a... probably a 4. Because I'm a pot snob, remember that. So that was about a 4. Now this is the other one of the other strains that we got in the bag. Oh, I'm just gonna take this stupid thing off. Can I do that? Hang on. I'm gonna go to my settings. Yeah, because I can't do all of it. Okay, if you see Alvin, you see Alvin. I don't care. Anyway, because I can't show you anything if I've got that background in the way. Okay, so this stuff is from 5 Points Cannabis. It's cultivated in Quebec. It says Z Sweet. 36 point THC, 36.4. Total CBD, 0.59. 26% THC total. All right. Anyway, I can open this one. It's light, it's fluffy. It's not really dank. Smells all right. Definitely a sativa. You can see the... Right? For a sativa, it tastes all right. But again, I'm not a sativa girl. So as far as your bang for your buck, not so great. So this was a 2. And like I said, I'm a pot snob, right? Let's be fair. I'm not even gonna lie. Okay, so that was that. Now, this next piece of wonderfulness, where did I do with it? There it is. There's not much left because you have to be super careful with this hash roll. It's a hash roll, or it breaks. So it comes longer than this, and it comes with this little ceramic or resin, or it feels almost like glass. But anyway, it might even be glass. And it's got holes in it, right? It's a little holder. And you pop the piece of hash in the end of it, and you light it. And you smoke the hash roll. This I thought was pretty fucking cool, to be fair. I have a friend that says that, she knows somebody that, did this many years ago. I honestly have never seen this. I've smoked hash for years, and I've never seen this. So you want to, maybe plug your hole. Got to be careful because it will fall out, because it's pretty small. It's pretty short right now. It was longer, but if you don't, you got to be careful because it will crumble and fall apart. And that's what happened is I put it out. And I went to put it out like a joint. Don't do that. It breaks. So anyway, that was cool. That I thought was the cat's ass. In fact, I will go back and buy one of those, or 2 or 6. Seriously, I thought that was great. I really enjoyed that. Like I said, this pot here, it was all right. It was all right, but it wasn't great. Let's see what's next. The tip in the bag. So again, the battery and the tip in the bag, right? I can't remember exactly where the tip came from. I think it's a good supply. Good supply is what this one is, and it's all right. Like, you know that I like my vapes, right? Like I've got another one that I bought yesterday. This one is a blue rad fuel cell, and it's a blue rad something, but it's, and you can see the difference. Like this one's quite a bit darker, but it's honey. Like you can see that it's distilled, and then this. These are both from the cannabis stores, but yeah. Woo. That's when you know you gotta, that's what I always say. Oh, it's gotta be pretty good if I'm sneezing. Anyway, that was also in that prize bag, the battery and the tip. So that was pretty cool. And then there was more. Like I said, it was packed full. Like I was really so there was like 7 grams there, 3.5 grams. So there's another like 9 grams just of cannabis, 9.5 grams of cannabis, like quarter and an eighth, which is impressive. Like I said, like, and then that cone was probably a gram. So, and then the tip, that's a gram. Like I said, fairly. It was impressive. I think it was like it was 30 grams, as well as came with these are berry cherry gummies, and these are sugar free. And I believe they are 1-to-1 because it says 1-in-1 for THC and CBD on them. There was 4 of these in the bag as well. So there was 2 cherry, 2 strawberry kiwi, I think. Like I said, sugar free, which is impressive. Like I said, I sugar, no sugar, I don't care. I'm not fussy. I'll eat sugar. I'll eat any sugar. I don't care. So those were good too. So we're up to like a fair shot of those are a gram, 10 milligrams each, right? So a gram. So that's another 4 grams, right? Okay, there's more. Let's try this out. No, maybe that's all in here. Okay, yeah. There was a general admission joint, and it was huge. But I'm pretty sure it's in here. I can't seem to find it. Because I won't smoke it again. And I like general admission. Oh, here it is. I love this brand. General admission. They have some tiger's blood. They have some peach rings. They have some mango infused cannabis joints that are really, really good. Like I will just hands down tell you they're fucking phenomenal. This one, it's a hybrid distillant infused pre-roll, 1 gram, but it's called Mint D. And if you like smoking straight up eucalyptus or a pine needle, this is for you. It's overly minty. Like I will say that it hurt the back of my throat. It was so minty. It was clearing my nose. If you like that type of thing, okay. But again, I'm not going to say I'm not being ungrateful or ungenerous because it's a generous joint. Like we got that far into it. So it was a huge 1 gram joint infused, but it's just too minty. Like over the top. Like I said, blow your hair back, minty. Like if you're looking for a joint that's going to blow your hair back, it'll blow your hair back all right. But not because it's blowing your hair back from, cannabis. It's blowing your hair back from all the mint, because the mint is overwhelming. Like, that's like the one thing I will say that with that. Like I said, generous. I love that. I love General Admission. I love their Tiger's Blood. I would buy, and I do buy their 3-packs. Their tasters were great. We had watermelon grape. I will give them kudos for every decent doobie that I've ever smoked of theirs. But those ones, guys, not so much. Anyway, now another one that we haven't smoked yet. This is a rad infused. It's feisty Fiji berry. It's an infused blunt. And that's why it hasn't been smoked yet, because it's a blunt. Not that we don't like blunts. We're just saving it. So there was that as well. Again, very generous. Like, when I got the phone call, I was like, I never win anything. And then I went down there because I planned on going down there anyways, because I had issues with their website the night before. I was trying to order something because they're these guys will deliver right to my work for me. Like, I don't have to even go down there. And I know them, and I worked with one of the girls at the garden center before she quit and went over to the store. So I know them fairly well. So they, like I said, they'll deliver anybody. It's not just me they deliver to, but they'll deliver to anybody. But it could anyway. So when they phoned me, I was like, are you kidding me? Like, because I thought they were phoning me to tell me the website was working again. And then she says, no, you won the draw. And I'm like, she goes, you probably don't even remember putting your name in. She goes, I think I put your name in for you. I was like, well, thanks. Because I didn't put my name in. I don't usually hang around long enough to worry about putting my name in draws and stuff. But yeah. So anyway, so that was kind of a woohoo. So I went down there. Anyway, so then there's this. So again, if you just popped in, I've already shown a huge pile of what I won on 420. And this is the last one. This is Broken Coast Amnesia Haze. So this is a 3-joint pack. And we did smoke some of this. And I've had the Amnesia Haze from Broken Coast before, because they were my first provider when we first had to go into the MMPR, and we had no choice. I had to pick a provider, right? Broken Coast is my provider. Anyway, so there's 3 joints this size. And we smoked one. They're decent. And so that was also in that price pack. So again, overly generous. I was super stoked to go pick it up, especially for 420, because we had no plans, because I was working. In fact, I actually just got that Saturday off. They just changed my hours, so now I'm off Saturdays. But it still would have been impossible for me to travel anymore, because I work till 9 o'clock on Friday night and have to be back at work at 9 o'clock on Sunday morning. So Saturday really is a day that I get to stay home, because there's no time for me to go anywhere. Anyway, that being said, we didn't do much. So when I won this, I thought that was pretty cool. Now, I was going to try and get my friend on here to tell me how her 420 live went, but she still had company, so I didn't want to bug her. This is more, this is not from the prize, but this is from another provider that we bought. I tried just to try them out. Any advice to you guys? Your joints are real too tight. It's like sucking a marble through a garden hose. So, that being said, your rolling machine's too tight, girls. Jane Doe, whoever you are. And that's just my thoughts on that review. So 420 for us, like I said, was just kind of lame. Later round, I won this amazing prize, and we smoked it, and we napped, and we ate junk. We ordered for food, and yeah, that was our 420. And listen to the cat. Again, Al and I are still working on reviewing the 420 or the Cannabis Review Act that came out last week from Health Canada, not last week, last month from Health Canada. And there's also going to be a global marijuana march coming up here first Saturday in May in Toronto. I'm not sure if there's any other areas that are planning on doing a global marijuana march. If you are, could you PM me or get in touch with me somehow through Instagram or TikTok or any of my other platforms to let me know where you're going to be. I'd like to be able to help promote some of those events. Here, I'm working, I believe on, oh no, I'm not. I could do it on a Saturday, but we really don't have the people to come out, and people have kind of just forgotten about, what we need to, because they figure we don't need to do anything anymore. But we also have to remember that cannabis is not legal worldwide. And I think that's the main reason why we need to keep talking about legalization. I know Germany just legalized. I know we were the first G7 country, but Germany has just legalized cannabis too for recreational purposes, which is phenomenal. To get one country in the EU on board to then get to another country in the EU, and eventually it'll keep rolling. But I think the bottom line for a lot of these places are they're seeing the reduction in crime, like 95% in our country, and the fact that it's generating cannabis taxes. Again, I keep asking where the cannabis tax is going. They say it's going to law enforcement and blah, blah, blah. And I'd rather see it be going to healthcare and education. And they say it's going to education about cannabis, but is it the right education? They fully admit they don't have any research. So what education are you, what are you educating people with? If you fully have admitted that you don't have the research, you haven't put the funding towards any research, what are you peddling? Like, what education are you saying? Like, what is it? A lot of harmful stuff that may not necessarily all be true because you've been peddling lies about cannabis for decades. So I think that's something else that we really need to look at is what are they telling? What are these experts that when they've got no research done, admittedly, sending around all these experts that you see how that makes any sense? They're teaching courses and have teachers, but there's been no courses to teach the teachers. And they don't want us doing it because we don't have any medical background. We don't have any education. Yet they're letting people that don't have any cannabis education doing it or consulting or doing things as well. Have you ever grown a plant? A cannabis plant. Have you ever extracted from that plant? Have you ever done anything with it? Popped a seed? Then if you haven't, then you're probably not an expert. That's my thoughts. Like, if you've done absolutely no hands-on anything with cannabis, how can you be an expert? You've never even put a joint to your lips. But you're an expert. Do you see where I'm going with that? Anyways, we got to take a quick break and thank our sponsors and pay some bills, as Al would say. And we'll be right back after a quick break.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net. People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right. I'm running to come back. So before the break, we were talking about the 420 gift that I got from Green Gear Cannabis on 420 and all the providers that were involved in that. And again, there's cups and stuff that happened over the weekend as well, with the legal market being involved. And I think, you know, that's where things are have been heading, where you have to, you know, get to the point where you have to let them in, or we have to try and figure out a way that we can continue on with our culture within the legal regulations, that so that everybody can be involved, have the same amount of fun, have the same amount of community feeling, and not be crossing any lines that are going to upset anybody about harming the children. Which is what I get to be, what I find, you know, really quite amusing, is that everything is based on public health and safety. I get that, about, you know, not harming the children, but it's got an age limitation on it. It's like liquor. It's like cigarettes. You don't sell cigarettes and liquor to a 12-year-old. So why would you, you know, or a 14-year-old? Why would they think that anybody is going to sell cannabis to a 12 or 14-year-old? There are 12 and 14-year-olds that do get access to liquor and cigarettes, and they're going to smoke and drink at 14 or 15, irregardless, or smoke cannabis. We got around all of the regulations. So why is so much harsher for cannabis than anything else? I think is my, you know, red line on that, is because I think that alcohol is far more harmful to anybody than cannabis, right? And they put these restrictions that are heavy restrictions, heavy-handed, 14-year long, you know, jail sentencing for, you know, selling to a minor, or, you know, helping a minor. Some kids need it for medical, right? But you're going to go to jail for 14 years if you're caught selling to a minor, or, you know. So I find that kind of hypocritical, because if you sell liquor to a minor, you give liquor to a minor, it's a fine. But if you give cannabis to a minor, it's a 14-year jail sentence. So I think that there's some things that have to really be changed within those regulations. I think that's kind of ridiculous and hypocritical. There's so many things that are hypocritical and double standard when it comes to cannabis. So I really hope that they do some research and get to the bottom line that the harms for cannabis really outweigh the benefits, and get some medical backing, like to help process for the doctor's dosing, process so that the college of physicians will see it, that it's not some heavy-handed narcotic. I mean, opioids are 10 times worse on your liver, your kidney, on your psyche, on your ability to function, on the addiction level, comparably to cannabis. And I'm not saying cannabis works like an opioid. It doesn't. Cannabis diverts your attention from your pain, from whatever, you know. It does not mask the pain. Some people will say it's more effective than others. It's an individual thing. Some people don't find it effective at all. Some people are allergic to it. it's not for everybody. That's one thing we never ever have said, that it's a cure-all, that it's for everybody, that it's going to be your life-saving tool. But for some people, it has been. And for some people, it is, but not for everybody. And, that's disappointing for some people, that when they find and realize that they need a little more, myself included. I was hoping that I never would have to take pills. I was hoping I never have to have anything like that. But unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. So there are, people, I know many that use cannabis only for their ailments. They swear by it, and I'm really happy for them. I'm really happy that they can use this as that for that. I wish I could. Unfortunately, I have to take other things, but I still use it as a therapeutic for nausea. Like, I'm not saying it's like, but it does. It helps with my nausea. Helps me not kill people, if that makes sense. It just kind of gives you that relax, that little bit of, so you don't have to like always be so tensed up. For me, and I'm a pretty hyper person, strung. Yeah. So it's helpful, and it helps me eat. I will say that, because if I didn't smoke cannabis, I probably wouldn't eat much. I don't eat much anyway, but I wouldn't eat. And yeah, so like I said, there are benefits for everybody, if that, but not everybody. So if it doesn't work for you, don't feel bad. You're not the only one out there. And if it works for you, great. But, again, don't be ostracizing other people that it doesn't work for. Don't be bigoted towards other people because they don't want to use it for medical or for anything. I don't want them being, about me, because I do. Don't be like that if they don't. It's the same thing. Just don't. So there's so much going on in the world that it seems like if there's anything cannabis related, it's not really being out, in the news and the media mainstream. I haven't, to be honest, been working with my head down, and again, tired. Just exhausted. So not a lot. I haven't been. It's not like I don't have a lot of time. I just haven't been paying enough attention to anything but what's going on in the Middle East, to be honest, because that's kind of disgusting. But we won't bring that into my show. I was also gifted some beautiful cannabis from my producer and my co-host, and it arrived last week, right in the beginning of the week, which was perfect for us, and it's magical. Well done. What a great hand, green thumb that fellow has, because both of them are most fabulously good. So yeah, like I said, it's just kind of, been a week, and if anybody wants to come on and share your story, please get in touch, because we need content always, and content is always something that we sometimes struggle with, because when there's not a lot of content to draw from, you end up rambling on like an idiot, like I do. But again, I thought that 420 was great, that I won that package and was able to review some of that stuff. Now again, I will say, general admission normally has some terrific product, just because this was not their best run. Like I said, if they just touch down on the mint, like, it's like there's just way too much mint. It's like one drop of eucalyptus oil in a doobie, and it was just way overpowering. Like, like, it's just too much. Anything else is usually pretty good, actually. Nightwish World, that one, that was, I don't even know what that was. I got so much stuff laying around, so I bought a couple, and then won a couple, and then have some extra. So it just kind of all rolls together. And I don't even know what I'm smoking half the time. I know this Amnesia Haze is a sativa. Sativa dominant, yes. So I can't smoke this during the day, because I will be asleep. And that solves the mystery as to what I smoked the other day that put me down. I'm the exact opposite. So indica keeps me rolling all day long. And if I smoke sativa, it's night. and I don't know why. And I've still never figured that out. Depends though, depends on the strain. Because there was another, but I mean, that's me on a normal basis where I'm up doing dishes at 2 o'clock in the morning. So I wouldn't say that would have been a strain thing, maybe, but I was up doing dishes at 2 o'clock in the morning after smoking some weed with Debbie Stoltz giving out at a cup and mum cup actually. And she's like, "What are you doing?" Yeah, up doing dishes at 2 o'clock in the morning because I can't stand leaving a mess. Anyway. I'm going to, I think, cut the show a bit short today, just because I have nothing more to say. 420 is, our Global Marijuana March will be the next rollout, which is the first Saturday in May. I know that there will be one in Toronto for sure. So if you're having a Global Marijuana March anywhere in Canada, if you please reach out to me so I can help promote it, or get a hold of Al so we can promote it on our network. That would be terrific. But I know that there is going to be one in Toronto. I think it starts at Queen's Park. But we've got ads all over the network for the exact locations and all the information. You can also check it out on Facebook. I believe they have a Facebook page for the Toronto Global Marijuana March, I believe. Yeah, so I'm going to try and see if I can scammer up a guest for next Monday and come back with some more cannabis information. But you all have a good week. I guess I'm going to cut this a little bit short today because I've got some stuff to gotta get, just done, and I have to work. And yeah. So you all have a good day, and I will talk to you on Wednesday night with Al. Night.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
So nice to have you as a guest. Usually you're the one coordinating all the work.
Yeah, you've been doing such a great job, Kevin, of pulling out the magic and all these amazing people that have come together around this project and really showing what we're trying to educate around this. So thank you for all your time and energy for all of us for this. I really appreciate it. And I know the community is going to really appreciate it when they see it all.
Oh, no, it's my pleasure. It's a beautiful community. And even though it's in crisis, the people are still pretty epic. And so the main idea is to showcase the individuals that combine, create the cannabis community. And in your case, you have a really long, deep history in cannabis and in the region. And I know that you're very well known locally, but maybe we can kind of start with your background and kind of get us to, who you are and what motivates you. Because to me, you really embody that original spirit that built Humboldt County. And I was fortunate to meet a lot of the people that created the world we're in today when I first got here. And it seems to have profoundly impacted you in the way you behave and act. So I'd love to, bring some of that out to the public.
Well, I started by going to what you might call a revolutionary preschool in San Diego. It was called the OB Free School. It was before we had unschooling. And it was really a school put together to teach kids to really fight for freedom and how to be not agitators, but how to disrupt society and create change. I was just a little kid when I was doing all of that, but I think it really shows to who my mom was. And she really believed that there was a way to build a better future. She came from England, met my dad when she was 19, had me really early. In Ocean Beach. In Ocean Beach, I don't know if you know anything about the history of Ocean Beach in San Diego.
I don't.
Well, in 1974, Ocean Beach had the military come in because we were such a politically active community. I have 5 FBI files on my childhood. We had 8 informants on us daily, reading our mail. I was a part of a group that was stationed on Cape May Street called the Red House. Very, very politically active community. We managed to keep the Republicans out of Florida back in the early 70s. Our leader of this community is still in hiding because of how active he was. That being said, it was also a very volatile environment for young women, and my mom had me and my sisters. She pulled us out of that environment in 1976 and found utopia in Trinity County. She got a nursing gig in Weaverville and fell in love with the river, with the country, with her partner. And then 6 months later, we were in an accident on Trinity River, and my sister died in that accident. And I bring it up because that accident is really what beholdened me into this community, because I had lived in this really politically active community, and as a little girl, you were a target. And moving up here into a community called Burnt Ranch, being vulnerable, I thought was bad. And when my sister died, we were obviously incredibly vulnerable. And what happened is, instead of us being targeted, we were raised up and cared for. We had all walks of life feeding us every day, helping us every day. And they really, in one of our worst times, came around us, even though we really were new to the community. And that shifted me forever. It really taught me what community love was. And it started healing me from some severe traumas as a little girl. I was involved in some pretty heinous things, or I was put in heinous situations. And coming up to this community really allowed me to see what good people were, and learn that there really were good people in this world. And that, I'm sorry, Kevin, I have COVID right now. So
No, it's okay. It's okay. No, it's all right. Take your time.
But it really showed me what love was. Not love for, intimate love, but real love for your community, for the trees, for the people, for the water, all these elements that gave me peace instead of terror, because I had really lived under terror since I was a young girl. And up here gave me peace. Everyone was kind, everybody was welcoming, no one tried to take advantage of you. If you ran out of firewood, your neighbor gave you firewood. If they needed vegetables, you gave them vegetables. It was very different from the community that I was born into in San Diego. And so that really is how I fell in love with community. Community saved me. My Burnt Ranch community became my family, and they saved me. And that's how I fell in love with this place. Being counterculture, my mom was a midwife. We got involved in the cannabis community right away. That's where our like-minded folks were. And so by the age of 9, I started trimming for the local pot grower. Loved it. It gave me great summer money to spend the next year. And it just kind of became a routine. That was our routine. Harvest, you make some money, you get some extra solar panels, hunker down for the winter. I would go to San Diego for the summer and then come back up and trim and step into school season. And that was just pretty much the routine, really, until the mid to late 80s. My first real memory of camp is I was 13 and I was standing at school, waiting for my stepdad to pick me up, and 13 cop cars and a couple vans pulled up. All these sheriffs pull out with huge machine guns, which I'd never seen before. They jump in 2 vans and they head up my road. I got on the phone, called my mom. We all knew what to do. And it just became a little different then. That's pretty much when the helicopters started hitting us a couple years before. And it got a little scary. So I stepped out. I also didn't like weed. Because of all these things, there's a lot more that happens around when you're in the middle of a drug war that we don't really need to go into here. But I think a lot of us know what those things are, and it created a lot of trauma. And as a young woman, I've experienced rape. I've been kidnapped. I've had a gun to my head. I've been robbed. I've had all these things happen to me, some of them a couple times. And I never got justice. I never had a voice because of the drug war, because if I was to have a voice, our neighbors could get in trouble, because I was taught to hide everything. So I never got to report. I never got to do any of those things. And I felt very angry about that. And I really blamed it on weed. When legalization came about, or more when I got injured in 1999, I had a new perspective. I started seeing it as a medicine. And when I started using it as a medicine for my own wellness, I started realizing that all the anger I had around the plant, around the culture, was about the drug war. It was about the oppression caused by the illegalization of this plant, which turned me into a really strong advocate for the plant, because I had a spinal cord injury. I was in a wheelchair, and a dispensary came to me that I was providing for and asked me to start speaking up for them on their behalf. And I really started learning through that process that Hummingbird Healing Center invited me in on, that this plant was in my community, and all the horrors that I felt around my community were purely because of oppression. And being raised as a revolutionary or as a disruptor, I just didn't like that. And so I started becoming engaged in looking for ways to help support our beautiful culture, because sustainability, regenerative, supporting each other, living through shared resources are all ways the world needs to start functioning on, because not doing this is what's hurting the world. So how do we get through this around this beautiful medicine and get this medicine to everybody without killing the culture? And so that really is when my journey began on just trying to find solutions to maintain our integrity and our beauty in this culture, yet to not be oppressed anymore, which is what made me a proponent for legalization. I wanted to see an end to the crime. I wanted to see an end to women being stuck in situations and not being able to ask for help. I wanted to see an end to children losing their parents. You know, I wanted my son to be able to go to school and not have to hide half of who he was. And that's what made me a proponent for legalization.
Did you begin Humboldt Grace then, or was that something that came later? Because you not only were involved in being an advocate for human rights through cannabis, but also through just human rights in general, and you've had a very large impact in the area, you know, from that position. How did that come about?
So Humboldt Grace is very interesting. Humboldt Grace was actually a man I loved very much. He was South African, and he saw Humboldt County much like the apartheid war. And that we were this beautiful oppressed place that needed freedom. And he came up with the name Humboldt Grace because he thought he believed in brands and all these things. And he believed in 2009 that legalization was going to come to a place where you could make an impact. He created the name. I never imagined anything would come of it. But then as we started moving through legalization, and we saw our culture not be represented completely in culture, you know, we moved forward based on economics, and we forgot about the oppression and the harm as we moved through legalization. And it gave me a way to start speaking on the culture and the rights, the human rights, without it being lay. Because at that point, everything was lay this, lay that, lay this. And I didn't feel comfortable building on my name, because it wasn't about me, it was about the community. And so Humboldt Grace became what I used online, and I started building community around it so it was more inclusive. And then in, I think it was 2020, the Ink people invited us to become a part of their Dreammaker projects, which covered us under the nonprofit and allowed us to start really doing good works. But I also had the privilege of chairing the county's Human Rights Commission, which has allowed me to do a lot of good work, but is separate from Humboldt Grace. But I think that if we can approach policy through the human rights perspective, we'll get a lot more sensible policy. And as we can see in our communities, policy has really had a negative impact on the human rights of our community. Our crime has increased, our suicide rate has like quadrupled, our homelessness rate has increased. We have more children couch surfing in the United States per capita than any other community. You know, I could go on and on. Racism has increased. We were tagged like 4 years ago by the NAACP for the most racist community online because of incidents that have happened. You know, it really, the things that I got up and fought for legalization have not gotten better. And we need to bring more awareness to that. So I really hope to see the policy conversation kind of move more in that direction. So I think we'll get more sensible policy when we look at the human rights perspective.
No, I agree. That's how we originally met, was through I was working on the MRCUSA, the medical marijuana rights, and I had seen the catastrophe that occurred in Washington State, where they took the medical program and then just removed it and said legalization is what's going to replace it. And I realized that the reality is that the medical marijuana program, it allows people to be able to have far higher levels of support and access. And to me, legalization was the same thing. And people couldn't understand my position because I had such a historically long career as dope grower. And which is funny because it's almost like that's like our flag when we fly our dope grower flag. But it was a name given to us, but I don't have a bad connotation to it. But what I learned from being in medical cannabis as a dispensary operator and owner was that most that are there got there too late because of stigma, and that people like me that inherently break laws for most of my life. I mean, I'm older now, so I'm slower with my law breaking maneuvers, but for the majority of my life, I broke them freely and willingly and swiftly. That wasn't the norm. And when I got into medical cannabis, what I saw was tremendous numbers of people that were good people that were trying to behave under the constraints of societal law, and it was killing them. And I believe that even though I knew legalization was going to cause me tremendous problems as a cannabis operator and it was going to be a nightmare, I realized that my interests really weren't that important compared to the bigger picture, and that it was a tough decision to make, because you have to make one that says, you know, you're not as important. And I watched you work extremely hard in that same vein, and that's how we got to originally meet, was through these type of endeavors. And as we go forward, you know, you came up with this idea to do an auction, which I thought was just brilliant. And I would like to have you go into, you know, what was the impetus? What created that spark, and how'd you begin it?
Well, it first came from wanting to be able to communicate two things, which was one, that we didn't need to grow a bunch of weed to get our value as a community, like to show that how our art really, who we were as creators. And as a patient, for me, genetics are really, really important. There's certain terpene profiles that can make me ill. And I smoke a lot of cannabis because I really need it. And I need certain forms of it. Certain forms just don't do what I need. So I knew as a consumer, and because of my past lifetime in working in a lot of retail, that the consumer wanted that experience too. Like once you get an experience that you really like, that's why you go back and buy that Wrigley's gum, or that's why you go back and buy those Coca-Colas, is because you liked what Coca-Cola gave you, and you want to get it again. And so I wanted to help communicate to our community to teach them how to look at the plant in a way that gave them more value. I have friends that have been researching, who've graduated from Oxford University, who moved into this area in the 70s, who've been researching their plants for like things like MRSA for, cancers, and they've been documenting these things, and they have certain strains that they know do certain things better. Yet we were totally missing the boat in that conversation. As we were selling our weed, everybody was saying, go big or go home. And I was going, oh my God, no, stay small. And so it was, how can we find a way? And plus, I'm one woman, right? Like one woman with no income. So how do we find a way to not only show this beauty that you see, like how can I teach everyone to see their beauty, but also to yell loud enough for the outside world to hear, or to sing loud enough for the outside world to hear. And auctions traditionally were created to help show the value of something. I got to meet the president emeritus of Christie's Auction House through this project. He's in his 80s. And he told me, he goes, that Christie's Auction House was designed to teach people what a Renoir was. People didn't understand. They would, oh, look at that painting. But to really understand the value of the pigments and what it took to create those pigments and the uniqueness of the brush strokes, the general public needed to be taught, and auctions were developed to teach those things. And they're also really fun and exciting, and our community has been beaten down so much over the years. I personally don't like competition. I'm very competitive within myself. And so I prefer connection. And I saw an auction as a way to create that connection amongst ourselves, not competing against each other, but also to get all that value that we get from competitions. I also saw it as a way to help sell our product better, as you have, and a lot of us in the group have been involved in these licensing agreements around the cultivars. When you're able to show that you have something special or something desired, and you can authenticate that and create fact behind it, we've all seen how the value increases around that. And it just seems a lot smarter with historically how our community has succeeded to create a system where we're innovating and we're back to the mad scientists in our gardens, creating new and fabulous things that everybody from all over the world wants, than bleeding our hands and our backs trying to give mass amounts like Target. We've never been the We Grows. Do you remember the We Grow guys? I love the We Grow guys. Remember those guys?
Yeah.
Totally. I still follow Dar on social media. But we've never been the We Grows, right? We've always been the people who give the We Grows the ideas. And if you look at solar panels, if you look at paint wheels, if you look at Thule racks, if you look at all the other innovations that have come out of this region, we are the innovators. And it's because we have nature. It's because we have weed. It's because we have this beautiful lifestyle that our brains open up and create. And an auction is a really cool way to educate on all of those things through story, through entertainment, through joy, not through competition, not through hardness, but in a fun way. It's also a way to take a small group and do a big thing that doesn't take, we could utilize digital media through an auction as well, and not have to have thousands and thousands of people come in the first time. So it was just a pathway to take a whole bunch of ideas and values and package them in to kind of a roadmap, I guess, to do business a little differently, and to have fun, and to bring us back together in a way that was celebratory around the plant and fun.
Hang on.
No problem.
No, it's incredible because when you began it, you did something unique, which is you brought in a tremendous number of people to participate which is just so rare in any community project these days, where typically projects are initiated and then only 2 or 3 stakeholders are put into play. So you get this really limited view of what's possible. And you opened up the door to many. So you had a tremendous number of people coming in to provide input. And how many years now has this been going on?
I think it'll be like 3 in September. It's almost 3 years. Well, and that really, Kevin, is really where my only talent is in this whole conversation around the auction and the genetics. And I really attribute it back to what I mentioned in the beginning, is OB Free School. Is my mom was an incredible woman, and she was a disruptor, and she really believed you can change the world, and she did change the world through her path in life. And being in this industry for as long, people will listen to me, people will open doors for me. You know, I can just put my creds on the table and they'll open doors. And I've had the benefit of getting to leverage that around this conversation. My biggest hurdle has always been my disability. You know, I can't travel all over the world I have to travel pretty comfortably, and it takes a large budget and all those sort of things. So I haven't been able to get out and bring the relationships together that I would have liked to. But I've gotten to meet so many incredible people who really, really see the value and the importance of our community sustaining through this industry. Not only that, they see that a lot of the research needs to be done here because of all the IP in these regions, because of our biodiversity, how much could happen, right? And so I got to have these conversations over the years, but never really bring anything together. And then COVID hit. And when COVID hit, it really opened up the digital pathways. It normalized them. It made people feel safe communicating through Zoom. It made digital communications and digital media more accepted. And so it allowed everyone in a very easy way come together on something not that I was doing, but we were all doing. We were all working this same concept in different ways, some of us in the same ways, but we were all willing to come to the table and share. We were all willing to come to the table and listen to each other. We were all willing to come to the table and respect each other. And I really think that has to do with saying, look, our foundational core rules are love and grace. We might not like each other all in this group, but we all have something to share. And so we're going to sit at the table and we're going to talk about what we have in common. And what we know is that these genetics are not being valued. What we know is that these communities aren't being valued. And so people who knew that I've been having that conversation through legalization were, like yourself, had been willing to take the time out every week to come together. What makes the group work is all of you guys. You guys show up and you guys share your ideas. You guys interject when we have guests. You guys ask questions. And that makes all of us learn from each other, because it's a brilliant group of minds. I mean, everyone in there is incredibly intelligent, heart-based, and driven. And so even when just 4 of you get together in that room, things happen. We learn from each other because we are diverse. We have people from all over the globe coming in. And I think I just happened to ask at the right time. And I also happen to have the integrity and the reputation that you know of and other people know of to trust the space. And it's that trusted space that created all the innovation. You know, you guys developed the auction. I just had the, like, let's do this. You guys developed, how are we going to authenticate this? You know, I never knew, I never even thought about having to get a plant out to farms to get more value from it, and it was someone in the group, Sam, the grow off. That's why we're getting to do this, with the grow off. It's getting to go out with that many people. I didn't have a relationship with medicinal genomics. You did, Christian did, and everyone just brought their magic to the table. So I think it's really the integrity and that keeps this group going. And when that much intelligence and knowledge gets together, solutions are found. And I really see this auction as one project of this group. This auction needs to keep going and it needs to function on its own, but this group of brains still needs to come together and be creating solutions. So I see us more like we're an incubator, like bring us a problem and let us solve it.
I love it. What's some of the difficulties that you didn't expect it, because it's been such a project it's so many moving parts? What are some of the things that you had to work through that you, the struggle?
Oh, well, the skunk one is a little bit of a struggle, because after discovering, these unique properties, I guess is what we'll say to keep it simple. It's okay. Well, now how do we get it out there? How do we need to test it? The supply chain is a struggle, but these aren't struggles that I didn't, I knew the supply chain was going to be a struggle. I don't know. It's actually, Kevin, I don't want to like jinx us, but it's been one of the easiest projects I've ever put together. And that is because of all of you. I've done all these things in different ways with other groups, and I've had a lot of fun. But I've never gotten to work with such an incredible group of dedicated people. And I think that's the biggest surprise, is that it's been actually really, it's been a lot of work. I mean, it's a lot of work, but it's also not been really hard because there's just so much support around it and we're all working together. You're doing this for the group. Hendrix is doing what they're doing with the skunk. Everyone is putting their magic to the table. So how easy it's been. And I just don't want to jinx us, but it's really, it's been that has been the biggest surprise.
Well, that's excellent. No, I feel the same way. I mean, I know there's always, unexpected hardships to work through on any project, but all in all, it's been pretty unique to get so many people together working to, collaboratively for a common goal that benefits many that you don't know. Like, to me, that's like the essence. When I learned about charity, the greatest form of charity was the people who receive it don't know who provided it, and the people who provide it don't know who benefited from it, so that you don't feel above someone and the person who received doesn't feel below. And I just love that, just because it was just so pure. And at moments in the meetings, it feels like that, because what you have is you have so many of us from different perspectives, but all with the same common goal. And I think you just did a tremendous job bringing the people together, and then kind of creating a framework for which we operate under, which really is under your auspices of love and grace. And it's pretty genuine. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to support you the way I do on this if I didn't have that belief. And so I just want to say thank you for being who you are, because it allowed so many of us to work together and try to achieve something that was really positive for many that we don't know.
Kevin, I really was raised that you benefit when everyone benefits. You don't benefit alone. It's awfully lonely, and it actually can become a bit torturous. And I think that's part of it, is that I'm bringing everyone together, not because for myself, that's not what gets me off. what gets me off is seeing all of you, everyone in the group, benefit from this. And I think that is something that we need to be very sure to instill in our next generation. It's got lost that we really do have to work together in humanity to succeed, that we cannot step on each other to succeed. And whether it's because of how I was raised in the community I was raised or the hardships I've had to overcome, my body hurts when I step on somebody else. I just physically can't do that. And I think that's how we find real joy. And in some religions, they call it service. But I think that's how we find true joy in life, is to authentically give to each other. But what we've started to do is give with expectation, and that it just doesn't work. But look what happens when we really, I mean, look at your giving of your time here. The people that you're elevating through your work in your community by giving your time here is incredible. But what do you get out of it? Joy, right? Like, this is bringing you pleasure, right? That should be enough. Because then, you know what, when you're enjoying pleasure, you're going to go out and kick more ass for the ganjier. You're going to do better in the garden, you know? And I think we've just kind of forgotten that. I have this spinal cord injury that kind of forces me to sit and think a lot and feel a lot because I don't feel good, and be very sensitive to all of that. And I just truly enjoy watching this come together, seeing all of you light up as we get further and benefit from it. And I think that's what the plant is about. You know, that is what the plant taught us too, as a community. And if we build more projects around these principles, and listen, it's not me. I come from a military family. Look at the military. One of the reasons the military has sustained itself so long is because of how it builds its leadership. First of all, you don't stay in one place very long because they want new ideas and new diversity. You know, so you need new people. You can't have one person doing everything all the time, or things become stagnant. And that's what we have going on. We've got all sorts of people coming to the table, putting their best at the table, putting their leadership at the table, going out and leading their communities. I'm just the person who sits and listens to you all and is putting it together in a package so we can teach it easier to everybody else. It's all of you. I'm just a good listener, I guess.
Awesome. When will the auction unveil itself publicly? When do you want to bring this out into the world?
I think we're going to start pushing the auction hard in January. You know, maybe December, but the industry's really burdened in the fall. Not such a great time. We're looking for a couple good partners. So this does sustain, because as you say, Kevin, you need to do business to keep it going. And this auction is definitely something that we want to see keep going. But I think in January, we'll start really pushing out the cultivars. I hope by September, we have at least 5 to 20 different plants, different genetics that are going to go up for auction. You know, the skunk is really just our test subject. This isn't the skunk auction. This is about showing off new and unique things and creating innovation. The skunk has gifted us with some amazing DNA evidence to help us teach how to look at the plant, teach how to build value. But I know Daniel from Hendrix has something he's been working on for a while. We sure hope you will participate. We've got a couple other hot shots alluding that they have something they want to put in. So we can start, you know, talking about all the magic you guys are engaging in the auction. But by January, I think most of the larger cannabis community will know what we're talking about. we're going to start social media and educating. You know, we're rolling this show out this month.
Where?
Yeah. But we're going to start educating on our social media in August really hard on the concepts around the auction. So people understand this fall as they're harvesting. Maybe they'll take a look at their plants a little differently. Maybe they'll rethink their next harvest a little differently. We want to start getting the education out there as quick as possible.
Excellent. Yeah, no, it's been an incredible project to work with you on, and I've just had a great experience, and I've learned a lot because it's just fascinating to be in a room full of people that are so diverse and so accomplished in their own respective areas. And in closing, anything that you'd like to bring up since you have this moment?
I want to thank you, Kev, for the support and the brotherhood in this journey. It's meant a lot to me, and I want to thank all the volunteers of the Legacy Project. It really is all of us that's making this possible, and it's going to take all of us to get to the auction. And I want to let anyone know who's watching who feels worried about this that I'm really try to remain open and accessible, that I'm always welcome to get on a Zoom and have a chat, as is the rest of the team. But we really are, I build organically, and this is a growing, moving project, and we don't know exactly what it's going to turn into or look like at the end, just like our plants. And so input is valuable. And if you see us going right when we should go left, let us know. We need your input. This project is to empower all of us. You know, the auction is more like a vehicle for you to sell your cultivars, your genetics, than a vehicle for us to make all this money. So please join us. We would love to have your mindset at the table and your opinions at the table, so we only make this better, because that's what's making it so great in the first place.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time today. It's always a pleasure to speak to you.
Thank you, Kevin. Have fun with the fam today.
Thank you.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. It's April the 24th and we are live here at paceradio.net. Good evening, Tamara. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you doing tonight?
No, not too bad. I'm looking forward to the upcoming week, and that is because the weather is looking really nice compared to what we've had.
Yeah, it's warming up here too, but to be fair, we need rain. Like, I'm out in BC and it's drier than a popcorn.
Oh, yeah. Well, sounds like another year of fires.
Yeah, well, Alberta's already lit up, right? And they've actually just called in Alberta that there is a fire emergency up in the north by Fort McMurray again. They're already evacuating small towns. So
Yeah.
I'm not close to that by any means, but that's Alvin's area of employment near Grand Prairie, right? So it does kind of affect us. So we need rain, quite honestly.
Right.
It's warming, but we need rain.
We've had
Definitely.
some good rain, but some people say we still need more. So
Yeah.
now, talking about rain and raining things on you, last week we're talking about I gifted you some cannabis, sent you a little package there, but since then, wow.
Right? I know. I was sitting here at 4:20 and it was like, my phone's ringing. And I had phoned them the night before because I was trying to get something lined up so they deliver. So I was, and their website wasn't working. So I phoned them and said, hey, your website's not working. I'll come in tomorrow. So I assumed that when they were phoning, it was just tell me the website was up and working. And if I wanted to deliver, that they were able to do that, right? No, I won their 420 prize. And I mean, it was, to be honest, I think it was a full 30 grams, 20 like as a gift, because there was so much packed into that bag. It was crazy. Live resin and like vape tips and a hash cone and a quarter and an eighth of flour, plus a whole bunch of joints. And I've still got that blunt. There's a blunt that we haven't even smoked yet. I still got a lot of it left because there was so much of it. But I mean, like Broken Coast Amnesia Haze, like these ones here are like, and Broken Coast, everybody, it's a pretty
Yeah, you like them. You've given them thumbs up.
Right, when we had to do the MMPR thing, and we had to change our licensing for that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to cave, but yeah, like that's and there was 3 of them in the container, right? So we got kind of spoiled, but there was one that was like not so good.
Oh yeah.
And I really like the provider, right? They're an awesome provider. I really enjoy a lot of their other infused cannabis joints. This one was mint D. All right. Like it was like making my eyes water, like my nose run. Like when you get that clearing, like you just suck on.
Yeah.
They must have rushed the cannabis and Vicks because it was bad.
Oh. Well, see, it can work as a natural decongestant.
I guess, but it was natural. Like, holy freaking moly! It was like, yeah, eye watering. No
Oh,
thanks.
wow.
It was bad. It was. That's the only complaint I have about the whole, and I shouldn't be complaining because I mean,
Yeah.
hey, I
Well,
didn't win any.
hey, you spent a lot of years advocating for cannabis legalization, and we continue to do so.
To be fair,
And here you are. Yeah, like when you started doing this, you would never thought that you would be winning a prize at a store.
No, I never thought that we'd have stores.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I walked into that BC liquor, like, because it's like the BC Liquor Control was the first store we ever had open in Cranbrook. And I remember the first day I walked in here, and I kind of I really didn't want to. And I left and I sat in my car and I cried.
Wow. Yeah.
Because they were doing what I had to go and sit and do 6 months house arrest for.
Yeah.
Right? Trafficking. Right? So I did 6 months house arrest for what they're now doing legal. Behind a counter with a tail and a smile.
No, yeah.
So that was a hard pill to
swallow.
it was
Yeah.
tough. Yeah.
And yeah.
No, I don't care.
There's
No,
a
it's
process to get rid of that, but you have to still pay and do. It wasn't eliminated like it is in the U.S., where our guest is from, where they just sign it into law and remove it, right?
And the thing is, my cannabis possession charges, when I had a criminal record check done 2 years ago for the Ukrainian Society, we had to have criminal record checks done because we were dealing with vulnerable people, right? My cannabis possession charges were 2 of them. They were both under 7 grams. Were gone. Now there was a appear showed in there that I didn't even remember having, right? Like I got a failure to appear, and that was back like in 90. And then but the trafficking's still sitting there, and the possession of cocaine is still there, right? So those things are different. And again, like I don't have $3,000 to have them like just suspend it.
Yeah. There's more to the story than just 4 grams.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's felony.
All right. Well, what do you say? We got our guest in?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. All right. At this time, I'd like to introduce a guest who's busy educating and advocating with veterans in the U.S. as well as from around the world. We'd like to welcome Al Byrne back to the Pace Radio Show. Good evening, Al. How you doing?
Hi, Al. Hi, Tamara. Nice to meet you, Tamara. I don't believe we've talked, but Al and I had some conversations, one recently. I'm doing good. Just give you a weather report. I'm on the Gulf Coast of Florida and what we call the Panhandle down here. A lot of you Canadians come down this way, and you're never disappointed. Water temperature in the Gulf this evening is 71 degrees. Water temperature, yeah. And tomorrow probably be low 80s, very sunny, just a gentle breeze. So anyway, I just thought I'd fill in Canada on what the rest of the world is like.
We're all pasty Canadians, and you're nicely tanned, and yeah, the nice sun. Yeah, we get like that sometimes.
I was talking to Al there a couple days ago, and he says, "Boy, I can never tell you're in Canada. Look at you, you're wearing a coat."
Sweaters, our hair, like, and our faces are all white, like, I mean,
hoodie on.
Well, listen, I grew up in Massachusetts, so I know about cold.
Oh, yeah.
Not Canadian cold, but it was cold enough, and that's one reason I decided I'd get out of there. I didn't like the cold, still don't. Go south. Good decision.
I could scratch out of here. I would.
Yeah, I was thinking that I was thinking that Tamara was with me when you were on the program, but by what you said there, when we came in, Tamara wasn't on the program when you were on. So this is a good opportunity, I guess, to get a bit of a background on Al, as far as to let Tamara and remind our viewers and any new viewers, your background when it comes to the cannabis end of things.
Background, huh? Okay, I grew up in New England. I went to Catholic schools. I went through my entire education from first grade through college in Catholic schools, and I was never in a classroom with a woman.
Really?
Yeah, just to give you an idea of the. I'm old. See, I'm 81. So I'm taking you back to an era before a lot of your audience even was born, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's
you're the same age as my dad. So yeah.
anyway. So that's how it started. I was a really big, good time high school jock. I went to Notre Dame. I was a really good jock at Notre Dame. While there, I joined the Navy at 17. I was what they call a midshipman. I was in a reserve officer training program, training to be an officer. So when I got out of Notre Dame, I got commissioned as an ensign. I spent 2 years on a destroyer. Then I spent 2 years in Rhode Island, sort of bringing me back to New England. My wife at the time wanted that. I wasn't too happy with it, but hey, what the hell. And then I got out of the Navy. I had done 4 years active duty. I had to do 6 in the Navy. At that time, you had to do your 6. So I did the 4 on active, and I had to do 2 as a reserve. I went in the reserve unit in Boston, and I was in the reserves about 6 months before I was recalled to active duty. I was sent to Vietnam as advisor for the VNs. Was there a year. Was transferred after that to Hawaii for 4 years, which was really wonderful. Got back to New England. I went to Rhode Island again, to the Newport area, right at, it was great. It was the 200th anniversary of the United States being born. The tall ships were there. It was
Nice.
mid-70s, spectacular time. Left there, went back to the Seabees again. Seabees are like the Navy's equivalent of Army engineers. They're Navy rates, and they go all over the place, can virtually build anything. There were about 900 of us in the battalion. We went from, we were all over the place. We were in the Caribbean, mostly Puerto Rico. At the same time, we were also in the Bahamas and in Iceland. And then we got transferred over to the West Coast, and we were in Guam and the Philippines, in Thailand, and a little island in the middle of the Indian Ocean, 1,400 miles from any inhabited land, called Diego Garcia. A very secret base, and so I did that and then I came back to the United States and was assigned to run one of the biggest retail stores in the Navy in the outside of Seattle area, Whidbey Island, Washington. It was a huge complex, 30,000 people in the service. I had about 400 employees. I had 11 restaurants, and I had dry cleaning plants and gas stations that pumped 500,000 gallons a month. It was a huge thing. And then they transferred me there to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base for my last 2 years, and went to school on high quality contracting for the government, big money, and spent the last 2 years dealing with a Fortune 500 company called Gould, managing $1 billion plus contract. So my background in the Navy was basically logistics and or management at some higher level of management. And then I took that. Along the way, I stumbled into what I had known as a young man. At 21, my dad was dying of cancer, and he had lost 100 pounds. He was a mess. He was dying. He had liver cancer. He was in Boston. They were doing back then. Now this is 67. Very, very rudimentary chemotherapy treatment. I mean, now it's a little rough, but back then it was ridiculously rough. Anyway, it was killing him. So I went to his doctor. Now, the story's got this historical twist to it, but it's what it is. My dad graduated from Boston College in 1932. In the time, cannabis was a medicine. It was used all over the place. The guy that became his doctor graduated with him from BC in 32, went to medical school. I forget which one, probably around there someplace. Anyway, got out of medical school in 36 and entered practice. Well, the whole time through medical school, he'd been taught about the uses of cannabis as a medicine. And when I went to him in the 60s, and he knew what was going on, and it was my dad's doc. He knew what the hell was going on, and I said, you know, this throwing up and this you know, he can't hold food down. He's dehydrated. Yeah. He says, try and get him some. He called it marijuana. Get him some marijuana, and see if he'll use it. And anyway, I'll shorten it up a little bit. I got some. He used it, and he stopped throwing up. He stopped being totally miserable almost before, right in front of my eyes, you know.
I assumed he smoked it.
Huh?
I assumed he smoked it.
He did, and
Yeah.
that we've been lucky with that, because when he was in his 20s, he worked in Chicago as a salesman, and he drank and he smoked and he hung out in the speakeasies, you know, just like anybody would if you're 25 in Chicago. And so he smoked. So he had given it up long time ago. But when I approached him with I think it was the first joint I ever rolled in my life. And I gave it to him, and he could smoke it. He knew how, you know what I mean? He had that.
Yeah.
But yeah, he felt a lot better. He ate. Of course, he died very soon after that. But it left a lasting impression about how quickly, how really quickly and dramatically my dad's composure changed. It was astounding. So anyway, fast forward to 83. I'm in the basement of a university building, Case Western University in Cleveland, working with my then wife, Mary Lynn Latham, on her thesis. And what we had done is we had contacted NORML, National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. It was a much bigger deal then than it is now. But they still only had, I don't know, 3,000 or 5,000 paying people. Anyway, we convinced NORML to do a mailing that sent out a survey, a questionnaire to all their people, asked them to fill it out and send it back. And it was astounding. Usually when you do some shit like that, you get a response rate in the single digits. We got something like 88% of these things back. And basically it was a questionnaire that, again, my ex-wife wanted to put a thesis to, which is, would you tell your healthcare provider, your MD, your nurse, about your use of cannabis for any reason at all? And they wrote back basically, I think it was someplace around 80% said, absolutely, I'll tell my doc or my nurse. The others, I guess, weren't so sure. So that was nice. We had some really good information there, but we got thousands of these things back. I'm telling you, thousands of them. So we sat down there in his basement for days, and I can only say in my life it was the first time I really felt like some sort of epiphany had just occurred in me. It was not what I was reading was handwritten notes from 4,000 people. They were of every sex. They were, every sex, male and female. There were, all kinds of races. They made no money.
Yeah, every religion. Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah.
Everybody. Yeah, anything you can imagine answered up. And what they said was, now this is 1983. You guys know what you know now, but back then we didn't know shit.
Oh, yeah.
So what I'm reading is, this helps me with Crohn's disease.
Oh.
This helps me with sickle cell. This helps me with migraines. This helps me with pain control. Now, what we knew back then was that it was a really good antiemetic. People that were sick from throwing up, which was helped my dad a lot. And it was also a really good way to control glaucoma through it lowered the interocular pressure in the eyes. We knew that, but we didn't know about Crohn's disease. we didn't know that morning sickness was so diminished with the use of cannabis. We didn't know that people who hadn't slept in months and years got on cannabis and had 8 or 9 hours uninterrupted sleep for the first time in months. We didn't know all that then, but in that basement I learned it. And so what it became for me was then how do you get this information to the public?
Yeah, you see this, you've got all this information, and you just want to scream at the world, hey.
What do you do with it? You got to get it out there.
So
anyway,
you got to get it out there.
I used Normal to some degree. I was running Normal to a degree, and then we formed an organization called Patients at a Time. And this was the killer. This was an organization that under AMA, American Nurses Association and American Medical Association blessings, we held conferences for doctors, nurses, PhDs, and we taught them about the therapeutic uses of cannabis. And this was accredited conferences. So a doc or a nurse got there, they got their continuing education credits for the year, et cetera, et cetera. And so the information presented was scientifically unrefutable. And that was the contest that I undertook with the federal government of the United States. My thought at the time when I was doing all this and putting this shit together was that the government of the United States has an opinion. I have science, and that science will trump it. And so we did that. Right. Then we did that. And then fast forward, that went really well. And then fast forward into 2007, I'm a veteran, a Navy veteran. As I said, I spent 24 years on active duty. And I'm continually interested to the nth degree in veteran affairs. So with another guy named Mike Kravitz, who you probably have heard of, Mike and I started an organization called Veterans for Medical Cannabis Access. And what we wanted access to was the Veterans Health Administration of the United States. We wanted cannabis to be able to be used as a medicine within that gigantic hospital organization, biggest in the world. Took us 3 years, but we did it. By July of 2010, the Veterans Health Administration, listening to us, wrote a directive, like the thing, like a law, a directive. And it said, one sentence was simply, cannabis is a medicine. And then it went on to explain that this medicine should be used correctly and just, do it right. And then I think about a year later, they did it all over again. They issued another directive, same thing, changed a couple of words, it was the same thing. So we had introduced cannabis as a medicine to the largest healthcare facility in the world, which is in the United States part of the executive branch of our government. Executive branch is the president's little quadrant. We have the legislature, who are dysfunctional. We have the judicial, which is up for grabs, and then you got the executives. So this is part of the executive branch, the branch that has withheld saying anything positive, and yet for now 14 years this July, the Veterans Health Administration has been treating veterans all over the United States, except, and I'll get to the except, with cannabis in their treatment protocols. And so think about what I just said, 14 years.
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands of visits of vets all over the place. And you know what? Come on. There hasn't been a single reported problem.
Yeah. Yeah. And
we would have heard.
How are they able to get access if it's not legal in every state? Like, are they?
Well, okay. Yeah, that's where I'm going with that. So I'll go there right now. The problem we have is that we have 50 states and territories. All of the territories of the United States, Guam, Virgin Islands, have enacted positive cannabis laws, and 42 of the 50 states have as well. So what we have in the country now of the United States is we have only 8 states in the United States that do not have some sort of cannabis law that's positive, either medical or totally recreational. So for veterans in those states, by the way the executive branch decisions have been made, those veterans in Kansas can't use cannabis medically and go into a Kansas VA facility and be treated as a veteran. They're told to go home.
Oh.
So that's where I am right now. My whole focus is to try and get folks to understand that we have U.S. military veterans, wounded veterans who can't use cannabis in the VHA medical facilities, not because the VA has a problem with it, only because these veterans live in a state that doesn't have some sort of positive law. I call that medical treatment by geography.
Yeah, yeah. Now,
it's immoral.
Would they not be
not medically unethical? But that's where I am. So that's my history. I started out at 17, joining the Navy, and I'm 81, and I'm still very, very concerned about the inequality of my brothers and sisters.
As they always say, thank you for your service. And I can say that twice because of not only for your military and the things, but also with your cannabis advocacy work.
Oh, thanks, Al. Yeah.
It goes hand in hand, right? Because when you're talking about a good medicine, veterans deserve the best, right? So they should be getting the best, and I think that's where it goes hand in hand with all service, right?
Well,
yeah,
it's a medicine. I mean,
yeah.
So first of all, I have to tell these for years now. You guys can understand. I've been talking to senators and congressmen and idiots all over the place, and over, I listen to them, and they talk about marijuana, the drug, and it's like it's cannabis, and it's a friggin' plant, it grows in the ground, and God, that's hard to get through with some human beings. And they just
no critical.
It is. I know. It's they've only known the negative. It's what they were taught. Everybody, a lot of the people now, like you said, you're 81. Your dad lived in an era where cannabis wasn't illegal, and everybody else, basically most of society now is growing up knowing that only being illegal. And,
well, when you grew up in the 80s too, we had we're Canadian, but we still had the Reagan years, right? Like, this is your brain on drugs. And growing up with all these commercials, but this is your brain on drugs, right? So
the eggs frying in the frying pan.
You're talking about that advertisement where they're frying
pan in the eggs in the 80s, right? Because I was a teenager in the 80s, right? So again, that was our, and all the propaganda that we get out of the U.S. comes across the border to us. So we get all this propaganda out of the States. This is your, brain on drugs, and it just kind of filters up here. But at the same time, Jean Chrétien, we had we had all kinds of Ladine reports and stuff done in Canada to move forward towards legalization in the 60s, in the 70s, to have some, Republican conservative, we have them here too, trust me, that comes flying across the border with this is your brain on drugs. So we got stagnated at the same time with Reagan's messaging in the States too.
I remember those ads. I thought they were hilarious, but they worked. They work,
Oh yeah.
And again, I got to go back to what I said earlier. The government has an opinion, and we now have science. So it's been the education of the masses, not so much the politicians, the masses, the patients, that has changed this whole discourse from where I got in, where everybody went to jail just for saying the word, to now where it's a respected medicine. So it's a sea change, and I want to tell your audience that, especially the younger folks, like, this isn't over yet.
No.
There's still enough stupidity out there to keep this thing going on for a while. But you're way ahead of where we were. Don't quit. Don't give up. And make sure when you say something about the use of cannabis, you say it accurately and be willing to have some science behind it. Just don't say shit. That's what the government does. It says stuff.
Well, the one good thing we can, positively say about legalization in Canada is that our crime rates are down 95% for possession. And to me, that is one of the best, I think, moves forward. Never mind that people have quite a bit of access in Canada now with our legalization market. But the fact that 95% of people have not been charged with possession of any type of cannabis is the best part of legalization, I think, for me.
People aren't getting arrested as many people. 95% reduction.
In
charges.
90%.
Well, the one thing I will give Canada credit for is the care of their military with cannabis.
Yes, absolutely.
Up in your country, a vet can get cannabis from the government. It's good stuff. It's free, and it's delivered to their home. They don't even have to go out and get it. It's delivered to them, which is what it should be.
Right.
In the United States, as I just described, depending on where you live, you can't even use it and go into a hospital.
Yeah.
So the disparity of treatment there among the military, and we all, I don't know about you guys about the military, but the members of the military of Canada are my brothers and sisters just as much as the Marines are down here. We have a common bond of what we do for why we do it. And it doesn't, and the injuries, I'll point out to the audience, the injuries that the modern day military has are not that much different than the injuries that civilians have.
No.
Brain traumas and TBIs and post-traumatic stress issues can come not just from warfare, but from all kinds of sources. So that, when we talk about the use of this stuff for like military, or I do a lot, it certainly is valid for civilian use. I belong to a group in it's an international group. It's called Athletes for Care, and basically it's made up of professional athletes, Olympic athletes, and college-bound athletes who have suffered in some way through their sport some sort of problem, and have found cannabis to be helpful. And this just isn't football players and hockey players; it's fencers and gymnasts and swimmers.
Right.
So there's So this whole thing about cannabis, it's a plant. It's a incredibly good nutritional source, which is another aspect that isn't discussed very much. And it certainly has pain control abilities that we all should recognize as being wonderful, because there's no side effects. There's none of that side effects that you get with pharmaceuticals. So I'm sort of diverging here, but I am the medical cannabis guy, and that's where I go with my conversations.
Oh, absolutely.
Super. And that's and that's what we need. More people who speak up, more people get educated. They speak up. It spreads like wildfire. But we have to take a commercial break right now. And as far as science, and you got a future project and stuff that you're working on, I'm going to get into that after the break. And as you mentioned, there's still lots of work to do. People still have to keep the advocacy going. So I'm going to throw a shout out there to the fact that next Saturday, this coming Saturday, May the 4th, is the Global Marijuana March being held globally. Here in Canada, the big one. The big one's happening in Vancouver as well as in Toronto. So it'll be interesting happening. So I'm going to throw in a little promo for that. And we'll see you all after the break. This is the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
In February of 2022, the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club and Ted Smith were fined $6.5 million. This for helping 8,500 patients with access to medical cannabis. In our interview with Ted, he spoke to us about how people can donate to help in an upcoming court challenge. And here is part of that interview. From what I've seen lately, I believe that you've got something that you're trying to do as far as fundraising to deal with this next court challenge.
For now, people can write checks directly to Jack Lloyd Law Corporation or send e-transfers to save the VCBC at gmail.com. I guess those are the two easiest ways for people to help right now.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Hey, welcome back. Tamara and I are joined by our guest, war vet and cannabis advocate, Al Byrne. Boy, I choked on that toke just before we came back live again. So now, before the break, we're talking about all the work that you've been doing, Al, your background and everything in your cannabis advocacy and or with the military, the Navy, right? Going forward though, you were talking, you have a new project that you're working on with a friend of yours, and I'd like to give you an opportunity to talk about that. And I've got some questions for you on some of the stuff that I've already seen presented, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, thanks, Al. Tamara, hi, I'm back. Casper Leach is the fellow that I've partnered with in this particular project. Casper's background is over the last 10, 15, 20 years, he's been in the entertainment world, basically, with a website basically built around time for hemp, for being the number. And he's done a good job with presenting cannabis issues and cannabis people and conversations about hemp and about medical cannabis and about legalization, the whole concept. So anyway, while this was going on, he had the wherewithal and the brains to archive it all. Every show that he ever did, he kept, and he kept it in remarkably good condition. And a lot of what he kept, I am involved with in that I almost all of the medical cannabis interviews over the years, 300 of them. And what we did was we interviewed, one of the things I did for real is I told you we ran these conferences. Well, I got these docs and nurses and researchers that coming in from all over the world. And they would give their presentations and everybody went away happy, like I said. And I was real happy because I was giving the finger to the feds. But what I was also meeting these people. So then what I did to try and, later on, you guys will appreciate this because you had a bump into TV. But so after I did 4 or 5 of these conferences, it was great. We had this wonderful conference, 350 people sitting in the room, went back to wherever they came from, and they were, pumped.
Good.
And I thought, well, that's that. Good job, Al. But there's 1 million people out there. So at this point in time, I decided to go video, and you can read all about this stuff. But and we did the video part live, and we did it, and then we sold it later on as educational material, and that way we got to expand the message out quite a bit. So anyway, that all started, like I said, the conference stuff started in about 2000, and I'm sorry, I sort of lost where you wanted me to go with that.
Oh, okay. With the stuff that you're doing with Casper, as far as the interviews.
Yeah. So anyway, we did all this stuff, and Casper archived it. So a year ago, I got a hold of him, and before that, Casper had been the right-hand man for a very, very leadership guru here in the United States, a guy named Jack Herr. He's the hemp man of the world. He reintroduced hemp back into the world, and Casper was his right-hand man for a decade. So anyway, Casper and I got together, and he said, "Look, you did most of the interviews. How about we take a lot of these archives and rerun them? Because I've looked at them, and the information there is PhD level and timeless." And then what we do is we interspace that. You do some new interviews with some of the newer folks, and we get it all together. So that's a Time for Hemp project. Casper has already done some remarkable editing. Basically, he's done interviews that I've done, and he's sort of taken out the ahs and the oomphs and the ads, and it's just straight up really high quality editing. And the conversations I don't remember having them. I was like, wow, that's cool, Al. Hey, you did good there.
I'm gonna bring.
It's good.
I'm gonna bring one on here to the screen. I'm gonna show here. Here's one here. Okay.
Oh, okay.
This is at Casper's website. You're talking about seminars, so on and so forth. This is called the Roots of Medical Cannabis Research. And I don't know whether you can read the guests who are involved in this episode. It's just phenomenal. The people that you've got it on.
Well, I see Andy Weil there.
Yeah. Dr. Donald Abrams.
That. Oh, you're talking about that interview? Yeah. Abrams, Weil, Grinspoon, and
Raphael Mechoulam.
Yeah, Mechoulam. Rafi was in there. Yeah, it's a hell of a half hour.
Yeah, Dr. Jeffrey Harrigan, rather.
Yeah, California, great guy.
Yeah, and
Yeah, it
then
was a hell of an interview.
a doctor from Germany, Dr. Grockenheimer.
Grottenheimer from
Does it
Germany.
ring a bell?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Franjo. His first name is Franjo. Franjo started the
Yes.
IACM, the International Academy of Cannabis Medicine, and basically he was the first president, and did everything.
Yeah, exactly.
He's an MD, speaks fluent English as well as German, and has been a leader in that cannabis medicine thing in Europe very, very successfully for 20-some years. Hell of a good guy. And he's a patient.
Legalized as well.
And he's a patient.
Yeah.
I
I
listened to this today.
Yeah, it's a hell of an interview.
And it was just, I was listening to these people who I was watching on videos when I was doing these educational seminars in cafes, and seeing these guys in movies, and I'm thinking, wow, now I'm sitting here listening to these same guys talking about all the benefits of cannabis, and it would just wow, I was blown away by it, and I can hardly wait to release this stuff here on the Pace Radio Network.
Yeah, well, thanks. But yeah, see, I knew all these guys, and so I'd call them up and I'd say,
yeah,
can you do an interview? Yeah, sure, I'll be glad. You know, it was the conversations are kind of low key, I think, but the information provided is PhD level, because that's what these guys were.
Yeah,
men and women here
yeah.
were beyond the norm of figuring it all out. And a lot of them, like Dr. Weil, Andy Weil, I mean, he came to my call asking him for help 4 or 5 different times. I mean, he's on the cover of Time magazine 2 or 3 times, and I called him up and I said, "I need your help." Yeah, what do you need now? And he provided. Some of these people, they're exceptionally.
It's a gold star. It's a gold star interview. Like, this is a 5-star interview of people that you're talking to in this.
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Like,
Well, it's easy when you get that kind of talent. You ask a question and just shut up. And let them
it's and as everybody can see there, you can play it on the website.
That's what Casper and I are doing. That's what we're doing. Let me finish it, and then we have Casper and I and Time for Hemp have joined up with Pace Radio, and Pace Radio is going to rebroadcast some of these archives and the new stuff, pretty much, regularly. We're working on this. We've only talked about this for a week or two, and I don't know what I'm talking about. It's all between Al and not me, just other people.
Me and Casper.
Casper and you, I guess. Yeah. So anyway,
I sent
that's
them
what
some
we're doing. We got all these archives, all this education, all this information, and we assume that at least half the audience out there has never heard this before.
Yep.
It's not dated. In fact, you might not have even heard about it, but it's true. It's there, and these are the guys that did it.
I would have. When I was showing the documentaries, and these people were in there talking about the benefits of cannabis and stuff, I had nurses and I had people who were like medical specialists, like sort of like on the Reiki and other ways of homeopathic medicine, come to the cafes and watch these videos with me, and they would take down notes. These are researchers and doctors that did the research. Like, you're getting it right from the horse's mouth. Like, you can't get a much better source. And I just think it's just so important. Even though some of them, like Dr. Michelin, isn't with us anymore.
his education and the work that he did can continue. And this is one of the ways of doing that.
Yeah, well, it was unique, the approach of accredited conferences, and it was something that the federal government really couldn't get much involved with. And I'll clarify that. It actually, I think that we got the first one in 2000 at the University of Iowa, in Iowa City, of all places, Heartland, America. We were sponsored by the medical school and the nursing school of the university, and therefore by the American Medical and American Nurses Association. And we kind of snuck it in there. There it was. It was done. And I had the opportunity, and I took it. The University of Iowa had a student-based TV teaching program. I don't know what they called it. Didn't matter. They had cameras, and they had the ability to broadcast this stuff all over the United States. So what I arranged with University of Iowa at the time was to broadcast the conference. It was 2 days, 16 hours live. And we broadcasted it live to 9 different places around the United States.
Nice.
And Canada.
Yeah.
And Canada. One of the recipients was McGill.
Oh, McGill University.
Yeah.
In Montreal.
The McGill setup was made by a doctor named Mark Ware.
Yeah.
And Mark came to us and said, "I'll help," and he did, and he's been with, I've known him forever.
He's still doing research at McGill. They're still doing research at McGill University.
Yeah, Mark has spent a lot of time, I believe, with Health Canada, with cannabis and pain control.
Well, the nice thing about it right now, since we've had this review that was done just recently, Health Canada, they've been recommended that Health Canada spend more money on research for medicinal purposes for cannabis. We need them to recognize cannabis as a medicine, and they still don't. Even though they give it to our veterans, Health Canada, it's a fight. Our College of Physicians block our doctors from allowing us to use a medicine that's natural and healthy for us. So we've got a long ways to go, even though we've got legalization in Canada.
Well, Mark's your man. He knows more about it than anybody. But anyway, what we did was we tossed science in their face. We used these people that you're referring to, and but the government did try to block me. The second conference we had was scheduled for Portland, Oregon, and it was all set up. It was done with the hospital there and the nurses, et cetera, in Oregon. And at the last minute, the hospital pulled its accreditation out from under us. Oh. And the reason we found out later was the federal government, namely the White House, the drug czar, had called the CEO of the HBO that ran the hospital and told him if he actually condoned the use of this conferencing in one of his hospitals, that the federal government would never spend another nickel in any one of his HBOs. Oh. And that was the kind of, that happened again, just so you don't think I'm making it up, in 2010, we did our conference in Tucson. And we were sponsored by the University of Arizona's Medical School, Nursing School, and Dr. Andrew Weil's Integrative Healing School. And all went well until a month or two ahead of the conference. I got an email from the lawyer of the University of Arizona's system. I mean, the whole system, the state. And she informed me that because we were going to have the subject of cannabis on the University of Arizona campus, she was not going to allow that. And therefore, your conference is canceled. And by the way, I'm going on vacation for 2 weeks, so adios. And we found out later, I'm not making this shit up. It's in my book.
I totally believe it.
We found out later that what had happened is the White House of the United States, the drug czar office, had called this woman. As I put it in my book, I said they found a lawyer with no balls
Yeah.
A female, but give me a break on that. It's a pun, all right? And told her the same thing they told his CEO in Canada. They said, if you allow this conference, that we'll pull all the federal dollars out of your University of Arizona educational system. And this dumb lawyer believed her. But anyway, by the time she come back from vacation, Dr. Wild, the dean of the nursing school and the dean of the medical school, had convinced everybody else that the lawyer was a nut and we're going to do this, and we did it. But there's others, and I keep referring to my book, so let me brag. Other than Time for Hemp, and with all these archives and all this wonderful information that I hope your audience will check out now and then, if not a lot, I wrote a book. It's just, and it's called FOR, Country and Cannabis, for country and cannabis. In other words, as Al said earlier, thanks for your service, and not just the military, but the path beyond that. And thank you for that, because that's what my title means. For country, I served my country. And then later I served to indoctrinate the world, if you will, about the uses of therapeutic cannabis. So that's what the book's about. So some of these stories I'm relating, like the Arizona thing, and they're in there. And there's more.
They're all in there.
And some of them are terrible. Some of the stories of federal government, the actions they took against patients, sick people, horrible. So I wrote all that down because, as people told me a long time ago, if you don't do this, nobody else can.
And
you're still around.
It's all part of the history of cannabis.
It is. And again, back to right, and then that brings us right back to Casper and I, because these archives are history. And
for sure.
Many instances, I was going to say earlier, the last interviews done with some of these folks, Dr. Grinspoon and others, the last thing they ever did.
Well, I'll bring this back up on the screen again here. This is on Casper's website, and this is his blogs, the Time for Hemp Seeds to Grow. And these are some of the interviews that he's rejigged and put things together. Took the ums and ahs and stuff out of it. And they're all free. You can see they're a free download right there. Peter McWilliams, a tribute to Peter McWilliams. He was a cannabis advocate in the U.S. And I'm just trying to think of the young lady's name who has been Julia, correct? Yeah. There's one with Casper Chats with Tommy Chong and Tim Leary. There's the medical cannabis research one. Marijuana is good for you. It'd be an interview with Dr. Lester Grinspoon. Hemp Can Save the World. Interviews, chats with a bunch of people there. And Andrea Herman, I can remember listening to her years ago when the Pace Radio Show was on Time for Hemp. And she was a Canadian hemp farmer.
Well, I think the difference too is like the United States is like 5 times the population of we are or more.
Oh yeah.
So and it's really, I guess for me, it's kind of difficult to even imagine walking in a city that's like, because I live in a population of 20,000 people, and Calgary and Vancouver are huge to me. Or Toronto was like a culture shock. Montreal was a culture shock, right? Ottawa, all culture shock for me. From the prairie, little prairies and like Little House on the Prairie kind of. So I ended up in this. So I couldn't even imagine going to the States. I'd walk into New York. I'd probably drop dead if I was in Central Park or downtown New York. I'd probably drop.
It's so big. So
big. It would just be total culture. Mm-hmm.
All right, I see it's top of the hour. Time to take another break, and then we'll come back from there, and we'll go from there. I'm just trying to find my stuff. There we go. Off we go. All right. When we return, we'll continue our discussion. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. And don't forget, just because cannabis is legalized where you are
we still got to speak out because it still has to be
Not
improved.
worldwide. Not worldwide.
Right.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to the Pace Radio Show. Tonight, Tamara and I were joined by our special guest, war veteran on more than just one front, because he's also a war veteran when it comes to the cannabis issue. And that's our guest, Al Byrne. Well, Al, you've got a long history of work you've done, and you've got work that you're going to be doing more here, as you mentioned, with Casper, on getting all this archived material out there. You've been doing this, like I said, for years, and there's been interviews. It's all been radio, Pace Radio Show, Pace Radio Network, because we were doing radio. Casper was always radio. You looking forward to the transition to doing video?
Yes and no. I mean, look at me. I'm not pretty like tomorrow. We have to be realistic. I've been told I have a great radio voice, so I don't think I want to blow my image.
Don't underestimate yourself. Once you get comfortable, because started in radio too, I was the last person that wanted to put my face into video ever. I just wasn't I wasn't into it. And then it was kind of like, here we are. So don't underestimate yourself, because it'll be just fine.
Well, I've actually done a lot of video with a lot of our Veterans Voices shows were video. In fact,
okay,
50 of them, and I've done a lot of video here and there, just being interviewed by TV places and shit.
Good.
So the
Good.
camera doesn't really bother me. As I said, the first conference, it helped us immeasurably because we got out in a video sense to I think it was 8 different places. Miguel, but I mean, it was all over the United States. It was University of Arkansas, University of Virginia, the entire health system of the state of Oregon was tuned into it. Everybody in the state of Oregon in the health association business could watch that conference in Oregon. So the video part of it, I've never diminished that. What we did, after a few years, I said, well, I told you before, well, I got 350 people in the room and they went home educated, and I felt good about that.
Do you think it's in the States because it's a privatized healthcare system where our system's public, right? So we have the government's all governmentally funded for our universal healthcare for all our hospitals. So do you think it's easier to go and do these conferences and have these associations tune in because it's a privatized care system? Because I'm not sure that the Canadian College of Physicians would do that here.
Well, I have a story in my book about dealing with your University of British Columbia about this very issue, and let's just say let's not bring it up right now because it really didn't put the Canadian people in very good light.
I know.
About what I did, and this is to get to. Well, wait a minute. To get to the question, what I did was I got these 350 people in the room, and I said, that's a finite number. It's no good. It's not big enough. So every conference after that, we videotaped it, and we got the videotape approved for accreditation.
Right.
And we put the videotapes on 2 different sources. We put it on the University of California, San Francisco medical schools training thing. And then any doc anywhere in the world, from India to Canada, could go to that website and take a course on medical cannabis that we put together. The other place we put it was a company that is in Charlottesville, Virginia, called Scitent, SCITENT. They're a for-profit company, but they did the exact same thing. They took our information, our videos, put them into a teachable format, accredited them as we did, and sold them to doctors that wanted accreditation in cannabis research and didn't want to go, to a conference every 2 years.
Right.
So the video thing, Al, I think that was really important. And the other thing I noticed was that when we would just talk, we'd get a couple, 12 seconds on a news thing at night with a microphone stuck in your face.
Yeah.
As soon as we did something with video, we were getting 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Because it could run the video clip.
Yeah, they'd run video strips, and
Nice.
we did produce back in the 90s a award-winning video called "Marijuana as Medicine." I named it. If I had to do it over, I would have called it "Cannabis as Medicine," but it was called "Marijuana as Medicine." We won a number of awards. They showed it at the United Nations to the assembled general masses in New York. I mailed the thing, the copies of it, to at least 18 different countries. The big film festival out there in the West, Sundance Film Festival, they gave the thing a special award because they didn't have a category. they couldn't figure out where to put this medical marijuana 18-minute film because nobody had ever done anything like that. There was no. It was another one we sneaking
breaking barriers.
We snuck it in on the feds again. They didn't see that coming. They didn't see us coming to the VHA to get that medical marijuana cannabis label in the VHA system. They didn't see that. They were fighting some other war. We snuck in the back door with soldiers. We know where to go.
Yeah.
So all this stuff is important. I think words are more important than visual. But visual does get a certain amount of attention that just straight words do not. So I think it's a harmonious thing. A little of both is probably good.
That's right. Yeah. Now, as far as your comment about look at me, do I look, I would say you probably represent one of the largest growing sectors of the cannabis consumers, and that's the seniors.
Yep. The demographics.
Right?
More people in their senior years than anyone else.
Well, I've been smoking cannabis on a daily basis for probably 45 years, so don't look at me as average. But yeah, the over 65 group in the United States has got it. They have got the word that if you use cannabis in a reasonable fashion, your pain is modulated, you sleep better, your appetite's up, your nutrition's better, all these things we've been talking about. The older folks, they still read, believe it or not.
Right?
And the younger folks do not, but the old folks read and they listen to each other's wisdom. They look at somebody that's next to him, is 75 years old, and looks pretty good. The guy says, "Yeah, I eat a cannabis gummy every night." And really, yeah. So they, they know how to learn, and yes, you're absolutely right. And these people they vote. They are reasonably affluent as a class, so there is some political power there. In Florida, we had an activist now gone, but he came up with a great idea 10 years ago. He called his roving Florida educational cannabis tour the Silver Tour. He wanted red hair and silver hair. That's what the whole thing was designed for. And he did exceptionally well in county elections where there was a huge portion of elderly retirees, if you will. The cannabis issues won in the 90s. 92 yes, 8 no, that kind of stuff. Right. So the older folks have definitely got the word, as I said, especially for pain control, sleep control, bladder control. I mean,
appetite. Like that's the thing too. As you get older, I noticed that my parents aren't eating as much. My dad's diabetic, right? There's no way I could get either one of them to try cannabis. My mom worked for the RCMP, but they see what it's done for my health. So but again, it's the appetite is a huge thing for seniors.
Yeah. I just want to go off track a little bit and tell your audience because I think it's important. We're talking Canada and the United States. Well, we should. That's where we live and stuff. But there is a world out there, and it's really quite sophisticated. And 27 countries in the world have cannabis in their medical pharmacopoeia. What that means is that their doctors and nurses and researchers could just treat cannabis like any other administrative treatment, any other herbal or pharmaceutical treatment. 27 countries. Not my waters. I'm talking Spain and France and Germany and England and Australia. I'm talking, I'm not talking Fiji, although they do too. I don't want to knock Fiji here because they're on board.
And then you got countries that hang people.
Yeah, but the point is 27 countries, okay?
Which is huge.
This stuff is being used every day in these countries, and there's no negative reports from anywhere about anything.
that's
and then when you go to the distribution of cannabis drugs in Europe, it's done by one company pretty much called Merck. It's a German company. This is the fourth largest pharmaceutical company in the world. So when people start this conversation about, well, the pharmaceutical company's got nothing to gain here, well, Merck's involved up to their ass. I mean, this thing, they're distributing all the cannabis in Europe.
Oh, wow.
So I don't see necessarily the pharmacological industry as a whole as a negative, like a lot of people do. They recognize there's profit. They produced this stuff years ago. Lilly did, and Merck did, and all these companies. They had cannabis extracts. They sold it back when my dad's doctor was in school.
Those old glass bottles that you see all the time that have cannabis.
They got that stuff. They still know how to make it.
Oh yeah.
And so anytime they can bring it back to life, there's nothing to keep Eli Lilly from putting out a cannabis project tomorrow.
Yeah, because they had it back then.
Yeah. So anyway, I just want you to remember the next time you hear the politicians say, "Well, there isn't enough study," well, he or she's just got their head up their ass. There's 27 countries that have it in their pharmacopoeia, have had it there for years, and the United Nations 2 years ago. Canada, the United States, we're part of that gig. The United Nations transferred cannabis from a very, very restrictive schedule number to no restriction at all.
Huh?
Nothing.
Nice.
Internationally, transferring cannabis between United Nation countries is just like transferring a bushel of wheat.
It is. Yeah. I know. We know that because they're doing it here. They're actually exporting cannabis from Canada to Germany and to Israel, and we know that for a fact. So
we have we don't bring cannabis to our country. We don't. Our laws don't allow that, but we allow exporting. We don't allow the importing of it.
Well, years ago, I'll tell you a story, an American story, but
sure.
I was married into a family that had a wheat farm right on the North Dakota Canadian border, and it had been in this family for a couple hundred years. It's called a pioneer farm in North Dakota. It's a sort of a hallowed term. It's like got a halo around it or something. So anyway, I called up representing the farm, the government of North Dakota, and I was trying to speak to somebody in agriculture about growing hemp in North Dakota. This was 10, 12 years ago. And I got in a switchboard, and the lady said, "Well, where are you calling from?" And I said, "I'm down here in Wahpeton. I'm at this pioneer farm, the Moore Mathery farm in Wahpeton." And she said, "Pioneer farm?" And I said, yeah. And she said, "Okay, hang on just a minute." So this guy gets on the phone, and he gives me his name, and I say, "Hi, here's my name." He said, "What do you want?" I said, "Well, I want to talk about growing hemp in North Dakota. It's about time we make some money." And he said, "What's that mean?" And I said, "Well, look, our farm is right there on the border, and we do wheat. We've done wheat, and we do navy beans, and we do shit, but we do wheat. And at the end of the year, we make about $25 an acre. That's how a farmer makes money. You got a lot of acres, you can have some money." So anyway, that's what I told this guy. And he says, "Well, so what?" And I said, "Well, you're up, these guys in Canada, 50 miles from me, they're making $200 net an acre growing cannabis." And he says, "Really?" And he says, "Give me some." I said, "Wait a minute, who the hell are you anyway?" He says, "I'm the governor." Apparently in North Dakota, if you're from a pioneer farm, the governor answers the phone. So I talked to him, and he was terrific. Don't get me wrong. The guy, again, we're talking education. He had no idea about what I was talking about, but he was smart enough to listen and learn. When we finished talking, it was quite a conversation, maybe 45 minutes. He said, "Now listen, I'm turning you over to another guy." I said, "Who's that?" I said, "It's the Secretary of Agriculture. I want you to talk to him and tell him the same shit you've been telling me." So there's a lot of people out there that are willing to learn, and the agriculture guy learned, and there's other stories. But the point is that if people understand how good this plant is, the profit in this the governor's looking at, damn, my people can make 100 times, 200 times what they're making now, doing the same amount of work, less fertilizer, renewable crop. Damn, he was like on it, like wham. And I just don't think enough people understand the quality of this plant and its versatility. And when you get to nutrition, then take me down any street you want. But
it takes post-toxins out of soils that could be, replenishing all that dirty, toxin, chemically burnt soil in the States. You could plant hemp through there. It would actually clean the soil. Like, it's so environmentally friendly as well. Like, I don't understand. You can make hempcrete and build houses with hempcrete. There's just so many benefits to it.
Absolutely. I agree completely. And there's nutrition. The first book I got involved with was 1997. You can still get it. It's McFarland Press. It's called Cannabis in Medical Practice, and it has a big subtitle. But there were 17 chapters in the book written by 13 different specialists. One of the specialists was Don E. Wirtschafter, an attorney, a good friend of mine. In America, he became famous because he opened up in the late 80s something called the Ohio Hempery, where he actually opened up a museum that had all these hemp products from the past displayed, again, indicating this is not new stuff. We're not really, we're just calling it to your attention. Anyway, Donnie spent his money, and he commissioned a lab analysis of the cannabis seed and the oil pressed out of it. And this report is in this book. The book costs $20. This thing's worth the whole thing right there.
Yeah.
But basically, the seed of the cannabis plant contains within it two acids, linoleic and linoleic, that are absolutely essential to human life, animal life, and it's in the exact straight up proportions that we need in the human body. Perfect. Everything just bam, it's perfect. So that in China now, our adversary, when you go to the movie theater over there, you don't eat popcorn, you eat roasted hemp seeds. That's their TV snack.
Wow.
Hemp seeds are amazingly nutritious, as is the leaves of the plant. I wanted to there's trees and there's food and there's all kinds of things that this plant can help us.
Tamara had a guest on her broadcast, Cannabis and Coffee with Tamara Wana, with a friend of hers. And I'm going to let Tamara tell the story about how important these little growths are.
So I have a friend. Well, she's actually a cannabis advocate too, who has a daughter who was the first licensed cannabis teenager in Canada. Haley has a rare form of epilepsy. So this kid couldn't even go out in public without earphones and her eyes covered and all kinds of things. Well, they put her on a special keto diet, which is actually really low in glucose, and it's like anybody else probably would like it's balanced specifically for Haley. So they're always monitoring her glucose and all these things. But they noticed with using juicing that it was benefiting her. But when they found that they could actually grow it like a bean sprout, so no more than alive for like 14 days. So from the time
microgreen,
like a microgreen, like a micro sprout, like like the alfalfa sprout you put on a sandwich. They have found that has been most beneficial because of the acidity in it, because it's not activated and it's beneficial for the neurons in her brain for epilepsy.
A seed that's 14 days growing. That's it.
Like
14 days.
Seed, like 2 leaves, 14 days. But it's not, it's the acidity in that sprout. It's not because it's not activated either, right? So there's going to be some more stuff coming up shortly in the next near future where I can actually give some more details, and I'll probably have a show back on the show or this show to explain more. But she got a hold of me today, and there's more exciting news coming out.
And she's doing research on this, actual research on it.
Yeah, she has actually some doctors on board with her. So this research and so this is something that's very new, but it's up and coming and it's being researched and possibly could be like mind blowing. Yeah.
This sort of expands on what you were just talking about there, Al, about those acids at that very early stage and how important it is. And Tamara's friend there,
she's been grasping at everything
exactly showing what you're talking about.
Yeah, and Cheryl's been grasping, but if you want to Google the Haley Rose Foundation, I don't think there's much on there right now, but her name's Cheryl Rose. She's on Facebook, but she is like I said, there are so many things that have changed Haley's life, and Haley's now 31 years old. She's no longer a teenager, but she was 15,
she was
14.
Sent home. She was 15 and sent home from the hospital to enjoy.
There was nothing. Yeah.
To enjoy her last days. This was 16 years ago.
Yeah.
So.
And Cheryl's done, like I said, they've done inhalation. They've done, in fact, Dr. Paul Hornsby, who unfortunately has passed away, he's a Canadian doctor, invented a nose spray that would actually pull her out of a seizure almost instantaneously as well. So, and Dr. Hornsby's got all the research. I'm not sure where we would be able to find that, but Cheryl probably has it actually. But with a nose, with that actually Dr. Paul Hornsby came up with to help her with her seizures as well. So there's some stuff being done up here, but like I said, it's the acid in that plant that's before it's been activated that's beneficial for her. And it's supposed to be with the juicing too. The raw juicing is also very, where it's not activated with no heat, just the acidity in that plant. The THCA.
Yeah. Well, seeds, you just never know. Everything that's in the seed at the beginning is there for it to start that plant's life. So it's obviously very important stuff. It was just
the agricultural work that this plant has just begun. I mean,
well, that's where she's heading with this. She wants to see it on the grocery store shelves as a health food. She doesn't want to see it behind a cannabis gate with with taxes. She wants to see it on the grocery store shelves like a bean sprout, an alfalfa sprout. So you can have it for on your sandwich. And I think that's the direction we should be going. Agriculture, it's a plant, right? On both sides of the border.
Couldn't agree more. Time for hemp. That's the name of the.
That's right. That's right.
We really like the cannabis plant for all kinds of reasons. Hemp is one of them. It's very important. I mean, God.
Yeah.
I tell people if you really think about it, the Declaration of Independence was written on a hemp parchment. The first buildings in San Francisco were tents made out of hemp. Because what they did was they sold the sails off the ships that brought them there to make shelter. So the first buildings in San Francisco were hemp. They're still finding miners that left their overalls hanging in some mine 150 years ago. They go and they find one of these old mines and they find these jeans, these hemp jeans, and they're fine.
Yeah. That's why they quit using it because cotton deteriorates and hemp will last forever. There ain't no money in things you can't replace, right? It's a responsible society that we became.
But anyway, it's a hell of a good product. It's a great plant, and again, it's a plant. I got to keep reminding people it was in the United States. Well, I guess it's the world. In 2014. The American Herbal Association did declare cannabis an herb. That had always been where should it go? Well, they declared it an herb, and then they wrote a monologue, which is the second largest monologue ever written about a plant, second only to garlic, on the positive uses of the plant.
Right.
And that's 10 years ago now.
Right.
So it is an herb. It's recognized as such now by the United Nations. I just see in the future, in your country and mine, that essentially cannabis will be under the authority of the agriculture people.
Yeah, it should be.
we control all our agriculture with that department, and this is stuff we eat and we turn into medicines, and and I can't see why that won't be the outcome. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but I think that'll be the ultimate. It'll be taken out of
our hemp growers here. They have to go through Health Canada. They don't go through Agriculture Canada. They have to go through Health Canada.
Yeah,
instead of going through the Agriculture Department.
It's the same way down in a lot of the states here, guys. They have to. They're dealing with health department, and again, it's a growing pain. It's 5 years ago we didn't even have this kind of discussion, right?
Yeah.
That's
how we started the show.
I just think the logical place is to be within agriculture because it's a plan.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, when you even like for you, I'm sure when you see the day that a G7 country actually legalizes cannabis, it's kind of something, historical, right? So Canada's the first G7 to actually federally legalize cannabis in the world. So that's a bonus. I still have faith that the U.S. will do the same thing and federally regulate and legalize cannabis.
Yeah, well, down here we have this thing called the Senate and the House of Republicans, and they can't get together, and they've
we watch in horror all the time.
It's just same thing. Those guys just don't want to get along,
We watch the Moscow March there. We get your news up here. We have our own opinions.
All right. Where can people find your book? Because you did talk about your book. You've got it right there on your
thank you
name.
Again. For country and cannabis, online it's easy. You go to Thrift Books, Barnes and Noble, Amazon Books. Just go to search. You get to Amazon Books, go to search, and either put my name in. You see it here on the screen, Al Byrne, or For Country and Cannabis, and it'll pop up, and they'll charge you a couple of bucks, and they'll send it to you that day, and you'll be overwhelmed with the
just listening tonight is a good idea.
You could probably get it on Audible. So get a hold of them and have yourself record yourself reading it and get it on Audible too.
Yeah, we've talked about doing audio. I haven't got there yet, and they want me to do it again because I have this great radio voice.
Right.
And also, but now we get into studios, and I live in the middle of nowhere in Florida. I actually live in a place called Tate's Hell State Park. The story is. A couple of 100 years ago, there was this guy living basically where I live right now. His name was Tate. That was his last name. And he had cattle. And there are panthers here in Florida. There are a lot more than there are now. And the panthers were taking down his cattle. So he went out with his gun and his dog, and he's going to get them panthers. And nobody saw him for a couple of days. His dog come home, but he didn't come back. And 6-8 days later, he stumbled out of the jungle somewhere around here. And there were some human beings within earshot. And he said, "My name's Tate. I've just been to hell. So I live in Tate's Hell."
That's hilarious. That's funny. Because it's funny. My great grandmother married a Tate in Canada. So my grandmother's maiden name was Tate.
Well, Florida used to be full of cattle, but anyway, that's the story around here.
And we don't think of Florida having cattle. We always just think, I guess, because I've never traveled to the States, as Texas being all cattle. But I assume that people in the States too, down maybe that far south, think we all live in igloos too still.
Yeah, there's actually a term that people in North America mainly think is a derogatory term. It's called cracker, being a cracker. And that has been, by like people that I grew up with in New England, if you call somebody a cracker, that meant they were ignorant, southerner, hillbilly,
interesting.
And down here in Florida, that's just another word for cowboy. And the
Wow.
reason that they get the cracker is because the cowboys in Florida, and there were cows all over the place down here from the Spanish when they brought them in.
Oh, yeah,
And these guys would use these long whips. I mean, long whips, 6-8 feet, and they wouldn't hit the cattle with them, but they'd snap the crack.
Crap.
Scare the
Yeah.
cattle.
That's interesting.
And so the cowboys were called crackers.
Oh, interesting.
So anyway, there's another little bit of American history.
Up
So
here they're called rednecks.
yeah, I live in a house that's called a cracker house, and it's not a derogatory term down here. It means it's a house that people would have built the shape, the architecture of it, like a couple hundred years ago. Yeah.
That's super interesting. See, that's the thing that we don't hear a lot of past history and stuff about the States. You just get kind of wish-wash of things. It's very interesting to hear stories directly from you.
Stories. Yeah.
In this area I live in.
All right, Al.
Oh, you got
Time's up.
Okay, good. I'm gonna go to bed then. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we got a couple of minutes, but there is a broadcast that is following us, so I do have to cut us off at a certain point. So keep going. Tell your story.
No, I just thank you for this conversation. I appreciate you letting me bringing up these different subject matters. I do think that both our countries, the people of our country, need to get better educated, pass information along, learn. I mean, actually take some time to study, to listen, to go back to these archives and listen to what these men and women who spent their lives figuring this stuff out have to say, so that when you go and talk to your doctor and your nurse, you can educate them. Keep in mind, folks, when I started this stuff in 2000 in the United States with the first accredited conference, that was the first time in modern history that a doctor or a nurse had that type of instruction since 1930s.
Yeah, that's so disheartening that
it's just all gone away. Now we have about half of the medical schools and about half of the nursing schools in the country have courses on the use of therapeutic cannabis and, most importantly, the endocannabinoid system, which we didn't even touch tonight.
Yeah.
So that the education is growing, but I just urge you, if you can, to talk to your doctor, talk to your nurse, talk to anybody and say, hey, give it a try. It can't hurt you. Be modest and moderate in what you do, and you'll be fine.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like our stigma, I think, is, after 5 years of legalization in Canada, is easing somewhat.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a learning curve.
I know in my early days of my illness, I'd always talk to the nurses when I was at the hospital or something like that, or when I went to see a specialist, anything like that, any medical appointment. I always make sure that they knew I was using cannabis as medicinally, and in order to help educate them. Some of them I took books to, gave them magazines, Treating Yourself magazines or whatever. Educate them, spread the word. Right?
I've done that my whole life too. Any place I could say to somebody in the medical community, hey, I use cannabis and it's good for me. I got a few rejections, but most of the 99% of them said, yeah, what goes on? They want to know, especially nurses.
Yeah.
Especially nurses.
Yeah, and some of them would tell me. Some of them would tell me that they say, yeah, I know some older people that are patients that they consume medicinally, but they would it was sort of quiet, because they were sort of not everybody was staying in the cannabis closet then.
Well, remember we fought for Lisa Kirkman to be able to use her vaporizer in the hospital and medicine.
Yeah.
And she had to use my vaporizer, and they'd take it apart, make sure it was all safe. But then after that, it was a while, but I think there was a few other patients that were told no, they couldn't. And then they made legislation to change the rules and the policies so that you couldn't use it. Okay, fuck.
Yeah.
Right?
There was this scent free. Couldn't have any scent or smell, and even with the volcano, even though there's no smoke, there's still an odor, or a bit of a smell.
Right.
All right, you're frozen. At least your
I
face is
know.
frozen there, Tamara.
I know. Yeah. I know. It did that during the break too. It was like, we were like, I was all buggered up. I had to leave and come back.
Oh, yeah, that's why you disappeared that first break. Crack.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'd be nice that if patients somehow could get access to cannabinoid therapy while they're in a hospital.
I'm
It doesn't
interested to look.
necessarily mean that they have to smoke, but being able to have access to it.
I'm interested to see if we can find an old medical journal from the 30s. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Well,
there's
got
Google
it.
and just see if we could find something. I'd be interested to read that because I know that Jan, Jade Ridge's partner that passed away, he was doing courses for accreditation in Canada for doctors before he passed away too. So, and then again, Mark Ware, I'm not sure what that he's done that as well. But I know that some of the doctors here do take a
Mark,
cannabis.
Mark did a pain study on patients on smokable cannabis to deal with patients. He had 21 participants in the study, and it came out with a positive result. I can't remember all the numbers and all that, but it came out as a positive result. I know I used that study and sent it to my MP at the time, who was a conservative member, and he wrote me back and told me that nice study, but it's not big enough, and didn't mean anything. So, yeah.
I know, like, and that's the thing. Before we didn't want to hear it. Now I think it's a little, like I said, the stigma's worn off of it.
Yeah.
Well, the two U.S. studies on smoking and cannabis, the first one was presented at one of my conferences again in 2008. The professor and the researcher was Donald Tashkin. He was the head of the pulmonary department of UCLA. He was a professor of medicine, and he was hired by the federal government to do a smoking study on over 30 years on patients that were in 4 categories. People that smoke cigarettes and cigars, people that smoke cigarettes, cigars, and cannabis, people that smoked only cannabis, and people that smoked nothing at all. At the end of the 30-year period, he presented at my conference that people that smoke cigarettes and cigars are going to get lung cancer and COPD just like they say you are. The same would be for the people that smoke cigarettes and cannabis. They were going to get COPD and lung cancer. The people that smoked only cannabis in the study, about 3,000 of them, nobody had lung cancer and nobody had COPD, which was a better result than people that smoked nothing at all. Fast forward, that was 2008. Fast forward to May 2023, a study by UCLA, same outfit, 7 years this time. And they did basically Tashkin study all over again, except this time they actually let people with COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, into the study. So they went 7 years this time, same categories, same result. You smoke cigarettes, cigars, and cannabis, you're going to get lung cancer, you're going to get COPD. If you smoke nothing, you're probably going to get something. You ought to smoke cannabis because nobody in the study of 7 years got lung cancer or COPD. And the people that went in with COPD came out cured of the disease.
I've heard that several times.
The bottom line is cannabis kills cancer cells.
Yeah, I've heard that several times. We have
Dr. Taskin's reports. He's one of my doctors in my research department of the on the PACE website, and sharing that report with so many people, it's so important because of the results of the study. You know, when people who smoke cannabis get less cancer, lung cancer versus people who don't smoke anything at all.
Right.
It's got to, obviously there's benefit there.
The government thought that the result would be different. And when Tashkin came out with it, that's why I did it at my conference. Because he knew if he could do it in an accredited conference, it would be videotaped. It would be, blessed and stamped by the AMA, and they couldn't overpower. But they expected, of course, oh yeah, you smoke pot, you're going to die, and it didn't happen. It was the other way around. And that's why the government still, well, you talk to somebody in the government about this, they don't know what the hell you're talking about. What are you talking about?
Like 2005, I was using Ventolin and Advair for asthma. I haven't used Advair or blue Ventolin puffer in almost 10 years because I smoke cannabis and my lungs are clear now. And the only explanation is my consumption of cannabis.
Yep.
And the chiropractor laughed at me when I told him that. He's like, "That's not possible." I says, "Well, I'm just telling you. I was using it on a regular basis. I had to take Advair and Ventolin because I had asthma, and now I don't."
I just had my lungs X-rayed because my new doctor was concerned that I had been consuming cannabis basically daily for over 20 years, and the results come back clear. There's nothing wrong.
Yeah.
No, well, you'd be fitting right in with Taskin's and UCLA's data. I mean,
But they don't want to listen. They don't want to listen to a case study, right? And that's the thing. I don't know how many patients. There's 45,000 licensed cannabis patients in Canada that all have a testimonial. But apparently, a case study in Canada doesn't warrant Health Canada recognizing cannabis as a medicine. It's mind blowing.
Well, the thing here's another thing for you folks to. You just Tamara just gave us what the politicians and the naysayers would say is an anecdotal story. About her use of cannabis and how it helped her. And if you ask Dr. Ware what that was, he'd tell you it's an N of one study, one being one patient. And so, verbiage in this discussion is huge. And that's why, again, radio is important because you can teach people the right words. It's cannabis, not marijuana. I mean, just for a get-go. So the notion that you have an anecdotal story is just absolutely bullshit. What you have is an N of one study where you could say to your physician, "I'm sick. I'm doing this. I'm not sick anymore." That's an N, and there's millions of them.
Yeah.
And the press and the public say, and the press and the politicians say, "Oh, that's an anecdote."
Yeah, and that's what I do. I don't get that because, like I said, each story, each testimonial is a case study. End off, right?
It's data. So don't let these guys get away with this stuff. Even in newspaper print. I've been notorious with my colleagues because I write these horrible, scathing letters to the editor, telling them what an idiot they are, that they actually repeated this bullshit. And my colleagues will say, "Well, they're never going to print that letter." And I've told them time and time again, I don't expect the editor to print that letter. I expect him never to print the bullshit again. And they don't. And you just have to call them out. You have to say, "We're watching you. The information is wrong. You're a public servant. You're supposed to be a journalist with quality. Live up to your reputation." Call them out.
Yeah.
I will give CNN some credit. They have done some pretty good documentaries on cannabis as medicine and psilocybin a little bit. Anderson Cooper, he's done some pretty good work on the benefits of medical cannabis in the States and psilocybin as well. So I will give them that little bit of credit.
Well, if you got another minute, I'll tell you a psilocybin story. I had, I don't know why, but for 10, 12 years, I had these headaches they call cluster headaches. They're like migraine headaches on steroids. They're just friggin' awful. The way I described it is when those things come on, somebody took a knife, jammed it in my right eye, and just kept twisting it around.
Oh.
It was just awful. So I got put on all the stuff, and I carried around an oxygen bottle. That helped sometimes. But it wasn't going anywhere. And finally, I appealed to a friend of mine, a man you probably have heard of, a doctor named Ethan Russo.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And Ethan and I did a lot of work together, and we were buddies. And I called him up, and he's a smart guy. And I said, "What?" And he said, "Can you get a hold of some psilocybin mushrooms?" I said, "Yes, I can." I was in Virginia. And I got the mushrooms, and he said, okay, here's what you do. Get the mushrooms, and when you feel the aura of these horrible headaches coming on, it's like my body all of a sudden wasn't right. And then within a minute, I had this friggin' head cake. So what he's saying, when you feel that shit just when it's coming on, take these mushrooms, chop them up real good, swallow them with grapefruit juice. He wanted me to use a high acidic grapefruit juice and see what happens.
Breaks it down the stomach.
I did that, just as he said. And that was the last headache I had. That was 24 years ago.
Wow.
That's one treatment. To make it better, I told Ethan it worked. He said, God, man, I'm glad. He said, listen, I got a doc friend here. He was in Missoula, Montana. I said, have you got some more of them mushrooms? I said, sure. Can you send them to her? Yeah. So anyway, I sent this doc in Missoula the mushrooms. I called her up and I said, here's what I did. And she said, okay. So she did it. She called me back. It didn't work. I said, So she got another headache. She tried it, and she hasn't had one either now for 24 years.
Oh, there you go.
So I believe you don't have to convince me about psilocybin mushrooms. There is a healing power there that is extraordinary. And, I'm in.
Yeah, we'll discuss that in our next interview. Right. I'm looking at the time. I can't really extend this much more because there is another broadcast coming on. So we have to get out of the way for that. So shout out time. Person, place, a thing, website, anything like that you want to throw out there?
No, go look at the archives at Time for Hemp. They'll be growing. You'll see them on Pace. You'll hear them in Pace Radio. We're gonna copycat each other there. And then if you really want to know a lot about cannabis and how it kills cancer and how it does a lot of wonderful things, just read my book. And there's a history there that if you're a retailer or an activist and you don't know what's in that book, then you're not a phony, but you just don't know what you're talking about. And in this game, you really want to know what you're talking about. Who did it, why, and how. Yeah. And that book it's 360 pages. It's not for lightweights. But you learn so much. I hope that you'll take that education and give it to others.
So the name of the book is again. What's the name of the book again?
For Country and Cannabis.
There we go.
And you can find that at Amazon.
Books.
Yeah, and thank you again for your service on both sides of the thing. But being a cannabis warrior, thank you, and for all your service for your country. And thanks for coming on our show.
My pleasure.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Just so you know, you can find the Pace Radio Show. We're on Twitter. We're on Facebook. We're on Instagram. Thanks go to our sponsors, the friendly folks at legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and the Camelford Lifestyle Shop in downtown Camelford. And they're expanding, just so you know. They're going to add in I don't know if it's public or not, but they are expanding. And a big thank you to you, Al, for coming on here, talking to us tonight, and as Tamara said, for all your service as well. And thanks, Tamara. We'll see you next week for sure. And thanks to our people who's tuned in and watched the program, and to all those who'll be watching the podcast afterwards. Thank you, and good night. We got to find the closing. There we go. Bye-bye. Let's share Pace everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the doobie.
And today is it's night out day.
Yeah, that's a little confusing, isn't it?
It's a day to celebrate night outs. And so we've got a lot coming up on this show that are going to talk about crazy stories that we have and other things that are talk about the night out experience.
Yeah.
But before we get into any of that, coming up on today's show is our word of the week.
We have our LA story.
We've got another clip from our friend Martin Franks with a Doober Minute.
Oh, I love Martin. And then we're going to do a cinema review,
followed by that time when my car got stolen. True story, and you're going to hear about it.
And of course, we can't forget about Timmy's Midnight Thrill.
All of that is coming up, so stay tuned. As we were coming in, I guess it wasn't coming in, it was yesterday. We were going around. You were getting prepared, getting your weed. You were getting
my supplies for the road trip.
Because we knew we were going to be on the road all morning.
Yeah.
And then recording all day because we do 4 episodes in a day. I mean, by the time you watch this one, who knows which episode? We don't even know which episode this is currently.
I don't even know what day it is.
Well, it's a long day. That's how we're going to describe it.
2-day.
So, so you were getting all prepared because unlike you, I put on my shirt and my pants and sometimes my socks.
Well,
and I head out the door.
Most days. In all fairness, today you did prepare. You look really good.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. As do you.
Thank you.
So, but you have to go that one extra step further by me not being a consumer. I have nothing else I need to worry about. I can even, if I had a good solid breakfast, so I knew it'd be fine. But we've talked about before how the need for cannabis in your life equates in a lot of way for the need to food. Like if my energy level is dropping, I almost always equate it to the fact that I need to go eat. But that also happens if you don't get your THC level to a thing. Like you could be hungry, or you might just need a joint. So you need to make sure that you've not only fed, but you've got. So we go out and we're looking for weed.
It's so funny. You make it sound like we're looking for weed. Nobody's had to look for weed.
Got to find Buddy.
Since
remember
legalization, because there's one on that corner now, and there's one on that corner. But yeah, we were actually out for a walk, and I thought, why not grab a pre-roll, because I like to smoke and walk. It just makes the walk that much more pleasurable for me. Maybe not you, but I was like, oh, well, let's check out this store. And I dragged you in. Actually, I didn't drag you in. You stayed outside.
I stayed outside. Yeah.
That's true. Maybe I just imagined you were there.
Well,
Maybe.
everything's got here's the thing. Everything's got these the limits still, and it's like, why would I, as a non-consumer, take the space when someone on the outside is going, I need my weed?
You see, I thought it was the girl on the outside that was really cute, that you were like, I'm just gonna wait outside here. Which, I mean, I don't blame you, because if I didn't need something from inside, I probably would have stuck around outside too.
Yeah.
But
well, I will share her phone number with you later.
Sweet.
We'll give her a shout.
Wonderful.
So
I went in and I picked up a pre-roll. I just asked for, single pre-roll, gram, maybe, something less than $20, because I don't want to spend more than $20 on one joint, right?
Right.
And they handed me, are you going to show them?
Yeah.
I was going to throw out the box after I yanked the joint out.
I said you can't throw out the box. So my first thought, she pulled this out. She pulled this out of her purse.
Like, what'd you buy?
And my first thought was, what do you need preparation H for? Like that's what it looks like. It looks
He actually said that too. I was like, that's not what it is.
This is the thing. This is the sad thing about being a comic, is that you have to preface thing, or it's like come up with a thing. He actually said that, because much of what I say is completely and utterly untrue. So I always feel bad. It's like, why do you have to say that? And then I realized, oh yeah, because I lie a lot.
Yeah, you legitimately said that.
I said it looks like a preparation H container. Not that I know anything about preparation H containers. Although apparently, if you use that underneath your eyes,
it's supposed to get rid of puffiness.
Yeah, it's supposed to get rid of
dark circles.
Yeah, and I have had these I don't know what they're not.
You just need more sleep.
Yeah, I probably need more sleep. I'm gonna try to do it that way, because I don't feel like putting preparation H on my eyes.
Butt cream
Anyways,
on your
that's
face.
a whole different thing. So this was so she opened it up
after, like, I want to say, I'm kind of embarrassed to admit, it took me like a minute to figure out how to get into it.
It's some sort of, oh, wait a minute, actually. Okay, this is actually true too, because you have to push it down. Oh, you push it down and turn it.
So it is like
it's like a child-proof.
Yeah, just like I was about to say Advil bottle, but not all Advil bottles have child resistant tops.
Right.
And I've actually called them and asked them why, because on the back of the label it says that there is enough medication in that bottle to seriously harm somebody, yet there is no child resistant cap on it. But you're making fun of the cannabis container that has to have by law, it has to have the child resistant.
Yeah, it's got a child resistant cap. I mean, it's a good, I mean, no doubt this container costs more than the joint.
It's probably why the joint costs so much.
Right.
But see, I have two children. One is 16, one is 11. And I test my children. They know cannabis, and
For
I've
weed?
asked. No, I don't give them cannabis. Well, I kind of like
I test my children for weed every day.
No, that's funny because I did get a test from the dollar store the other day, so I could test my kid for weed
Yes.
every day.
Well, we're going to be doing that test. At
Yes,
some
we
point.
will. Not today, but
No,
yes.
not today. So don't be hanging around going, they said they were going to do a test.
Yeah,
No,
no.
but we do want to test the theory, right? Ultimately, we want to test the theory.
That's right.
Of whether or not I have any cannabis in my system, even though, I mean, when was the last time I consumed?
Oh, 2019.
Right?
Yeah, long time.
So people talk about secondhand high, all that type of stuff. And
Yeah.
I say that it doesn't affect me at all.
Mhm.
And I don't think it does in terms of my mental space but maybe I have traces. And we're interested to find out.
Yes.
Well,
Well,
do I have traces of cannabis just by hanging out with you?
which is I'm excited to find out, but that's not the testing I was talking about
Okay.
with my children because
All
I don't
right,
I don't
sorry.
consume around
Scratch
my
that.
children.
We'll edit all that out.
I only consume around you, right?
Right.
I don't consume around
No.
the kids. So the testing I was talking about is I hand my children the empty containers
Okay.
and I ask them, can you get into this?
Hmm.
And I test them to see how long it takes them to get into the packages.
And how resourceful are your children?
My kids are pretty smart, and now granted, some of the packaging is similar to other packaging, and I try not to give them the same type of package twice, because like rats, you put them in the same maze, they're gonna figure their way out faster and faster every time.
For the record, MJ just called her children rats. Continue.
I did not. You did.
Maybe not.
Yeah, no, my kids don't like rats.
No, nobody does.
No.
So they can get into those things.
They can actually get
Yeah,
into
I
this.
can imagine they do, but they're 11. They're 11.
They're 11 and
15.
16.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. I feel like those age children, if they want something, whether it be, cigarettes or alcohol or cannabis or even money for lottery tickets or candy, they're going to take it if they want it.
Yeah, I suppose, unless you
Right?
raise your kids properly.
Yeah. See, that's the next point. You need to raise your children.
So, so where I wanted to ultimately go with this, the whole thing of this packaging is the fact that you pulled out a single joint.
Yes.
And
Out of that box.
My jaw dropped when I realized that only one joint was in this box.
That's correct. A 1 gram joint.
A 1 gram joint. And I'm just saying, if you,
This company is no
I'm not even
worse
saying
than
it's
others.
good or bad. I'm just saying, if you've never ever bought a single joint from a legal cannabis store, I would have thought seeing this package, open it up, maybe three is what I thought. But it was one.
Well,
it seems like a lot of packaging for one joint.
It depends. You can purchase a gram in 2 or 3 joints, like 3.3 joints. This
Okay.
was 1 gram joint.
Right.
So there could have been 3 in there.
With a package that is 10 times the weight.
It's got to be childproof.
Look, I'm not saying good or bad. I'm just saying I was shocked.
Yes. Well, that's one of the biggest complaints with the packaging of cannabis is that it is wasteful. It's like, what are we supposed to do with that?
Well, I don't know. What do you do with it now? Can you
That's
recycle
just a
it?
joint. I could put another joint in there and take it to travel. Like if I rolled a joint, I could put it in there.
Well, it does have a number 7 recycling, which I think can only be used in like New Zealand or something like that.
I don't know. See, and that's that tricky thing. I have that sign on my wall too that the recycling people gave me, and there's like all these little
we all
things
hang that, but
and-
nobody ever knows what.
Well, there's one number that you can't even recycle, but yet they put it on things in that little triangle. I'm like, if it's not recyclable, then why are you doing the same symbol?
My ultimate question is, how do you recycle that paper?
I don't know.
Because it's got like a coating on it, I think. So it's like, I think, wouldn't that be funny if the recycling notice was unrecyclable because they covered in like a.
Well, no, that would
protective
make
coating?
sense because they don't want you to throw it away. They want you to
Right.
keep it.
So much logic. I also wanted to briefly talk before we get into some of these crazy stories and stuff.
Yeah.
It just was so funny to me. I don't even remember the context, and I think you know where I'm going to go with this.
I don't know. Should I be taking a drink right now? Just give me a
Yeah,
sec.
maybe take a drink.
Okay, go.
So we were talking about cannabis affecting you. This was on that same walk.
Oh, because I said secondhand high, and you said I don't get secondhand high, and I said, well, we're going to find out, and you said no, we're going to find out whether or not I have it in my system. And see, this is the discussion that I always talk about with, yes, I am under the influence, but I am not intoxicated. I am still 100% functionable.
Right. And that's the word.
And you said you were what? I said 100% of the time, I am functionable.
Functionable.
And I don't know if that's just my knack of creating words, but it sounded right to me.
And to me, I cracked up because I'm sitting there thinking, oh my goodness, like that would derail you as a stoner to walk into like your boss
I'm a
and
functionable stoner.
I am 100% functionable. Please go home, sir.
What is the word? Functioning? I can function 100%.
Please go home, sir. No,
I never said I was good at grammar.
Who
Who teeter-tottered you how to spoke?
I am not good at grammar, but I am fully functionable.
100%. 100%.
So, okay, so there's no real bridge. I was trying to think of some kind of interesting segue.
How to get into the functionable?
Yeah, the functionable thing. I just wanted to make sure we told these stories today.
I wasn't sure where we were going because we were talking about prepping.
Yeah. No,
is that where we were going?
Here's where I wanted to go with it. So, because it's date night day. It's date night or it's night out day. Night out day. Night out day. So
you can tell what you do on your night out.
But here's the thing: in order for you to be fully functionable,
yes,
on a date night, right?
On any night,
you have to prep accordingly. And so this small little piece of conversation is not so much for the consumer, but for the non-consumer. And we've been hearing great reviews from non-consumers who listen to the show. And if you know a non-consumer that is, in your life and curious at all about cannabis, as a non-consumer, I hope to bring some stuff to the table that helps those people. We want our show to be watched and listened to by consumers and non-consumers.
Yes. So consumers will be able to relate with me.
They'll be able to relate
on this. And non-consumers, please listen, because you might not realize how important cannabis is to somebody else.
Right.
Because you had no idea. So the only way I can describe it is, imagine I have a young baby and you don't. And we have to go somewhere together.
Okay.
And before I can leave my house, I need to ensure that I have diapers and bottles and soothers and blankets and change of clothing, and the list goes on and on and on.
The baby,
of course, the baby.
Yeah, but sometimes
do not forget the baby.
People load up their cars.
Yes, and never leave the baby in the car. My God, this has happened.
A whole different thing.
Don't do that. But just say that I have to go through that massive list of things, because without those things, baby can't live. Baby can't, she's going to soil herself, or, they're going to, whatever.
Soil
themselves.
Funny. It's a funny word.
So think in terms of that baby, my health is that baby.
Okay.
And in order to make sure that my health is good, my baby is good, functionable, I need to make sure that I have my dried flower. I need to make sure that I have papers and a grinder and filter material and sometimes capsules, and do you know what I mean? Like, depending on where we're going.
Well, just like
I need this massive list of things.
Just like a mom would have a
diaper bag. Oh my God.
You do. You have a case.
I have it here. Can I pull it out?
Yeah, we weren't going to go down this route, but let's do this.
So
But
It's
yeah,
funny,
you
we
actually
were talking about packaging.
Yeah.
I got this from work, so it's a case from Tweed.
Mhm.
And the awesome thing about this is it actually has a lock on the side where you can stick your zipper and a little spinny knob,
Okay.
so it helps keep it safe during transport.
That's cool.
So just something simple like that. I also have this here, which carries my concentrates, and I actually cannot open to show you because
You need a key?
I locked it
Okay.
because I was transporting it. And I didn't open this yet.
That seems like, to me, that seems like it's like the case in the movies where, you know, they put this tiny little case in like this big protective truck, and it's like guarded because they open up and it's like got 3 vials of explosive powder.
And this one,
And
this
that's your
one,
that's your
this
baby
is
bag.
this one is my baby.
That's your diaper
like
bag,
I take
right?
this everywhere. I'm not going to open it because I did not clean it first.
Fair enough.
And we look really nice. And
Yeah.
oh my goodness, this is like really stinky. It's very potent. But yeah, like
you have a diaper bag. Like
Yeah.
when we go out for a night out,
I don't carry a purse. If you see, like, honest to God, if you see me out on the street somewhere, I'm generally in a fanny pack, and I'll have, if I don't have my car close by, because that's like my purse, like I carry
Right.
that weed box is my purse, and then I have my fanny pack.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's generally, unless I'm driving,
Yep.
there is weed within my arm's reach at every moment of every day.
Yeah. So like to do a night out as a if you are in a relationship as a non-consumer and a consumer, the non-consumer needs to understand that it isn't just a matter of, oh, you know, the cliched thing of like, you know, the man just gets dressed, stands by the door, and has to wait for, you know, his significant other to get dressed, and it takes so long, right? Well, now there's an extra step as a consumer, because now you got to make sure you've got your diaper bag.
I don't like that we're like
for your
referring to it as a diaper
for your
bag.
cannabis baby.
Although it is where I put my shit.
Oh yeah, your
Haha.
soil. Put your soil.
I don't put my
The baby
soil
was
in there.
soiled.
Ew. Okay, that's not where we were going with
Okay,
that.
no.
But
yeah,
just
so-
be prepared that you're
Yeah.
going to have to make these like changes, and be prepared that probably more than not you're going to be waiting 15 minutes.
But it's even with
for them
scheduling
to-
too. It's with scheduling too, because you don't just bring this stuff if you're not going to consume it during our night out. So
Yes.
like we can't just say, okay, we're going
to go for dinner and a movie.
We're just going to go for dinner. Exactly.
Yeah.
We need to time that out accordingly to say,
I need to have a smoke
when is
in
my smoke
between,
break?
Yeah.
You know,
and
like-
generally it's let's go to the drive-in because I don't want to sit inside of a building in a theater where
Yeah.
I cannot smoke.
But there is no dinner reservation is at 6. It's the movie is at 7. So we got to get in, have our dinner, go to the theater. It's like, no, we're going to have to get a later movie because we need the smoke break. So
Yeah.
non-consumers understand that you're going to need to have these break moments. And that's all
You
what I'm
gotta
learning.
feed the baby.
Right? You got to feed the baby.
Yeah.
There you go.
You gotta
phrase of
feed the
day.
baby.
You gotta feed the baby. Let's
should we get into the stuff from the list?
Let's get into the stuff that we have on our faithful cards that we spend so much time on. And let's start.
You say that sarcastically. Wait.
What?
Was that sarcasm?
No.
No. I thought I picked up on it for once.
No. But let's according to the card,
Yes.
you are doing your word of the week.
I am.
So let's do, ladies and gentlemen, the word of the week. Dun, dun, dun. We're still working, by the way, we're still working on getting our Paul Schaefer, who's going to create some music for these segments. You know, well, we don't have that yet, but just putting the word out there. Word of the week.
All right. Our word of the week is hash.
As it should be.
Yes. Not like heavenly hash, although some of it is really heavenly.
It's one of my favorite ice creams.
Oh, good choice.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So it is an extract, which we learned is a concentrated form of cannabis.
Yep.
This form, concentrated form of would try that again. Hash is actually a concentrated form of trichomes. Do you know what trichomes are?
Okay, so you've done other words of the weeks. I think we've talked about trichomes.
We did. Okay, so it's also known as keef.
Okay.
Okay. So, sorry, I got distracted because I was just remembering a story, which I'll mention about hash. So there is hand rubbed hash. So there's a bunch of different ways to make it. Done exactly just as you would imagine.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
Growing up, not being aware of the cannabis world at all.
Yeah.
It was all just drugs.
Okay.
I never knew that hash was the same as cannabis. I thought it was a different element altogether. It was like, ooh, hash, and then some people use cannabis. Like but they're actually the same, just done differently.
Exactly. So there are different types of extracts. Hash is a form of cannabis extract using the trichomes, which is the keef, which is the sticky, icky part of the plant.
The stuff I don't like on my
The
fingers.
stuff you don't like. It's the stuff that protects
horrible.
It's the very like resinous glandular globs that form on the top of the buds to help protect the plant from bugs and sunlight when it's growing.
Yep.
It's the part that actually has the highest percentage of THC. So that's why you're going to use this to make your concentrate.
Okay.
So when you make chara, which is the Indian word for hand rubbed hash, it's like one of the oldest known ways. And they would go out into the fields and they would literally spend all day rubbing their hands on the cannabis and making these big balls of hash.
That would kill me.
You would go nuts for sure. But it's the most wasteful way to make hash because you're basically taking the plant and just rubbing all the trichomes off of it. There are better ways to do it, and you lose a lot obviously when you're rubbing it on your hands.
Right. Yeah.
And I don't know about anybody else, but when I've trimmed, I get really I feel like the THC is going in through my pores, and I feel euphoric. We'll say that's the word I'm going to use when I'm trimming if I don't wear gloves.
So it's literally going into your system.
Well, your skin is like,
I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I'm a comic.
Well, they I don't know. It's like the biggest absorber of.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not a scientist either, so I'm just gonna say it does get absorbed. Your skin is an organ.
Your skin is the body's largest organ.
Oh, is that what it is? The largest organ?
See, I'm not a scientist, but I do know things.
So, okay, so the hand rubbing method is great when you're done trimming.
Okay.
Like if you do it by hand and you have rather than just wasting the trichomes that are on your fingers, you can make little balls and scissor hash, which is you can just take it off the scissors as that's that stuff that builds up on your scissors. And then there is dry sift. Okay. So it's a form of taking the cannabis and putting it on like screens or I think it's called a pollen. Oh, got it here somewhere. It's like a pollen box and you shake it and all the trichomes go through different screens and they fall to the bottom and then you can use that to make hash. But how you do it is you take it and you compress it into bricks.
Okay.
And by compressing it, you get little tiny like pucks, hard pucks. You can buy like hand done cranks, but you really need a lot of force to get nice, dark, blocks. There is also a method of CO2 extraction, which is done with dry ice and filter bags. I personally, that like we already talked about, we're not scientists. You talk about dry ice and I'm like, oh, chemical. I want nothing to do with that. I'll just leave that to like professionals.
You can burn your hands on dry ice.
It's so cold. It's hot. Like it stings.
You would think I'm a scientist with all the knowledge I throw out on these shows.
Well, I do know that because back in the day, I used to have a wart, and the doctor you'd go to the doctor and they'd put that like dry ice stuff on it, and it would.
I wouldn't know.
And it burned. It was so horrible. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't.
Maybe I have.
And then the most common, most like way that people prefer to do it is the ice water or bubble hash method.
Is that like bubble tea? I've heard of bubble tea.
Well, bubble tea has It's called that because it looks like it has bubbles in it. Bubble hash actually bubbles when you heat it up. That's the air escaping from the hash. So ice water hash or bubble hash is solvent free. And it's basically made with ice and water and a bucket that you mix, or instead of a bucket, you could use a washing machine, like the camping style washers.
Could you do it like they do wine and put it in a big vat and you can just walk around with your shoes off and crush it?
I honestly, I never understood why they did that with wine in
Like
the
if you
first
can
place,
roll it
because
in
you're
your
drinking
hands,
it. I don't want your feet on my cannabis. But that being
You've
said,
got nice feet.
people have used laundromats in the past
Okay.
to bring their cannabis hash bags and you know, with their ice and method of making hash that way. But you still have to take it home. You've got to take your, you know, your screen bags and strain it all out. And yeah, obviously that information's out there. I'm not going to tell you exactly how to do it because yeah, I'm sure you can find that on your own. And I personally, I don't make very many concentrates like that, mostly because I feel weird washing my weed. I feel like I'm gonna put it in water and ice. I'm like, I just, that breaks my heart. And I know you can do it, but I'd rather smoke it.
All right, so hash.
So
there you go. Hash.
It's
cannabis.
Yeah, it's that stuff that your
so
parents used to
just
smoke.
very
Well, not your
quickly,
parents.
just in like a one-word answer, maybe two. Is hashish the same as hash, or is that a whole different thing as well?
It's the same. It's the same.
Okay, because I've heard that word. I've heard hashish.
Hashish.
So hash. I like hashish better than hash.
Funny story. I never even got to tell you about the hash. When I was a little bit younger, I made one of those hash balls out of when I was trimming, because I had just got my first crop, and I made a little hash ball. And I went over to my friend's dad, and I was like so proud, and I was like, check it out. And he took one look at it, grabbed it from me, and shoved it in his mouth. I don't know if he thought it was a chocolate or what, but I immediately freaking panicked and was like, spit it out. And he spit it in my hand, and it was really gross, and I couldn't smoke it, but it was funny.
But still a good story.
It is. I don't understand how he had chewed it 3 times already, because it's hash and it tastes like ash, we'll just say.
Hey, we can say anything we want on this show.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely smelled like ash.
All right. So we wanted to also talk about today, because we're talking about night out, and we're talking about the need to prepare.
Oh,
and
yes.
how difficult it is to prepare just for a night out as a consumer. Now, maybe you've got this great system. Maybe you're a consumer, and maybe you only, recreationally use one once in a while, but you need quite a few during your day to keep your THC levels
medicinally
up,
for
right?
sure,
because you're a medicinal user.
It's a constant.
So you need that in there. So that's fair. So you can imagine that it's difficult to plan a full evening out, trying to put those into schedule. Well, we discovered we were very early on in our relationship, and not only did we attempt to plan a night out, but we planned a trip to Pasadena, California,
which actually was supposed to be what was the other place? Nashville?
Yes. Originally, we were supposed to go to Nashville.
And you said Nashville, and I immediately went online and searched Nashville cannabis, and I was like, "Yeah, not going to Nashville."
There's another thing. Non-consumers. My first thinking is going, sure, Nashville. Her first thought is, let me look into this.
And immediately I was like, "Yeah,
go.
not happening."
We couldn't go because
no.
you wouldn't be able to smoke at all.
No.
So
it's bad enough that I have to go to the airport, go through security. At that point, I'm not allowed back outside. I'm not allowed any cannabis, anything
flying
with
in general
me.
is difficult.
Yeah, and then and luckily it's legal in LA.
Yes.
Right. So I was like, yeah, let's go to Pasadena.
So we try to plan this venture down there, going down there to participate in the Clean Comedy Challenge. Leslie Norris Townsend, Joby Sad.
Which you were a finalist in.
I was a finalist. Doesn't matter who won. That's not an important part of the story. But I was a finalist there and performed at the legendary Ice House.
Yeah.
Got to see a lot of the guys that I
awesome.
look up to. Their pictures were on the wall.
Joel and Lou. Sorry.
Yes. We met
I miss
some
them.
amazing- Okay, so out of all the other people we met, don't take offense, but Lou Deck, Joel Madison, shout out to both of you.
Yeah.
You were very memorable.
You touched me right here.
We had some great conversations.
But not
with them.
really. I did not really touched.
No,
but
they didn't touch you, no.
No. No, I just want to clarify that.
So just trying to get ready for that trip though.
Yes.
And then realizing that when we get there, you need to find weed. Like it
wasn't that you were realizing. I already knew that.
Yeah,
in my head, I'm like,
but I'm the
we're
one
gonna land where I was already on weed maps. Where is the closest
as a
weed
non-consumer,
store?
I'm not thinking any of this. I'm literally just thinking
I know he's
about,
like, I gotta get my
off the plane,
bag,
go to the hotel,
gotta get through
Yeah,
security.
and you're
Like,
where do we buy weed? And in my head, it's like, let's go to the streets, go to the
he's
hotel.
like, let's
And
just
he's
call
no.
Uber and go to the hotel, and it'll be fine. I'm like, it's not fine. He's talking like he just smoked a joint. Like, it's fine, chill. And I'm like, I need a goddamn joint. It's not fine. It's not fine.
That was a stressful day.
That was a fun day.
That was a fun day.
That's the day we met Martin Franks.
We were down in LA. We met Martin Franks, who was our Uber driver.
And my savior, thank God he smoked weed.
and
He
happened-
knew where to. He was like, I know where to go.
So what was amazing about this whole scenario was, and this is when people talk about, I don't know, synchronicity and universe and all this stuff coming together. Martin Franks was our Uber driver. Not only is he an Uber driver that consumes cannabis and was able to hook up MJ pretty quickly,
Yeah.
but he actually was participating in the comedy challenge that I was participating in.
Yeah, which it was funny because he was cracking jokes and whatever, and you're like, this guy's really funny.
Yeah.
And then we found out he was in the thing, and you're like, oh, maybe he's
because he asked
not as
where we
funny.
were going and why we were down there. Yeah, and then there he was. Yeah, and he did really well. He did really well in the
He did.
challenge as well.
Didn't he? I think he was a finalist too.
He was, yeah. There was 5,040 finalists.
Yes.
That's the way it's starting to
Yes,
sound.
out of a million.
Everybody, you were a finalist too. And here's a medal for you, and here's a medal for you.
That's funny.
But yeah, no Martin Franks. There was, I think there was 4 of us, four in the finals.
Yeah.
After this couple days of like competitions and
Yeah.
stuff. And Martin was one of them. So yeah. So let's bring in Martin now.
Yeah.
We've been doing, if you've been look back on other episodes, every couple episodes, we bring in Martin Franks. We basically tell him, Martin, give us a shout from your Uber. Tell us what's on your mind. We give him no information. He doesn't know the theme of the day. We just say, tell us something interesting, Martin. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is our 3rd episode of the Duber Minute with Martin Franks.
Duber Minute.
Hey guys, newbie, what's up? Martin Franks here. I was just at a red light. I'm in another red light now. This is a flashing red light, so it's a little bit different. But I was thinking about, man, these red lights. I drive so much, and I hit a lot of red lights, and I sometimes find myself zoning out at a red light, or just sort of staring into that light, and I start to like relax my mind and really open things up, and things start to get really quiet, and I'm like, wow, I'm on the verge of some sort of, I don't know what's the word, epiphany, right? Or some sort of brilliant, discovery, of my own, on a personal level. And I'm just staring at that red light. I'm just getting there, man. And it turns green. And then I'm like, oh, green, I love it. And I just go deeper, deeper into that thing, in my brain. And I'm like, wow, I am about to really effing figure some S out, right? And then I start hearing like these other sounds, like honking and people yelling, right? And they're like, green light, a-hole. And it just snaps me out of it, man. Just when I'm about to figure it all out. Wow, so bummer. if they could change the system, you know, it would help me out. If we could make the like red lights, you know, green, or make the green lights mean stop, then I could really stay in it a lot longer and probably figure out all that, you know, the next level stuff. But that's probably not going to work. It's not going to happen. I would mess a lot of people up. Anyway, it's just one of those thoughts, random thought. I'm Martin Franks, signing off. Catch you guys later.
Look, I'm not going to say that that's never happened to me. Okay. I can't ever connect it to cannabis. I don't even think he was connecting to cannabis, but
I personally find that cannabis drivers are a breed of their own. Like, I know people crack a joke about this. They say, if you drink and drive, you'll blow right through that stop sign.
Yeah.
But the person that smokes and drives sits there and waits for the stop sign to turn green. So either way, it's still wrong.
That was weak. Can you use your other hand?
Either way, it's still wrong. But I just feel like,
But look,
you'll get pulled over for going too slow.
Deep thoughts, though. Deep thoughts from Martin Franks. Martin Franks' information will be in the description boxes, both on YouTube and in our podcast. But connect with Martin, and we'll be sure to have him back for another Duber Minute in the future. I think he went longer than a minute, though. Maybe we should call it the Duber Minute Plus. Like, remember the dollar stores? It's like dollar stores. Yeah, everything in it used to be $1.
Tree. Yeah.
And now we have to, like, it's like Martin Franks Duber Minute and a little bit more sometimes.
Yes. Duber Plus.
Duber.
That's what we'll start calling it, Duber Plus.
The Duber Plus Minute.
No, just Duber Plus.
Okay, we'll talk about it. This all should be discussed.
No, it's already been decided.
Okay, it's been decided. Martin's journey and what he just shared with us there leads actually very nicely into my cinema review. I haven't done a cinema review in a while.
Okay.
And just to catch everybody up, MJ has been forcing me. No, unfair word.
You waited until I took a drink to say that. I couldn't say anything.
But I've been watching what she would call classic stoner flicks. And some I have seen, some have completely and utterly blown her mind that I have never seen. And so
yeah, this is one of them.
We're doing these cinema reviews once in a while, SIN, because growing up in the church, cannabis was sin. So these are my cinema reviews of either movies that I feel would be enjoyed by cannabis users, or they are cannabis focused films.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm getting a chance to share my thoughts on them. So recently we watched Dude, Where's My Car?
I could not believe it. You didn't know what the continuum transfunctioner was.
I did not. Well, here is my review of Dude, Where's My Car?
I'm excited.
My cinema review.
I'm excited because at the end of it, you were like, that was nothing like what I thought that was going to be.
It was not. It really was not. All right, so here we go. If you've seen it or haven't seen it, Timmy Boyle's cinema review of Dude, Where's My Car?
Get all the squeak out of that chair.
2000s Dude, Where's My Car? That's hard to believe that it was over 20 years ago. Anyways, almost a decade before The Hangover masterfully took viewers on a wild and crazy, retracing the steps of a unforgettable night out journey, Dude, Where's My Car was laying down the crude yet functional framework for such a flick. Now, let's be honest, if Christy Swanson's character in Dude jumped out of a car trunk completely naked, just like Mr. Chow in The Hangover, this review would definitely have taken a very different slant. But sadly, she didn't. So here we are. A movie focused on a car released at the dawn of a new millennium, starring none other than the kings of car jumps and tech design, Bo Duke and Steve Jobs. Dude, how could this go wrong? As soon as I sat down to watch this cult classic, I thought, dude, where's the popcorn? And then A few minutes in, I thought, dude, where's the plot? And then, dude, where's Mr. Chow? And then, as the credits rolled, I thought, dude, where did my last 84 minutes go? From the moment I heard one of the lead characters, and I can't remember if it was Bo or Mr. Jobs, and it doesn't really matter, but the moment one of them uttered the words, dude, where's my car? I knew two things for sure about this movie. One was that this is the line that the producers got the title from, and two, a car is missing. To this day, those are the only two things I know for sure. Turns out, dude, where's my car was just the first of many, many questions stirred up within me. For example, how do I get into a Zoltan cult? Why can't hot space chicks in latex come after me? Can I find one of those continuum transfunctioners on Amazon? And of course, where is Mr. Chow? As compelling as those are, my most pressing question is actually, what happened in this movie? I mean, I do have a very vague recollection of ostriches, Scandinavians, and a closet dweller, but little else. I can't even remember which one is Jesse and which one is the other guy. But you might be thinking, at least you remembered the names Zoltan and Continuum Transfunctioner. Well, that, my friends, is called Wikipedia. Is my inability to recall any specifics of this film a result of being high? Nope, I don't consume. Is it because I've only seen it once? Nope, because MJ, who was high and has seen it a million times, and despite loving it, seems just as fuzzy on the details as I am.
Yeah, throw me under the bus.
The reason I can't remember anything is because Dude, Where's My Car is exactly like its premise. It is a forgettable, unforgettable experience. And that is why I recommend watching it. And because of Christy Swanson. As a stoner flick, I give it 3 joints out of 5, which is quite respectable. And I'm looking forward to the sequel. Dude, is that a naked Christy Swanson jumping out of the trunk of a car? I go see.
I think it most likely is going to be, dude, where's my walker?
Yeah, at this point, yeah. Yeah. Is that a shot at Mr. Kutcher?
No, it was at Chester.
Which one was Chester?
Exactly.
Exactly. There's my cinema review on Dude, Where's My Car? I really do recommend it. You could watch it. You literally could watch it a million times and you will forget it the next day. And you can watch it again as if you've never seen it before. It is that unforgettably forgettable.
Well, it was so funny because as soon as we started watching it, I immediately went into, oh my God, this kind of looks like Bill and Ted.
Right, yeah.
Because in Bill and Ted's, they have the hot princesses.
Yep.
And then in Dude, Where's My Car? Sorry, I almost forgot the name of the movie. Oh, dear
Right?
Lord.
I'm telling this is no joke. Watch it, and the next day you'll be like,
What happened? Exactly.
It's crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is it reminded me very much of I do not think that Steve Jobs and Bo Duke did the Bill and Ted's characters as well as Bill and Ted.
Who is this Bo Duke?
You know, Bo Duke from the Dukes of Hazzard movie.
Isn't that Ben Stiller?
No, that's the guy who played.
Oh, that's Starsky.
The guy. Yeah, Starsky and Hutch. That was Ben Stiller.
Okay.
And Owen Wilson. That was a good movie.
Okay.
That was a good movie.
Wrong.
Might not be a cinema review,
superheroes.
but
Wait, they're not superheroes.
But here's the thing. I will say this. I did enjoy. I enjoyed the weirdness of it, and I actually told you that if I was to create a movie, and we have some ideas of stuff we want to create, I would pull elements out of that. It went down some crazy paths. But so there you go. I give it 3 joints out of 5. That's my new rating system going forward on our cinema reviews.
Nice. See, I if I could do a show, it would be very Pee Wee Herman-esque.
Right?
Yes. And maybe a little bit of Tim Burton. Oh, and Tarantino in there as well. That would be like a really crazy.
Actually, if I was to, and we might actually talk about this in another show at some point, but if I was to make a movie, I've always told people Mystery Men
Oh, I love that movie.
would be a movie that everything about that movie as okay, like look, Batman, 1989 Batman, great movie. Die Hard might be one of the most perfect movies cinematically across the board. But if I was to make a movie, almost everything about Mystery Men, I was like, oh my goodness, I would do that.
The Invisible Man.
The Invisible Boy who's not
when he's all naked. Right?
There's so many.
If you haven't seen that one, you should watch it too.
That was the only movie that I've seen 4 times in the theater. I actually brought people to see it. I'm like, you gotta go see this.
Which is funny because most people are like, that movie sucked.
Yeah, those people shouldn't be. If you're one of those people, find something else to listen to. I don't even need them as viewers right now. There's certain people you just brush off.
Well, you don't need to listen to Timmy, but you can listen to me.
It's kind of like this. I have a shirt that you can buy online. I'm going to do a shameless plug here at TimmyBoyleComedyStore.com that says, if Michael Keaton is not your Batman, keep social distancing. So once COVID's over, there's certain people. You don't like Mystery Men? You don't think Michael Keaton is the best Batman ever? We can keep the social distancing thing going for as long as you need.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the way I look at it. I wanted to, though, after talking about that, it reminded me of the time where I walked outside and my car was gone. Now I didn't.
That's like every day you go to the grocery store, or the time we went to the Kiss concert,
that's absolutely
the
fair.
Blue Jays game.
I lose my. Wait, did we mention that on
that one time
before?
at IKEA?
Did we mention that one time before on an episode?
That was one of our
newbie
who's
more likely
which is funny because I lose the key and you just lose the car.
I lose the car every time. So at first I thought. So I walked outside. This was years ago. I was in Toronto, and I walked outside, and my car wasn't there. But I didn't think anything bad, like it was stolen, because I'm used to walking out.
You thought it got towed?
No, I thought I misparked it somewhere.
Oh yeah, because that's the Timmy thing.
I just don't know where my car is. And if you think I'm joking, I'm not. I can walk out of grocery stores, and I will do this pause. And MJ immediately will be like, you don't know where we parked, do you? And I'm like, no. We've only been in the grocery store for like 5 minutes.
You know, it's funny. I've actually debated buying garland at Christmas time and wrapping the roof rack of your car because you're tall. And you would be able to look out into the parking lot and see this sparkly garland.
Like a Christmas tree on my car.
You need like sirens and lights on the top.
You think I'm going to notice a little bit of glitter?
That's true.
I'm not a very observant
My
person.
kids make fun of the fact that you don't notice anything.
Like you have kids?
Which is funny because they don't notice when you're there. They go, "Oh, true. Timmy's here?" Like, he slept over. Like he was here all day yesterday. Where have you been?
Yeah, I'm like a ghost. I always bother my son because I always call him a ghost, but I think that's where he gets it from.
Yeah.
Kind of like,
but that's because he just walks around the corner and goes, so. Because you never see him unless you want something.
That's true.
So
I walk out, my car isn't there. Okay. And I start walking around the streets.
Because maybe you parked on the other street.
Well, because back then, here's the thing: I had to move my car 3 times because I refused to buy a parking permit.
Yeah.
So I would get up at midnight and to move my car to avoid. And one time we were parked in this one spot, and I got ticket after ticket after ticket. And slowly, the cars that were around me were all vanishing as people were like, "I'm not paying more tickets," and I'm just like, "I've got money in my budget. You just keep. I'm not parking anywhere else."
It's the same as paying for parking.
Yeah, right. I'm just paying. So just keep ticketing me. Anyways, so I paid all those tickets, by the way. Point is, I end up calling the police, and I'm like, "Hey, like my car has been stolen." Eventually, and they said, "How do you know your car has been stolen?" And I hate dumb questions in general, but it's the police, so you have to kind of humor them a bit. And I was like, "How do I know my car has been stolen?"
Because I just spent the last 3 hours wandering the streets looking for it.
Well, I had actually come across it, and so I described it. I said, actually, there was glass all around my parking space.
Oh, I was like confused. You came across your car?
No, I came across the space.
Oh, you came across the
Yeah,
The
and so there was
carnage.
glass all around the parking lot, and I had heard squealing tires the night before, but I didn't think too much of it at that time,
So
right?
can I ask what kind of car this was?
Oh, well, here's the thing. The
You're not
reality
gonna
is,
remember.
well, I don't remember, but I do know this. I knew that I had the best security system possible. It's called crappiness. Like, why would anybody
Oh, I
want
was
to
gonna
steal
say,
my
was
car?
it a crap car?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like literally, that if they wanted my car that bad, they could have come to my house, knocked on the door, and said, "Hey, can I have your car?" And I'd be like, "Sure." Like you didn't have
I'll
to
give
go.
you 3 days before I call.
You didn't have to go through all that work. So I say there's squealing tires, there's glass on the ground, and there's this pause, and then they asked, for them to, how do you spell squealing? And I'm just like, who am I dealing with here? Like that's not even my car isn't here.
SKW.
So he goes away. He takes down my information, right? And comes back a little while later and says that they pretty sure my car has been stolen. And I don't know what they're discussing, on the thing. Like I told them that, and so I don't know what information they gathered in those first few minutes. But clearly, like Nancy Drew I'm working with here, or
Drew Nancy.
I actually called the officer Nancy Drew. It turns out it was a man it was a very awkward moment. His voice was a little bit on the high side. But the point is that eventually they got all my information. They said they'd call me back. Okay, half hour later, the phone rings, and they say, we've got good news and bad news. Now, I'm one of those people that always wants, I like the bad news first. Right? A lot of people want to hear the good news, but I want the bad news. So I say bad news, but do you know which one he told me?
The good news.
Yeah, the good news, right? Because it's the only question in the world that no matter which one you pick.
Because if they give you the bad news first, then they've already given
why
you the
ask
good
the
news.
question? Why
Because
ask
let
the
me guess, the good news was that they found your car.
The good news, yes, they found my car.
But listen, if they didn't tell you the good news and they started with the bad news, then you would have already known that they found your car.
Right, but how would that be bad to the story? I know they found my car.
Well, they should just say bad news.
Yeah, exactly. My point is, it's a useless question.
Oh, it's a useless phrase.
Tell me,
Okay.
just tell me what you're going to tell me. So they say they found my car. Okay, now they'd only been on for a half hour. So you're asking, how did they find your car in a half hour? Here's what happened. True story. Follow me here. If you're listening in the podcast world, you're gonna have to go onto YouTube to really get this picture. But basically, my fingers are like 2 inches apart. And what happened was the person, it was a man, because they did say somebody saw a witness was there, saw a man flee the scene. A guy stole my car from here, drove it around the corner, and crashed it into 3 parked cars, 3 unmoving vehicles. Now, look, I am not a mastermind in the criminal underworld, okay? I am just sitting there saying, if by chance, children, if you're listening to this podcast, which I think we have an 18+ law, you can't.
If you're listening, shut it off.
Yeah, pass this on. If maybe you're advanced in age and you're looking for a job change, because of COVID, and you're thinking, maybe I'd go into car thievery. Maybe that's a route I'd like to take. There's some money in it.
You better know how to drive a car.
Right? Exactly, right? A little bit of quality control, just like that's the number one rule.
Maybe get a bicycle next time.
Right? Like, can you imagine somebody going into the boss of the criminal underworld and be like, hey, I'd like to apply. I'd like to be a pickpocket. And they're like, okay, do you have fingers? And it's like, no. It's like, what? Like, then you can't be a pickpocket if you don't have fingers. Like, just a little bit.
I have teeth.
Yeah.
They run around
a little
biting
bit obvious.
everybody.
So here's the thing. So I'm really ticked off by the whole thing. And then they say this. So they say that one man was seen fleeing the scene. And my driver's side window has been smashed in. My passenger side window has been smashed in. And the front end of my car has been almost accordioned. Okay. Now, in my mind, I'm sitting there thinking, wait a minute, hold on one second. One person was seen stealing my car. I understand fully why one person would smash my driver's side window, because you need access to the steering wheel. But then I'm racking my head over going, well, hold on one second. Why in the world would one man also feel the need to smash my driver's side window? Like, it's either like somebody who is like just a gratuitous, destructive individual.
But did they smash it prior to the accident? Or did they just smash the driver's window, climb in, and then the other windows got smashed when he wrecked the cars?
Well, I would think that because the front window wasn't smashed, that it was a smash in prior to the thing. So here's what I told the guy.
I don't know. I've never stole or wrecked
I don't
cars,
know how it all works. All I know is that I had this light bulb moment, and I was like, okay, I don't know how this all played out, but clearly the man who stole my car was British because he went to the other window first, smashed it. So now we've narrowed it down.
That would make sense why he hit the cars, because he was trying to drive on the other side of the road.
Right? So I thought I had broken the case wide open.
Or Australian. Don't they drive on the other side in Australia
I
too?
don't know. I live in
Well, their
Sterling.
toilets go the other way.
No, they don't. We actually had an Australian comic on calling comedians in quarantine, and we went. Oh no, it wasn't him. Yeah, we did. We checked out his toilet.
And it was clogged.
I think it spun the wrong way, or the other way. Anyways, my point is that I thought I had figured this whole thing out. The cop apparently wasn't impressed with my sleuthiness.
So did you get insurance all covered and you got another car? It was all good?
No, I don't even know, because the car was worthless. And so I ended up buying another car off of somebody else's lawn. I was in a long string of buying cars off of people's lawns. So anyways, that was a true story. My car was stolen. Very unsettling, but I think I could be a policeman after that though, because I'm pretty sure I put together some pieces to solve the thing.
Well, I had my car stolen once, and I will tell you, the police were no help in that matter.
No?
No.
Have you ever stolen a car?
No, but that's what they were trying to say. They
Yeah.
were trying to say that I stole the car.
I've never stolen a car, but apparently it's not that difficult, because the guy who stole my car clearly wasn't all there. So.
Well, yeah, I do you cross wires like they do in the movies? Like,
I don't know.
I would tell you,
how about a Teaching Timmy segment on one of these episodes? Teaching Timmy.
we
how to
don't have the
hotwire a
right.
car.
We don't have the right people in here. I don't know how to do that.
All right.
I'll go to
If you know
YouTube.
how to hotwire a car, drop us a line.
Yes.
Let's close off today's episode.
Yes, I'm excited. What is this midnight thrill?
Okay,
Timmy's
the midnight thrill. So we were putting all of this stuff is all piecing together, and I thought about, after watching Dude, Where's My Car, and my car being stolen, you get these moments of like something weird and crazy happens, and then afterwards you're kind of like, you look back on it and you're like, wow,
Were you abducted?
that was a little odd. I wasn't abducted. I wasn't abducted. But if I get abducted, I want 5 of those leather-bound, latex-bound women.
If you give us the continuum transfunctioner, we will give you oral pleasure.
Right? Why isn't that happen in life?
You need the continuum transfunctioner.
we're going to end this show here. We have a few minutes left. So for those of you who don't know, I am an author. Inside Timmy's Mind. You can get that through timmyboylecomedystore.com, or just drop me a line, save yourself some extra costs there, and order it from me directly, and then I'll be able to sign it for you. But I was thinking in particular about Dude, Where's My Car, and about waking up the next day and realizing that something amazing had happened the night before. And they didn't remember it. But in my case, I remembered it. But waking up is what stopped the amazingness. So so we're going to close off today with a story from my book, Inside Timmy's Mind.
That's kind of sad.
It's called Midnight Thrill.
It stopped when you woke up.
It is. So here we go. This is it. And with this, we close.
On with the show. This is it.
This morning, I got up bright and early. Okay, so it wasn't exactly bright, but it was early for me. It was 7 a.m. I was thoroughly disappointed when my alarm went off. But not because it was 7 a.m. or that it was still dark outside, or even that it was ice cold in my room. I was peeved that yet another great dream had been cut off midstream. I hate that. And it happens far too often. Just when things are getting good in dreamland, beep, beep, beep. Actually, my alarm doesn't beep. I use my cell phone, and it plays a tune called Memory. It's a pleasant little ditty, but I'm thinking about replacing it with the A-Team theme song very shortly. Anyway, just prior to being raised from the dead of sleep, I was having one of the most incredibly awesome dreams ever. But sadly and ironically, as memory started to play, the memory of my dream began to fade. So unfortunately, I can't explain all the details to you. However, I'm able to recall most of it. The story seemed to revolve around free-range chickens, Abe Lincoln, and a road trip to Kamloops, BC. Now you understand why I'm upset. I mean, seriously, who wouldn't want to know how that ended? But there's no use crying about it, because my alarm did go off for a reason. I had something to do, an important thing, a thing that would make missing the end of an epic dream worthwhile. What thing, you ask? Was I going to meet Ben Stiller? Nope. Heading off on a Caribbean cruise? Nope. Buying new furniture from IKEA? Nope. So then what was this awesome reality that would ultimately replace my awesome dream? It was this. I had to clean my back deck before the roofers arrived. That's right. You heard me. No one will ever know if Abe and I safely arrived in Kamloops because I had to clean my deck. Stupid roofers. How frustrating. Now I will never know if the chickens were really secret agents, which I was beginning to suspect. I will never know if Abe was just using me to get close to Ben Stiller, which I also was beginning to suspect. And I will never know if the man in black who was following us was an assassin or just going to Kamloops as well. This is killing me. There was so much left unsaid. Why would Abe never take his hat off? What was he hiding? Why was the chicken that we knew as Carl carrying a passport that read Henry? And where did the kilt-wearing blonde girl from the McDonald's disappear to? So many questions. Would the 18-foot silver girdle turn out to be just a myth? What does sweet honey when the moon rises to the north mean? And why did Abe kill the person who said it? How did the monkey in the Spider-Man mask crack the safe's combination so quickly? I have so few answers. Why did the raspberry smoothie taste like lemon? How did the man in the black survive the crash? I saw his car explode in flames after we ran him off the road during the long, winding chase through the mountains. And whatever happened to the suitcase that was once handcuffed to Carl's leg? So much mystery still left to be unraveled. Why did that small-town gas attendant slip a pack of smokes into my hand and whisper 3694? Would anyone ever find the all-important corner piece to the ancient map? And for goodness sake, who the heck was Thomas? What a thriller. But now I guess I'll never know how it ends. That's like my dude, where's my car story. It's like, dude, where's the ending?
I'm just like stuck on the fact that Carl probably isn't a chicken. It's probably a hen, and that's why his name's Henry.
But I'm ching. High five.
High five.
High five. All right, there was our crazy night out. Shared a dream, shared a story about a crazy
Our
night
night
out.
out day.
Our night out day.
Yes.
Down in LA. So many interesting stories. And I can't imagine what my life would be like if I smoked pot once in a while. Right?
I
Do you
can't
get dreams like that?
imagine what my life would be like if I
Do you get
didn't
cannabis
smoke pot
infused
once in a while.
dreams like that?
I actually don't dream.
Okay.
Which is weird
All right.
because we both have the Fitbit, and I get about 20% REM every night.
Yeah, and I get about 6.
And I say I don't
and I still
dream.
get stuff like this. Anyways, inside
Yeah.
Timmy's mind. All right, let's wrap this thing up, shall we?
All right.
Let's get out of these.
get a bow.
I'm so hot in this suit.
I know
Right?
you are hot in that suit.
Thank you very much. As are you.
I'm not wearing a suit.
No, but still hot. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. Tune in next week when we have some more random things that may or may not be true, nor interesting, or not.
Yes.
We'll see what happens.
And Timmy will actually change again.
And I will change back into my regular black shirt and blue
Or maybe
jeans.
not. Who knows?
My name's Timmy.
My name's Mary Jane. Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing. I think we just did it. Cheers.